Suara
Halo, halo, halo pribadi. Selamat malam semuanya. Baru pulang dari JIS. Negatif belum. Udah pulang pergi-pergi aja tuh. Lagi sisa ini guys. Batuk-batuk dikit lah. Kok enggak udah ngepep nih gua hari ini anjir. Lama cuy, masih lama cuy. Kondisi aman sih aman. Ada pilek dikit lah. Sama batuk. Jadi aman. Gimana guys, sudah siap belum untuk mendukung FPX malam ini Grand Final cuy? Gila, ngeri kali Grand Final cuy. Anjir, masih nggak menyangka gua. Tapi inilah yang terjadi. Grand Final FPX lawan APAC. Gue feeling sih APAC nggak mungkin optik. Aku siap. Ada kakek trennya dia nih. Oh ya, ada berita terbaru. Udah pada baca story gue belum? Yang lain udah pada lihat story gue belum? Karena nih di hari Grand finalnya FPX kita harus mendukung FPX nih. Emang ada yang tahu apa emang? Coba yang tahu coba ketik. Emang ada apa? Nggak bisa di auto replay ya anjir. Ada giveaway mah selalu ada Kak Catherine. Tenang itu mah. Tapi hari ini terakhir sih. Gak tahu IG lu parah yang gak tahu IG gua, padahal IG gua ada loh. Itu aja IG yang gak diganti username. Ada motor anjir, bisanya minta motor, kocak. Lu kira gue showroom motor? Gua aja nggak punya motor, ini lagi minta motor. Niki positif juga enggak? Memang nggak punya, kocak. Orang nggak punya bilang sombong, nggak ada otaknya nih Rizky Akmal nih. Kenapa sih dia bisa obeng anjir? Babi lu Rizky ya.
See you.
Thank you Matthew 15, thank you. Jadi bakal ada grand prize gitu dari Tokopedia karena ya bentuk mensupport FPX juga ya kan. Ya hadiahnya itu yang tadi di post tadi siang, di post di Instagram gua. Buat kalian yang udah tahu, dulu. Bisa nggak sih? Gak enak. Mati weh. Monitor gue mati, cek. Ada ini guys. Ada satu earbuds ya untuk yang kayak gue pakai gini, tapi dia versi ya HyperX. Ini enak kok yang ini. Ini satu sama ini satu. Keperluan alat streaming gitu, oke? Kalian berterima kasih tuh sama tokped tuh. Kayaknya sih buat hadiah ini, buat hadiah 2 ini gue pengen bikin yang kayak ada key code gitu gak sih? Apa sih yang giveaway dari Nightbot itu guys? Jadi kayak benar-benar orang yang udah ngetik gitu keywordnya gitu, baru dia yang bakal bisa dipilih nanti. Kayak gimana Adiswan? Sini Discord dulu, ajarin gua. Kocak lu. Kayak gimana? Adiswan ke Discord bisa nggak lu? Jangan cewek mulu lu ini tes ya, bantu gua, kocak. Di mana Raka? Harus ganti ini dulu nih. Rindu gua ngepep guys. Nggak bisa cok. Selamat malam semuanya. Yoichi dan Chilen. Welcome. Mana Diswang? Weh Adi.
Halo.
Gimana caranya itu?
Buka website tuh.
Sabar. Ya, ada mau dengar suara Adi gak? Suara Adi nih guys. Suara kelabang. Ini bukan sih?
Dulu.
Ini bukan?
Iya itu reguler. Klik atas. Ya.
Terus?
Ya deh itu doang. Itu doang.
Terus apa?
Tinggal masukkan keyword itu. Keyword. Ya,
Apa
tuh
ya?
tinggal
Apa ya?
Pecinta Tokopedia. Coba tes ya tuh, masukkan tuh.
Mana lu?
Lu ketik dulu keyword itu. Masukin dulu. Nah,
Kayak gini ya. Terus?
iya. Udah.
Oh, tinggal di roll terus ada namanya nanti menang ya?
Tinggal
Oh,
klik itu.
gampang anjing.
Gampang tuh.
Suaranya kayak wibu parah. Bisa gitu anjing.
Monyet tuh. Ya, coba tes.
Ya.
Nah, itu kalau klik-klik aja nama-namanya di sebelah tuh, Cok.
Di mana?
Biar ini nih daftar list ya tuh dulu klik.
Kliknya gimana? Klik satu-satu anjing.
Iya.
Ini apa sih? Oh, ini tinggal di.
Semuanya. Iya. Dah, itu doang.
Oh, ya udah. Keywordnya nanti aja deh.
Iya.
Ganti ntar. Aman. Gampang guys. Apa lagi ya? Nah, syaratnya nggak ribet-ribet amat sih. Syaratnya gampang sumpah. Tinggal follow IG gua, udah aman. Kita, aduh, quiz apa ya? Quiz apa nih? Moderator berdua, kocak beliau, hilang langsung. Ada Wilson nggak? Wilson guys. Wilson pasti nobar ini dia, nobar ramean dia. Gak bisa diganggu. Gue boleh nobar di sana nggak Son? Gak diajak loh. Asli loh Wilson loh. Orang bisa nggak diajak gitu anjir. Tau nggak guys? Diajak loh sama Wilson loh. Nonton di tempat dia. Keywordnya nggak nanti ya. Keywordnya nanti ya. Keywordnya nanti. Keywordnya nanti. Itu beda dengan kuis, beda lagi. Ntar gue kasih tahu keywordnya pas di akhir-akhir akhir-akhir game, akhir-akhir match. Oke? Ya, sekarang tebak-tebakan dulu cuy. Ayo cuy, tebak-tebakan apa nih? Cuy, FPX lawan FPX yang jago siapa lagi? Getsu ya? Passwordnya Dios muchachos. Like-nya banyakin dulu iya. Kita tebak-tebakan yang unik, yang unik. Ini BO5 nih, BO5. BO5. Mandi dulu, udah mandi kocak. Beliau kocak loh. Sebenarnya gue pengen ACS sih. Ini terakhir loh.
Ko Fikri itu nanti ganti nama dari PES.
Rozan 45, nggak tahu, kurang tahu juga bang. Dia kan nanti kan tandingnya bakal pakai account dari klien yang lain gitu kan. Kemungkinan pakai nama BM lah, nggak mungkin PSG. Tapi kalau asli dia kayaknya masih PSG. Gue pengen ACS. ACS nggak sih? Total ACS. Total ACS tertinggi. 3 angka. Ya game Grand Final yang susah-susah nggak sih? Iya, nembaknya total yang susah-susah lah. Biar seru anjir. Mau yang gampang, kocak lu. Gampang terus aja. Ini 5 map loh. Tahu-tahu nggak ada yang menang. Nggak ada yang menang ya buat gua lah. Masih COVID, harusnya masih. Belum tes lagi soalnya. Justru sengaja dikasih yang susah-susah biar adanya buat gua kocak. Orang bisa nggak ngerti gitu loh. Berapa buat dulu guys. Pap 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 pap. Lagu kayak hilang ya? Coba ya guys ya, buat dulu ya. Aceh ya, ini terakhir nih. Aduh. Nggak, sekarang siapa yang korup, kocak. Kalian nggak bisa tebak ya, daripada hadiah yang mubazir ya buat gua lah. Gimana sih? Emang gue ini bikin emang gak bisa dijawab? Bisa dijawab, kocak. Orang bisa seuzon gitu loh. Heran gitu anjir. Kocak kalian semua ya. Orang yang nggak bisa jawab kalian bisa-bisanya lah mubazir buat gua lah. Itu namanya taktik, bro. Total tebak total beliau. Ada. Ini angka ya, angka 3 angka. Yang nggak jawab, yang jawabnya kocak nih, yang jawabnya aneh-aneh, bodoh amat. Angka nih BO5 nih. Contoh kayak gini ya guys ya, gua kasih contoh nih. Tebak total ACS tertinggi di full match. Oke? Kayak gini nih. Ini kan BO5 nih, hasilnya 31. Siapa yang tertinggi? 238. Hah? Bukan nama orangnya tapi angkanya, oke? Oke ya, adik-adik. Tebak total
10.000 dari Om Roni. Pesan, D asteris malam ini sibuk gak main ke part Om dong aku kangen dipecut D asteris.
KGP menyerang anjing, bisa ada KGP di sini om tai. Di Rusman aja udah, kenapa bisa di sini anjir KGP? Bisa nyasar sini anjir KGP. Kocak loh om ini loh. Tebak total ACS tertinggi match. Contoh berapa guys? 269. Nah. ACS tertinggi. Oke, ACS tertinggi ya. 238 ya. Ketika 269. Mantap ya. Susah banget. Iya, memang susah. Karena ini last match, oke? Tenang, kalau misalnya di sini nggak kebagian masih ada ini guys, hadiah ini guys, tenang. Kapan lagi cuy? HyperX Streamer Starter Pack Cloud Core Headset and Solo Case Microphone. Tenang, Tokopedia tuh ngasih hadiah tuh nggak habis-habis. Tenang, masih ada ini look juga nih, HyperX Cloud Earbuds. Ada banyak, tenang aja. Tapi ini dibagiin pas di akhir ini ya, di akhir acara ya, anjay acara siap. Di akhir streaming guys, di akhir streaming ya. Pokoknya nih ini ada gokil loh. Gue salut loh sama Tokopedia loh, gokil. Bisa ada voucher, tetap ada. Tiba-tiba ada hadiah earbuds. Hah? Terus yang paling keren bisa ada starter pack untuk streaming. Gokil sih, gokil. Hah, emang Tokopedia tuh warna hijau ya, spam dulu deh guys. Ijo-ijonya spam dulu, love ijo-ijo. Kocak. Oke, ini aman ya? Aman gak nih? Aman lah ini cuy. Bocil link minta cok. Bisa banyak-banyak tuh emot. Botnya galak guys. Kuis. Sabar, botnya kita inin dulu cuy. Botnya emosian cuy. Pump protection. Apa sih? Coba lah. Oke, sudah guys. Coba spam lagi. Oke. Jangan nih. Kok di TO gua? Adison mana? Emot kita nggak ditambah guys sama Adison nipu anjing. Mana ya? Adison nipu cok. Hilang dia. Mana emot nih nggak nambah kocak. Katanya bisa bikin emot. Emot cuma 8. Apa ini? Belum. Keywordnya nanti. Ntar dikasih tahu, oke? Keywordnya nanti. Oke? Aman ya? Nggak sekarang guys, nggak sekarang. kejutan. Gua pengen lihat orang stay di stream ini sampai nonton sampai kelar FPX match apa enggak gitu. Aku tuh nipu. Oke, aman ya. Thank you Bang Nadanta, $1 ya. Bang Nadanta nih orang mana sih? Pakai PayPal terus anjir. Keren loh. Dia loh. Oke guys. Mana? Bentar lagi cuy. Kita nobar sama siapa ya? Nobar manap kah? Nobar manap? Aran kalau menang see you dia. Kita chat dulu ya. Aduh. Aran kalau menang selebrasi see you ya. Ini ya, kita chat ya. Kita semangat dulu kocak. Semangat bro. Selama 4 hari ini saya mendapatkan pengalaman gimana tim pro bermain, strategi dan segala macam. Mudah-mudahan hari bisa ada itu anjing. Sudah guys, udah kita titip pesan ya. Karen kalau menang selebrasi siu dong. Nah. Tadi siapa tuh? Thank you ya donasi. Itu siapa yang di video? Siapa itu?
I feel like they're only gonna work harder after this event, and they're gonna be even greater than they are here.
Siapa guys yang di video?
The more you talk, the more we work.
FPX is crashing. Oh, it's Benkai again.
As for Optic, I think their strength is really in the prep work that they do, and maybe weaknesses is when
Agil itu Agil.
Maybe if they
Bang, aku siap menang giveaway. Mantap Bang Rere. Bang Rere lu enggak nge-cash Bang Rere. Bang Rere.
Such an honor for us, cause
Nge-cash Bang Rere. Wah, parah banget. Ayo Bang Rere, kita sama-sama dukung FPX, oke? Biar FPX juara. Keywordnya buat apa nanti? Keywordnya buat ini yang ketinggalan kecewa sih. Keywordnya nanti buat menangin 2 hadiah ini guys. Earbuds dari HyperX sama ini headset dan mic dari HyperX, oke? Kalau yang mau aja nih. Aku mau nonton BG Kacau bisa aja BG Rere nih. Nonton BG Kacau saai. Mending kita Discord aja BG Rere. Gue pengen tahu masukan-masukan dari lu sebagai analis, sebagai coach tim FPX ya kan. Ayolah tahu lah. Gila ada nakal loh. Disuruh kaca dukung FPX. Iyalah. Kalau nggak didukung FPX, kalau misalnya FPX nggak menang guys, itu hadiah buat gua ya. Ini batal ya. Kenapa? Beliau apa ya?
Ih parah banget kacau. Tadi
Apa,
ninja kita ya mau nobar tiba-tiba hilang.
Enggak, Cok. Tadi minta ini. Kalian ikutan lah, anjir.
Ikutan apa?
Ngomong
Ini.
aja ya.
Giveaway.
Yo,
Masa nggak dimenangin gua.
Iya, nggak bisa lah. Kecuali dibayar 2 kali bisa. Nggak canda. Ini hadiahnya baru tahu, kenapa?
Padahal gue mau bayar 3 kali.
Gila ya Tokopedia ya, Nap ya. Lu harus lihat dulu Nap hadiahnya. Lihat
Gua tahu
Tokopedia.
dapet kan.
Gila lo
Hadiahnya
bisa
kan
dapat earbuds
ini.
HyperX sama
Anjas.
ada headset sama mic-nya lo. Oke lah emang Tokopedia lo ijo-ijo ini.
Untuk berapa orang, Cak?
Ya Apa? Ya ini satu, ini satu.
Oh,
Oh,
kirain 10 biji. Ntar satunya bisa settingan.
anjing 10 biji. Kalau 10 biji gue bilang satu, cok. 9 yang buat gue, canda-canda guys. Nggak mungkin, nggak mungkin. Kalau 10 biji ya gue bilang 10
Lama
biji
lu
lah.
dijual di Tokped.
Ini cuma 9, cuma satu biji kocak. Oh, Mbak, tanya Kaniki nanti kalau ada Kaniki ya. Nggak mungkin, cuma satu biji, coy. Biji, kae. Mungkin, nggak mungkin kan? Kakak, satu biji aja. Biji kayak enakan, 10 biji kocak.
Jir, ada Kuroki. Udah soalnya.
Oke, Vin, udah beda dia tayarnya. Tayarnya udah beda di atas dia. Gak bisa dia nonton sama kita. Oke, Vin Square udah beda. Gak pernah mau diajak main. Diajak main gak pernah mau, diajak pergi gak pernah mau. Udah susah. Apa nih? Aman Kaniki. Semua aman, terkendali.
Masih jam berapa sih? Jam
Aman. Tidak ada apa-apa ya Kaniki ya, aman ya Kaniki ya. Ini
lagi
bikin
nonton
copyright
kayak gini,
nih
nonton
anjir
rame
lagunya.
enak gak sih, sumpah?
Cok.
Iya gak sih?
Gue kena
Mantap sih.
udah sengaja
Gas
loh udah
sih.
nyalain
Coba
monetize.
guys, makan samyang gak guys?
Bisa kena
Makan lah.
gara-gara lagu ini anjir.
Ntar nontonnya sambil menggebu-gebu.
Orang sengaja loh.
Abis itu
Mid
besok
dulu ya.
gua asam lambungnya kumat kan.
Ya, nggak apa-apa besok kan.
Like-nya nggak 1000, nggak jadi udah ini. Kaniki, ini like-nya nggak 1000, nggak ada di HyperX kan, Kaniki. Ya kan Kaniki ya?
Oh, Tokped bisa beli jersey FPX gak? Anjas. Gimana tuh Kaniki?
Kayaknya itu lebih tanya ke Peperesnya nggak sih?
Zaman
Kan?
sekarang
Kayak
Tokopedia tuh
mending
bisa apa aja kocak. Zaman
Anjas.
sekarang bisa
nyari
nggak tahu.
pacar nggak, Kak?
Wah, pacar cari sendiri tuh menasib lu nggak ada.
Jadi kata J kan besoknya lambungnya nggak apa-apa.
Iya,
Pak Barat terima padahal gue sedain lebih deh.
Sambil lah.
Bisa aja lu.
Ya.
Wah.
Dia mending
Aduh,
nggak usah
ragu
nanya.
teh gue.
Anjing gue
Yaudah
krek
ya.
Tuh besok dia keok kan.
Woi, Kaniki.
Gue disalahin.
Bisa
Oke,
diserang nih
diserang.
gue nih kocak nih. Kaniki nih.
Sih je. Nanti nggak apa-apa.
Nggak James aja besok libur. Terus harus
Iya kan?
gini. Tadi kayak
Dia besok
Satu
langsung
bisa
nanya
dibilang
gara-gara
lebih.
Lu.
iya kan.
Katanya ada berapa guys? Cuma satu kocak.
Samyangnya bukan yang
Ini satu. Ini satu. Ini satu.
Samyangnya
Bisa
apa tuh?
bisanya lebih.
Samyang kamu ya. Anjas.
Geli banget. Maksud
Super spice.
Cuma satu.
geli banget.
Ya kan Kaniki ya, satu ya. Cuma satu cok. Like-nya bikin 1000 dulu lah.
Udah.
Bener.
Wah, malah gue yang nombok cok.
Get back to some more business
Lah?
though, because earlier in the show we actually
Lah?
asked you in our Twitter poll which
Wah,
X
bangkrut
is in
dong
fact
gua.
going
Nggak
to
tahu,
give
tapi
it to
kayaknya
you. Is it
jawabannya
going to be
no,
PaperX
awalnya
or is it going to be
Ah, nggak jadi dah guys.
80?
Oh, PaperX bro. Wah, jadi gua yang bangkrut cok. Wah, udah dibilang nipu nggak ada nih. Nggak ada guys. Ini semua batal. Ada dia ya. Jadi nombok gua. Udah dibacotin ya, dibilang nipu ya.
Really? Okay, you're starting with me.
Nggak ada. Terima kasihnya.
I got a feeling, guys. I got a feeling that FPX.
Sekarang tandain coy yang bilang
FPX,
nipu.
I
Ayo
really
kita
do.
scroll nih.
Okay, I
Bab.
think PaperX showed a little bit of, everybody's like, oh, they're confident.
Kita gimana soal semuanya kita blacklist. Jadi yang menang gua.
Against Optic in that or in that upper final.
Semuanya kita blacklist, yang menang gua.
Hold on against this PaperX. That's why I picked PaperX because no team has been able to hold them in yet.
Yeah, I definitely do. I do.
Okay.
Tom, I picked my duo.
Oke ya kan iki ya, hadiahnya buat gue cuma lumayan lu guys. Lumayan dapat earbud. Ada mic taruh di sini satu, sebelah sini berdua mic-nya. Mic satu di sini, atau lagi di kalungnya. Main bro. Makasih kan iki. Dulu guys, apa dulu? Main entry cuy, fokus cuy. Gitu loh Valorant loh. Jadi pengen kursinya. Ya, atop. Pulang aja.
We came from a region regarded as the minor region. That shouldn't be the case anymore.
Ngari.
We are the new order.
Kok Aaron?
We went through a lower bracket in group stage. We went through a lower bracket in playoff. Into the grand final.
We might look chaotic, but it just kind of works.
We came here as challengers. We will leave as kings.
Merinding gua. Kenapa ya? Merinding cuy.
FPX. They do not play like us. Their strength is snowball and carry momentum all the way through. But it's like a double-edged sword for them.
Grand final soalnya.
I think we're the team who have the most chances stopping FPX.
ACS itu average combat score anjir.
So many different play styles.
Ada yang nggak tahu ACS cuy.
Even if they do catch us off guard, we'll be able to adapt.
The other team probably knows that we are coming, but sometimes they just can't stop it.
I'm here with Tamiya. Suara udah kecil banget anjing.
Gue tahu.
Ngari. Aran mana Aran? Aran gaya dulu dong Aran.
Oh jelas.
Asik.
A beat taker.
Gimana sebelumnya kali? Hah, kenapa kasih bisa
Kirain orang.
We will shut down the
Ilo apaan? Ilo bukan ACS.
I'll make sure the dinosaurs stay extinct.
I hope you guys like spray because there's no break on the W train.
Anjay.
Nabila tuh.
Mendunia kah kata-kata anjay? Gara-gara Jason.
Where are you at? I've had some FPX on the desk as well. I'm quite surprised with that pick.
Of course, hey, if I
3-1
can't support
nih.
an A, I'm
Fresh
gonna
menang nih.
jump over the ocean.
Anjay.
I'm not EMEA's biggest fan, but
Yeah, kinda. A
you
little
know
bit.
this.
A little bit.
You know this. Of course, we guys
Tebak
show
skor,
you
guys.
an awesome trailer at the top of the show every
3-1
single
nih,
day.
3-1 nih.
But there's
Fresh
one
menang
thing
nih.
to do before we get everything else started.
3-1 kan
For the
kalian?
last time here at Copenhagen,
Apa yang 3?
it's time to
FPX.
activate
FPX
the
lah.
championship stage. Here we go.
Wow.
Pasti Nabila 1-3.
Waalaikumsalam.
Parah sih.
Tapi tiganya peprek juga.
Sana Kak.
Where is Aini?
Ini Ismet ya, Aluka.
Sleeping. Aini went because of Naki.
Luka nanti never.
Fokus entry nih cuy. PC entry cuy.
Morgot Aluka, oh my god. I'm sorry man.
Ada nama Asteris tuh.
3-2.
Kalian lihat nggak tadi? Ada yang fokus nggak tadi?
Match seru sih, sumpah.
Ada nama Asteris tadi.
Ini 3-2.
2-1.
3-1 satunya siapa nih? Yang benar ini.
FPX lah. PaperX.
Ini dia. Cek crowdnya.
Crowdnya keren banget.
Banyak juga anjir. Iyalah di Eropa kocak. Upper bracket advantage-nya apaan? Tahu? Lebih nggak banyak aja match-nya.
PaperX harusnya band 2 map gak sih?
Iya, PaperX band 2.
Ya harusnya gitu ya. Dulu kan biasanya advantage-nya kalau BO5 gitu kan menang satu map kan.
We're gonna have our last two teams take the stage, and the prospect of Tom, you know, a trophy is going to be lifted later today in front of a crowd for the first time ever. It doesn't get better than that.
People here are already crazy. We haven't even got the teams on the stage yet, and people are already so loud. I can feel the floor vibrating. So I don't know what it's going to be like for the players. I'm already losing it.
Kemarin Jason cerita.
All the players, like the moment they walk out, they look and they're like,
iya, makanya
that's the
si Booster pakai celana pendek cok karena panas banget di sana
I
katanya.
don't know how I would feel having to sit down.
Gak ada AC.
This is different, right? The last 2 days.
Ini gimana mainnya cok kalau panas?
100% it's going to feel really wild.
Yeah, and I was speaking to some of the players. They can hear the crowd. Like they can hear them. So you guys make sure.
Bilang ya si Merv itu kan apa namanya kayak keringetan gitu kan, demam panggungnya. Padahal emang panas di sana.
As we head into the map select, we mentioned this earlier in the
Aman
show
kok,
already.
aman kok, suara Discord aman kok.
Ada kelihatan keringetan
PaperX are coming into Ebola with the greatest advantage ever.
Yeah, 2 map bans is so ridiculously good, and they earned it by only having played 3 matches here. They earned it coming through the upper bracket final, and it is such an advantage because that means they don't get any maps banned against them, which means fine, which means
that's the big thing. I think as well FPX would want to take a couple of things out of there. Their breezes definitely looked a little bit shaky. I'm not sure they want to lean towards it, and that's the tough thing right now.
Mana aku benar dapat voucher tokped. Oh kan? Dapat cuy. Tuh, tanya tuh. Pakai train dapat.
I mean, look, that's the advantage you get, baby. You go through the upper bracket and you go, I don't like
pakai
this
AC
map.
dia
This
sama
one is my
Ryan.
perma ban.
Nggak tahu
And
gue
you're
juga
good on
kenapa
a
nggak
set. So
ada
guess
sense.
what?
Oh, bind. Let's go bind.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And obviously, like you guys have said, bind, we were going to see 100%. And of course, they're going to pick it straight away. If you leave it open for the Ebola, this is...
Enggak. Iya dia pick selang-seling doang. Bandnya dua-duanya dari PaperX.
But they also didn't pick yours, so still
Asen sama Speed di band PaperX. Enggak, bandnya awal. Kan 7 map kan? Kan 7 map kan? Yang di band 2, tapi PaperX dua-duanya yang band. Nah ya, siapa yang pick duluan? Itu udah paling canggih sih, advantage buat upper.
Yeah, and Fracture is very much still on the table, and Bale, if they get Bind and Fracture in the first 3 maps, this is the dream start.
Ada pesan ini Indo, ada emang.
Masih positif.
Berarti ya masih ada Heaven,
Cuma bertiga doang.
Heaven Breeze, sama Fracture.
Kamu lembul nggak apa-apa.
Exactly the type of style FPX wants to play against with their control.
The greatest thing about it is that as that being map 3, we will get it no matter what. No matter what kind of banning advantages PaperX gives, we will have a banger map on Fracture. I think I've seen some of the most exciting games from both of these teams individually on that map, so I'm so glad it comes in, at least in the top 3.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's a map that PaperX have also been sort of testing a few things, like switching out with the Sage every once in a while as well, so I think this is actually dangerous because again, I think the way that they get that advantage early on, there's not really a map where I'm going, that is firmly favored to FPX. I think PaperX are happy to play anything that's left, and while Haven, we've already seen it on the side and with sort of mixed results.
Yeah, well, Haven and Breeze are the only 2 maps left, and FPX, they want to play Haven fourth. Bala, do you think we're even going to get to that Haven?
Giveaway kencang kalau lag kayak pelan banget AFK semua nih, kocak. Udah nggak mau nih kayaknya nih.
It was PaperX's weakest
HyperX.
map regionally. I do think Haven is a
Oh,
problem
deg-degan nggak?
and they will have to
biasa aja
potentially
sebagai yang main.
survive on this map if the maps go in the way that you might expect them and they don't get any
Ulala.
flips. So Haven's going to be a problem for FPX.
Banyoru kah?
FPX has played every single map in the map pool here at this competition. They've had the longest road to get here. They played every map twice, and that's the one we're talking about. I mean, if you can sneak Breeze in there, the ones that they've lost,
Kang Batago ajakin nobar capek.
if it does sway like Baller is stating here, that's the one where we can have the pendulum swing back into Paper X's favor if things do go wrong in the earlier part of the series for Paper X.
So you guys feel like if we go to map 5,
jago
Paper X
sih,
have the
tapi
advantage here, or FPX?
udah pernah Persija
I
kalahin.
have not been impressed with the
Jadi
Breeze
aman.
that I've seen from FPX so far this tournament. I think it's
Padahal
been
itu
figured
Vicky
out.
doang yang main.
But
I have been impressed regionally though, Tom. I really have been impressed regionally.
But I think if any team could deal with a Yoru, it's going to be
Ya
the Kings
Rusman
of Yoru.
emang dia mau.
Oh, I like that.
Anjing kemarin nggak bilang loh pengen nobar. Itu bisa dibantu izin ya.
When we come back, we're going to be bringing the players onto
Anjir,
that
sekarang
stage.
kacau ya udah bisa ngomong kayak gitu, Cok. Sekarang bisa bantu izinin.
Enggak, maksudnya bantu bilangin gitu karena dia nggak kenal lah. Daripada dia nonton kena copyright. Di take down, nah hilang tuh channel.
Apa aja?
Enggak, Cok. Ngaco, bro. Jangan ngawur.
Aduh, langsung
Jadi
kaget.
bro, gara-gara ngeliat keyboard pengen ini keyboard bro.
Wih, langsung dong.
Makan apa itu samyang?
Bukan beli bro, jangan beli bro.
Enggak ya main kan mereka
Nggak.
yang bukan gue ya.
Gak sesuai selera kalau beli.
Wih, kalau pakai layar itu mata lu bisa biru deh.
Berisik.
Pada ungu kan.
Mana lagi stres guys?
Sama iklan ini, Cok.
Oh copyright nih,
Kenapa tuh?
lagu-lagu
Ada-
kayak gini
ada
nih.
suara ii gitu tadi.
Ada kursi
Ada.
gua, anjay.
Ada kan ya?
Iya, ada itu
gitu.
doang.
Buat kalian yang mau giveaway tambahan nih dari Tokopedia, jadi ada HyperX,
Gua sewa stiker.
cloud earbud sama headset sama starter pack-nya buat nge-stream lah.
Ya lu katanya mau beli gua
Jangan lupa di like dulu guys, bikin 1.500 baru dibikin ada hadiah nih
Kalau
kocak.
menang Berlin lu mau beliin gua sih
Iya nggak ada.
Santai, bro. Kalau menang Berlin mah.
Dia orang giveaway kenceng.
Bener ya?
Like kagak kocak.
Deal.
Iya.
Orang bisa
Karena
begini. loh.
Ferrari,
Lu
dia
beli
mau
mobil
Lamborghini.
Enggak, gua kan maunya secret red. Kenapa jadi mau Lamborghini?
Mama, Rusman lagi pusing kah? Iya, hari-hari pusing tuh.
Iyalah kalau itu mah
Muke,
nggak
udah kayak
mungkin.
muke.
Halu ya lu sendiri anjing. Tahu-tahu pas menang
Dia bertahap.
Ayo guys, 46 detik lagi. Ini udah ikut semua belum nih? Anjir 1.300 cuy. GG. GG cuy 1.300. Yang ikutan tebak-tebakan. GG cuy.
Emang bisa nggak bisa?
Menang Berlin beliin Lamborghini.
Bener ya? Tuh denger ya.
Ngisi itu di mana? Nggak ada. Itu persyaratannya cuma nanti ada keyword. Nanti diadain keywordnya pas di akhir-akhir stream. Pas gamenya udah selesai, ntar ada keyword. Terus tinggal ketik diketik aja keywordnya. Terus ya syaratnya udah follow IG gua aja. Udah aman guys, aman.
Like dulu woi.
Like dulu. 1.500 lah bikin lah. Kocak lo beliau loh. Bisa begitu.
Nggak tahu.
Biasa dia udah tulis kan? Enggak ada ya?
Nggak ada. Tapi biasa di copyright gue ntar ada, Cok.
Iya anjir. Nah, gua sengaja hidupin monetis ya, kenapa ya? Karena gua nggak mau dengar lagu kan. Lagu-lagu iklan kena anjir.
Berarti lo tiap iklan harus di-mute gitu.
Iya, makanya gue mute tadi. Sayang banget anjir.
Bisa
nggak dapet.
Give a massive welcome to FPX and Paper X.
Nah ini nih, ini dia nih bro.
Ini kita harus fokus bro.
Kita harus lihat nih ya, fokus ya. Ayo fokus. Fokus cuy. Wih, gila tuh pialanya.
Duluan, Cok.
Anjing.
Piala udah
itu ya? Itu spec ya?
Iya. Kayak spek gitu.
Tapi bentuknya.
Iya bentuknya. Iya. Mas siapa yang bilang enggak anjing?
He doesn't need to warm up. He just needs a gun in his hand. Sugetsu is a god at this. Shao is having an absolute series here.
Anjing gue udah lama nggak main Halo cuy.
Tuh lihat tuh pada pakai boxer, Cok, panas anjing di sana.
Itu udah keringatan tuh.
Iya itu makeup tuh. Gue lagi nunggu BNK nih. Iya celana pendek semua apa emang itu?
Stylenya ya.
Iya. Soalnya mereknya sama anjir.
Oi Bang Kaco udah sehat belum?
Udah saya belum. Udah lumayan. Apa 90%. Emang celananya mereka gak sih? Tuh, mereka itu tuh di kiri.
Nabila pakai hot pants.
What the fuck, bro? Bro! What the fuck? Wah, ngelawak si anjir. Artis anjing. Udil dapat konten anjing sama Just Valorant, kocak. Bisa. Bisa pakai hot pants itu ditarik-tarik lo celananya anjing. Siapa nama coachnya? Dombros. Oh, Dombros. Dombros. Nah kan tadi buka, kocak.
Dihujat sama siapa dong?
Anjing lo artis lo malah dinaik-naikin lo. Mau manja udah di atas awan dia. Udah beda mau manja.
Ini kalau di situ langsung dia nggak ada. Langsung pulang ya.
Emang di highlight terus nih. 1v4-nya Arem.
Iya keren soalnya cok.
Iya. Itu. Ini dia, bro.
Ini dia boy.
Anjay.
Anjing itu dimaju dari mana cok?
Aduh, gua kalau ketawa, Aaron ketawa gara-gara bengkel nih pasti nih. Anjing loh. Lu tahu batuk loh. Bisa begitu loh bengkel, ada aja pikirannya anjing.
Anjas. Tiba-tiba ada apa kejengkang gitu kan.
Kepleset ya? Entertain. Ini, aduh nggak ada jing lagi.
Anjas keren banget nih bocil.
Ngari. Sepatunya dipakai, bro. Travis Scott tuh. Ya surprise kan? Di surprise kita, cuy. Nih, nipu katanya positif anjir. Hari-hari bisa nipu nih bocil.
Alex juga udah negatif cok.
Alex emang udah negatif.
Kemarin nggak ada kan tapi.
Oh, kita ditipu dari Twitter sama IG anjir jing. Bisa-bisa ya katanya still positif.
Hologram kan.
Keren banget deh coachnya di depan kita cok, jadi kayak dihargain gitu terus sih.
Oh, ternyata positifnya positif 5 deh.
Ini kayak lihat beda sendiri anjing.
Anjing BNK sih nggak ada. Kayak nggak bisa gitu gua anjing pemandangannya.
Which one of them can claim that throne? But the exciting thing is, guys, no matter what happens, we're gonna have a brand new master
lagi tuh.
and potentially, Tom, one from a brand new region.
I can't get over the fact that you're going to look across the stage and you're going to see Menkai staring back at you in that wig. Like, it's just going to be absolutely ridiculous. Yeah,
FPX mana nih? Sih, kalian nggak ada yang datang ke stage apa? Gerak dong. Let's go.
And I'm glad you brought that point up because that means we have a truly global esport. I know it's hard to take PaperX seriously, Tom, but take this moment seriously because now we can say on the global stage we have a worldwide tactical FPS that encompasses every single region.
Yeah, maybe global esports will be.
Gue di paling depan. Oh, pantesan Momar Manja. Momar Manja jadi konten kreatornya ini.
Two very good teams, and they definitely earned their spot to get here.
No, I mean absolutely. Both have. PaperX has just shocked the world with their play style, and FPX has gone through the ringer of a lower bracket. It is ridiculous to think that they made it here after all of that.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's bring it back to this best of 5 at hand. When it comes to the maps, again, PaperX are in a very comfortable position. They banned 2 maps out against FPX. Although having said that, the last grand finals we had, when Loud had a similar advantage, Tom, they kind of let that slip away.
Let's be honest, when you get to this stage of a tournament, the maps
sabar nih bro.
Necessarily matter as much. You are playing with two world-class teams on the stage. They're going to have a map pool good enough that realistically any of the maps could go any other ways. I think FPX have proven that throughout this entire tournament. They can even play a map that they were perma-banning before and still win it versus tough teams. They are world-class here.
Yeah, I agree with your point, Tom, but I don't want to understate this advantage that PaperX has. This is probably the worst team that made it through the upper bracket finals for everybody else in the tournament. So FPX came into this and saying, oh, this is going to be a tough road ahead. Such an uphill battle.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here for Bind. Of course, Jess.
Surely
they bring back the Yoru.
Give it to me. It didn't work when you took it out of your composition. So Forsaken, if you can anybody across the stage, I need you to pick the Yoru. There we go, baby.
Nah, ini dia Yoru.
We've got it. But also, if you have a look at the side of FPX, they've also made a change. Xiao's moved on over to
tenang. Ada Yoru per second, ada juga Yoru Angel.
Because if you think about how Yoru plays, this is a guy who's going to try to get his TPs through the bind teleporters, try to get it up short, and try to get it into flanks as well. So a lot of misdirection can come from Forsaken's TP, but with Sage, you can put a wall to block it from going through.
Well, that's the point. They're basically trying to make things a little bit more awkward. The thing that will be interesting is how that's going to work more so on the attacking side. Like, how are you actually going to have your same setups and same executions even that you had before now that that fade has gone completely?
I wonder if we're going to be looking at these walls against Forsaken and these TPs. Then we have the Raze head-to-head, of course, coming out. Jing being one of those players that can traverse the map in a single second and zip in on one of his best agents in the entire agent pool here. We have players on an individual level taking agents that they are well on a global scale, but the head-to-head, the counters, that goes down to the micro level now.
Bikin 3.000, 3.000. Dia bikin 5.000 apa? Plus giveaway-nya, sabar belum masuk map.
Have in their preparation here, or do you feel like the other day PaperX played, is this a free win?
I have high faith in FPX's preparation as always, but specifically about your preparation, I don't know if that expertise in that area.
Well, the agents are locked in and it's
ya,
time
bandnya
to get
PaperX
into
dari
the Copenhagen. Give it
APAC
up for Brand
masih 100% ya.
Let's get into it. Copenhagen is looking beautiful today. The crowd is flooding in, and Josh, today history will be made. The Masters 2 Grand Finals, two fresh teams ready to claim that title.
Either way this goes, it is going to be a new team, a new captain raising that trophy in front of a crowd that is fairly evenly split down the middle. I've been hearing them going back and forth for either team, chants in either direction as well. But this is not a case where we've got a strong favourite and a library if the other team win. And you've got potentially the most fun team in the game. Playing against a team that's going to try to
fokus ya nonton ya.
And look at this to start things off. You've got a flash down into sand.
Full speed, a bit of stun. Look at this already. A bit of a contact play, but the corner not being checked for Chow. Oh, what a play!
Itu klik kanan gak sih? Barusan klik kanan kan 2 kali.
Being able to contain the PaperX Euro on Bind. It's been honestly just full speed ahead. A lot of teams have tried to contain it, tried to slow it down, but
RTO bangsat. Bisa RTO tuh anjing mainin terus.
Stack over by B this time. But FPX, we're watching them take showers.
Aman guys.
Same haunt. Gate crash going down towards Zipan.
Internet cuy. RTO tadi babi emang. Nipu ini anjing.
Comes out of it round the corner, but the shorty's going to get shut down.
Mana.
Forsaken is going to find
Aman.
challenge yet. Cracking this FPX default is going to be so difficult, and the way that FPX play around their guns here means that they're going to have an enormous advantage, or at least compared to usual, heading into round 3.
Very
belum
slow
bayar mah.
for now. Slow walk, just try and
udah bayar kok.
Space of the Viper orb up. You can see that Jinx is trying to make a play happen. Spray down. Should be absolute free low, I think, to try and get that spike down. A TD play. It's a last minute.
Talk about it a little bit after this replays, but once we get back in, you'll notice FPX have managed to get themselves in a position.
Begini internetnya anjing tuh, lihat tuh, bisa nggak bisa roll ini ya gua anjir.
Here might overstep themselves just a bit for that info.
And And there's Angel just trying to mess with FPX's heads. Jing takes one, the stunned player around the corner, and Angel's not going to be able to get away.
Wonderful work recognizing that. 2 players down.
Ente dah, kesel gua sumpah. Udah lihat internet, tadi aman loh. Kenapa nggak dari tadi aja sih pas orang nonton baru DC.
Straight in, what a kill to find with only the Spectre.
Kabur mata lu kabur. Orang udah beli makan kok kabur kocak.
Xiao's angle. Do they anticipate this? Have they thought about the fact that the Sage is in the comp? Flash pushes him away.
Yeah, a bit of information, a bit of space gain. Now, wow, the player's trying to flood into the back. Kill's going to be traded out, but eventually down to just Mindfreak. Not able to do it. Perfect crosshair placement there by Xiao, anticipating where they were coming from. That's the bonus converted, Josh. That's what makes FPX so dangerous.
Aduh, kalah bonus lagi.
Consider how they got to this point. And take a look at the replays here. Sipan just bouncing into the site. There was a snake bite flying towards CT, but that's only Zipan trying to handle it.
Cuy, aman nggak?
Amazingly as well, currently 5-1 in the server of just finding another pick on the other side of the map after his team failed to take showers in emphatic fashion.
DC anjing.
A little bit of a boombot play, but the money's not too great here for PaperX.
Lagi nomor DC.
They're hoping that a couple of these FPX players end up just funneling into them.
And I think the key for PaperX might be finding these mid-round timings to go aggressive.
Aman cuy, aman cuy.
Information like this.
Comeback ini.
Potential for some C's being thrown by Divide, for example. Some little set play. Doesn't quite catch.
Yeah, Mindfreak tries to swing off it, anticipating that maybe.
Pas ada yang jiggle nih.
But look at FPX, the way that they're offloading this. The sticky drop down. 2 shots run it off by Divide, not enough. Can't get that reload in action. And of course, the flanks being watched. Forsaken trying to just TP through. Jing does get 2. Showstopper online, opportunity potential.
Ini stingernya gacor loh, stingernya Jing.
Satchel play right round the side, but shut down once more by Xiao.
And you look at the positions that Xiao and Sugetsu are playing in, they're so ready for the aggression coming out on the other end. Forsaken has been utterly shut down. 0-4. The crowd giving them the best chance, hyping up the PaperX players, wanting them to get back into this game. And it is Rifles on board to vie with an operator as well. Perhaps taking an aggressive peek here out of sand, using the fact that FPX are not going to be taking that area of the map aggressively.
Knife over the top. Going to be landing there on top of showers. Can't be broken. That's going to be good information game for Ardis. But there's 2 players trying to play towards there.
But his job is simply to hold on. And Divide, while I thought he might have gone for an aggressive peek over at Sand, is just holding his angle. And perhaps this is the adaptation for PaperX. Drop into a more passive position, try not to get punished, and wait for the time to tick down. Sometimes FPX's worst enemy is the clock.
It's going to be removed easily enough. You are right, Josh. Down to this minute mark now. Prowler spotting the players split all over the bloody place, but the spike now starting to end over towards the 1 million direction. To watch this being made with the operator. Divide misses the shot.
How did he not catch at least one of them there? Benkai's still coming around though, and as the time ticks lower and lower, Jing and Benkai's ultimates may be important.
Rolling wanted to push them back, the showstopper. Not let loose just yet, but still the kill found. Sipan opens it up. He got leg space being gained. Definitely let Jing try to make the most of it, but again, the trade is there, the back of the side, Benkai. He anticipated over the top, Sugetsu finding his mark, slow orb. It's hard to try and play through. And an easy enough shot, a flick of the wrist. 5 rounds in a row for FPX.
Absolutely demolishing their opponents at this point, Bren. They've got the read here on Bind. And I think this is what PaperX were afraid of when they went up against Optic. And they decided to move away from the Yoru. This playbook is deep, but a lot of their defensive aggression has the same theme to it.
Same patterns.
The same patterns that you can detect and theoretically shut down, but it's incredible to see FPX have so much success without ever having played PaperX before. This is another grand finals where you have a team that's gone straight through the uppers and one that's clawed through the lowers. We saw that play out at Reykjavik as well, but this time it's not a rematch.
Makan guys, sambil makan enak nih.
Very difficult to play against for the first time. So major credit to
FPX.
all their theory working out so far.
I think they've got a phenomenal understanding of how they want to
BO5,
down what PaperX were throwing at them, and that's what this timeout's going to be used for. Try and work a way around it.
It's okay, masih 0-5, santai.
The aggression's been getting punished a lot of the time.
Yeah, and also these slower rounds, they've just not quite been able to hold on. Listen, round 5 there were many times where Davai could have taken an op shot and maybe stopped the FPX aggression. But he just missed the first time and leg shot the second time. Those are chances you can't let slip away against a team as drilled as FPX. They're going to be all over you.
You have to capitalize when you're handed those.
Gila, ini berlima. Mau ngapain nih dia?
So much of this map, honestly, is just ended up with that hookah control that these teams have been fighting over. And look at this. The weaponry obviously a bit poor, but still Zipan taking a shot. The nade. Not favored, the 1-for-1, but still this is a half buy for PaperX. Giving up the space that they've gained.
And immediately looking for the pivot off, expecting some kind of fast reactive push. Remember, PaperX normally play against teams like that. Teams that are going to try and react against them. Instead, FPX have just frozen. They hold completely in place, waiting for the defensive team to lose all idea of where they are on the map.
Yeah. It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it?
Benkai's going to start to get itchy at some point in this round.
Gila, main fake jadi anchor di B.
Down a minute, 50 seconds. People are going to look for information, maybe with their face. Those are opportunities that FPX are looking for.
That's why they're so slow off the rip here. They contain a bit of it through. That's going to be the Prowler into the TP. Good information gained as well. Latches onto one of the FPX players outside. And Angel.
Aaron sepertinya tergedak-gedik ya, guys.
Tablet in his hands there, looking like they're gearing up, ready to go. Here we are, outside hookah. The utilities drop down, but there's the orbital strike to split them up. Pushes them away. The stun as well on top of it. This attempt has been slowed down, and Josh is getting dangerous. 23 seconds in this one. They need to be finding these kills, but it's FPX. Once more opens it through.
These players are just too sharp right now. Even in a dangerous round like this, where the clock has gone against them, it's all Xiao. What's he at the moment, 9-1 or something?
This guy's on fire.
Xiao and Sugetsu, the two players who are holding these passive positions, are unkillable. Unkillable.
Enggak si
FPX-nya ya.
Right, I can feel it.
Nungguin gitu,
Main sabar sih dia nungguin PaperX do something sih.
All on the line. History will be made on either side of these teams, but just a better read for now.
Yeah, going to go into a short tech pause here as things get sorted out. It does give PaperX some time to consider, at least within themselves, what's been going wrong. But FPX have come out with a great game plan. And Bren, I think the map pool discussion that the desk was having is so important because we have another team, PaperX now, Loud last time, that make it to the finals whilst only winning on 3 maps. Fracture, Bind, Haven. I suppose they did win on Ascent, but they were forced to ban it in this series. So out of the 5 that they're going to be playing, 2 are completely unknown. And that always creates a very different feeling for both of these teams.
Yeah, it certainly does. But Tom made the point on the desk as well prior to this one. When it gets to this point into the tournament, it doesn't really happen where a team is favored on these maps as well. You make it to this point, honestly, your map pool is deep enough that you can take teams, even if they are theoretically favored one way or the other.
And we saw the same thing happen when FPX played against Fnatic.
Yeah.
Fnatic, you would assume
kursinya meja kayak gitu aja. Gue kalau angkat kaki kelihatan dong.
Bonus. They're just incredible at keeping momentum going.
Kayak nggak ditutupin gitu kan.
They don't give you an inch to breathe. And PaperX have
paling lo kayak gitu angkat satu sih. Gak bisa cok kalau nggak angkat
all anti-ecos.
It's snowballing, isn't it? Just waiting as well. Restart on one of the players' PCs.
Kayak vandal jauh gitu aja.
Fokus, kayak nggak bisa fokus gitu cok.
Harus satu nyilang gitu gak sih kakinya?
There needs to be
iya.
PaperX.
Satu lah kaki.
Something to make it work with this Euro composition right now. Forsaken sitting at 0-6.
Ini gue juga
takut nggak napak ya.
The biggest problem for them is they're struggling to figure out when FPX are in a vulnerable position.
Yeah.
FPX will throw a little bit of utility at the beginning of the round, then they'll try and contact take some areas of the map.
It's okay, guys.
Actually execute, it's too late.
Maksudnya dia suruh Jing nge-kill. Parah banget sih, ini kayak Aini sih. Ini kan ngomong gitu sama gue.
It's been awesome seeing the crowd out here for the first time for a Masters level event.
Ini cewek-cewek.
We've been seeing creativity
yang
Ini anak-anak gitu.
orang lagi gitu.
Creativity and passion in the community is awesome.
It is really sick to see.
Kayak mukanya beda cok
The
sekarang.
first time that
Gayanya
they're
beda
doing
ya.
it. Yeah, waiting for these crowd events as well, finally.
Salah beda banget sekarang.
A Masters winner.
Padahal mereka juga nggak diundang.
We'll
Sampai
be getting hopefully into the round shortly. Like you said, Josh, you know, a bit of a breather for PaperX, I think.
Anjir,
At times they felt like the people's champions as well.
Banyak banget anjir ngeliat cewek nonton di sini. Coba lu ke CSGO udah dikit banget cewek nonton. Cucu.
I want to take a look though at one of the big feature matchups you're going to be seeing here, and one of them being this Raze head-to-head that you've got in Bind. Jing, Zipan.
Macam ada tuh pipi love-love-nya anjir.
You know, Jing has been all the way up at the top, who everybody's been talking about, right? On the other side of things, you've got a player that flexes around a little bit, isn't always playing the big entry role, but has still put up extremely good numbers. Listen, I would expect Jing to be running away with this, because he's been playing all of those big positions where he can trade off the Seiken, get aggressive, but Zipan's just quietly been putting up excellent consistency throughout the event. And his road has been arguably more difficult with so many more matches to play. But this is going to be a fantastic head-to-head throughout the series.
Jing has been obviously supported a lot more. That's the kind of play style of PaperX that you expect. You know, those heavy hitters for Seiken and Jing. Really just all the resources put behind them. And Zipan, I mean, honestly, in terms of the talent on FPX, it's spread quite evenly. Normally it's Xiao and Sugetsu are at the top, and they're playing the more supportive roles in general, but hopefully heading back into the action soon enough here. You can see this face-off between
Aman, sponsor Aman.
And specifically within Bind here, as we look to get going very shortly. Specifically looking at Bind, Jing has been the one that's been able to find
Habis nih makanan gua belum mulai nih game anjir.
It's always the tip of the spear, and that tip has been broken off, and it's pretty hard to beat FPX with just a staff of wood.
Sure.
You need a better weapon than that.
Yeah, especially when Doomrose has been up all night prepping. When you heard him in the post-game interview, the guy was saying, I was up until 4:30 a.m. prepping, woke up early in the morning prepping.
Itu monitor apa sih dia anjing kayak keren banget gitu.
I'm sure that Alex has been doing a similar level of grind.
Of course.
But FPX have been a difficult team to prep against because they're willing to throw very similar comps, but with a slight twist. And that's what you've got here. Xiao making his move over from Fake to Sage introduces this even slower, even more soul-sucking variant.
Iya makan juga.
Soalnya kayak ngaruh buat apa namanya kayak
hopefully the issue is resolved. We are going to be getting back into the action here.
Bawahnya enggak
akhirnya mulai.
6 rounds in a row for FPX. We'll see if PaperX anything up their sleeves. Obviously time to reflect on what's happened thus far.
And it looks like they're going to go for some short aggression here as well. Rifles back in their hands, round 7. You've got to hold the momentum here. This is where you need to put one on the board.
Yep, fault line's going to be ripped off there. Flash off to the side as well, not finding any players.
But just trying to trigger a response, a
yang penting
reaction out from
itu aja
FPX.
anjir, di cas aja.
So passive though, Josh.
Their positions are carved in stone.
Look at how far back they are. Just looking at that minimap. I mean, not willing to give anything up. Angel obviously lurked his way into this a bit of a forward position, but now to contact reclear. It's a triple face. All these players, are they going to be able to catch this position? They know that Angel has played this way before, but the crosshair placement just immaculate mind free. Not ready for E4, and even 2 kills. The clone finding it a little bit there. The flash just to block the vision. The kill does go their way, but finally the response by FPX already moving away here.
They don't think the Forsaken's already up here. He had a timing. He had an opportunity, but it's just not quite going to work. Sage wall popped down by Xiao as well. Trying to stop anybody that would be on the A site, but that's not where Divine Jing are coming from.
Can they really still play this one with the Vipers bit up? Sage will blocking a portion of it. The money's not good. Outside of Divine and Jing. The percentage play, honestly, is going to be the save.
And that's a heartbreak.
Of Angel.
0-6 down, and you're forced to save in a round like this. That's catastrophic. And you're also starting to see the PaperX teamwork and synergy break down a little bit there too. FPX is starting to dig into that mentality. When Benkai went for the first
hari-hari kena off Angel.
They're ready to trade, nobody ready to back him up. All scared, holding angles for each other. Not approaching it with the same kind of zest that you usually expect from PaperX.
Masih banyak map ya, masih 5 map, santai.
Take a look at this one again. When Angel finds the first kill, apologies on the mind free. It all falls apart. The timing on the swing is not there for the trade. And Forsaken's reactive push is not enough.
Yeah, bit of a solo play for them, and right back into it, of course. A bit of a pause at the tempo. This time,
ini baru time. Oh, tadi technical tie.
A tactical one.
Yes.
And Alex is going to be barking out orders.
And honestly, it does feel like, Josh, PaperX has been getting baited into this incredibly passive hold. I mean, you made the comment, FPX carved in stone, it seems like, with the positions on the minimap. So far back, playing around cave and market, just willing to give up a tremendous amount of space early to try and bait out that aggression by PaperX. And it has worked, it felt like.
Ya udah, jangan nggak di set juga, maksudnya kayak lu nggak usah ngapa-ngapain, kan mereka kan nungguin lu gerak kan. Pas dia gerak baru diinin kayak menit-menit 1 gitu. Jangan langsung di early ya. Kalau mau gerak.
Take some area of the map like showers for example and just try and hold on to
Siap, coach.
You don't need to necessarily push
Tentara
out
harus
further.
hitam, coach. Siap.
Although you can see a couple of pings on the map
Stop.
here from PaperX's side.
No celah nih.
They were highlighting the kind of area that Angel's been playing in when they take showers.
Sure.
No players there looking to punish yet, though. And it's a half buy that doesn't look like it's got too much damage, but there is at least a rifle in Device hands.
FPX kayak inisiator cuma satu kan, kayak doang.
Do some solid work with it. And honestly, at this point, you got to just get that one round on the board, I think. That shift of momentum. I mean, one of the hardest ones to find at times. It feels so suppressive, I think, sometimes when you're on this big stage. The first time that PaperX have been able to play on the stage together.
Yeah, very true. But having players away from them never stopped them in the past.
Ball taken out as a close knife, so they know that nobody's at the backside of Hookah. A bit of a flash and a play into it. Angel has to dodge it though. Hookah control is going to be gained. Now an aggressive play. That's going to be the Nightfall straight down into it. Zipan is going to be satcheling away. Another one in play to try and pick up, but the kill comes through anyway. Jing finds an opening. Control still along there. Second one. Jing ripping on the head to Forsaken from behind. The pincer try and make the moves. Angel. Rifle in hand, 3 kills. All lining up from
Titip salam buat Keren Hapuh di Surabaya.
Angel has just pulled out the most almighty clutch there to get them into this round, to get them favored here. Can Benkai, the IGL on PaperX, do anything similar? Only a Marshall in his hands. It was looking so good.
What a difficult ask it is.
Tadi Ronnya harusnya menang, Cok.
It's not ideal. A bit of a jiggle information going to be gained. He's going for the no-scopes, but of course, perfect timing with the swings. Sugetsu takes the crossfire. Another one on the board. Brutal for PaperX.
I guess it's just going to be one of these days from Angel, huh? He gets a 2K in one of the previous rounds when they're punching him at showers, and then pulls this off when his team is in a horrible spot. Grabs a 3K on the side.
Kedeteksi dia udah di depan elbow anjir.
That's the first time actually that FPX have chosen to reactively push off some of the mid-round aggression.
Sure.
They flooded into Hookah, and that's exactly what PaperX were after. That's what they wanted them to do. Forsaken was ready to punish, but not even that round has been working. PaperX must be scratching their heads at this point. Yeah. This time, though, PaperX's players in showers have avoided the 0 point. Is this going to bait over aggression from Angel?
Doubling up, trying to find an Angel! Who has replaced this guy, man? Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane.
Off angle tai. Lagi-lagi.
Everybody, they can't miss a shot.
Why not? Flex on
apa dah? Mainnya off angle curang semua, Cok.
Just down to Benkai once more. This is absolutely brutal stuff.
Utter domination to start off the grand finals here of Masters Copenhagen. And PaperX are getting choked out. They're not being given a chance. PaperX
bisa off angle semua tai.
Make up lows, and FPX just back off and commit to the chokehold. They've just been strangled out of this game.
It was a question that we were putting up time and time again over this tournament.
Buset.
That is such a nasty
Sharp
shot.
banget anjir.
And Angel, I mean, this guy, don't get me wrong, he had a slow start to the tournament, but the past few series, he's leveled up. Elevated. I mean, he's one of the oldest players we've got at the event. At this point, the
pusing tuh Alex tuh.
Si Alex sekarang jadi ngeri sudah.
Just showcasing itself.
Ekspresif gitu nggak sih semenjak ada Gil, coachnya Gil.
And Angel is certainly challenging the narrative. that your skill fades away as you get older.
Menahan dulu kan.
It really isn't a matter of reflexes. It's a matter of how much you're willing to dedicate yourself to your craft. And Angel has been there for so long. And he's still so hungry. Here goes Forsaken with a clone down short. Trying to get any value, any information out of this. Angel and Sugetsu refuse to bite.
Aduh.
Through the walls, Angel.
Bisa banyak ngajinya kalau kata Rusman nih si Angel.
FPX again, the slow siege. Absorbing any sort of aggression, any attempt of information. And here might be another one. The Horn off to the side. Jing this time responds in kind. And they need to try and favor them. Angel still
Gokil Jing.
Shao, however, has a res, and they're looking to punish Jing.
Ada res lagi dia.
Going for it with the showstopper.
Ay.
Too far around the corner. And honest, the confidence is there.
Res dong dia.
Every play from PaperX has an answer. And now the res comes through, and suddenly it's a 4v2. One of those rounds that could potentially have gone the way.
Time though.
The APAC team.
14 seconds left in the round. Time needs to be getting through here. The rolling thunder to disrupt them when they're coming in. It's gone so low. You can't whip that. Myfrick doesn't find it. The plan denied.
Nice. Wow.
It's not enough.
Anjing, hampir cok.
Light at the end of the tunnel in that round.
Iya, anjir, itu kalau nge-clash 1 lawan 4 loh.
Tadi kalau Jing ulti dapat 1 menang sih.
It is just impossible for PaperX to win right now. Take a look at the replay here. Benkai does an amazing job of spamming down Zipan, killing Shao, and the trade is just
wah, tai dah laki.
From Sugetsu with a second on the clock.
Laki cuy.
So tight there. But this is just sheer domination.
Oh, no.
From what I can remember, Bren, I've never seen a 13-0 in a grand final. But it's looking like it.
I mean, we said at the beginning, history being made. I didn't think it was going to be this.
FPX, it feels from the style that they play, they're just... Oh, now Angel mixes it up.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about how slow they are in these rounds, but FPX have just walked their way through showers with still a minute 15 to...
Papa Benkai so sharp, yes.
Benkai's there ready and waiting. Orbital strike to try and clear out that space. Force the positioning, but Forsaken, he's in trouble. The flash to try and swing through Zipan. Oh, bullet to the side of the head.
Awkward timings, awkward timings.
Oh iya, tapi Batrumnya yang bencong sendirian.
Happening. Angel right now in full control, the puppet master.
Berdua dia mati 1.
You never anticipate that. The round 11 conditioning coming through, but it's a fast approach once more. The foot says Zipan around the corner.
Wah, ada
Holding all that damage for the time being, but still holding that old, holding the rocket, waiting for his time. Slams it against the wall, but again, now the clock still ticking. PaperX is the 4v4, but trying to retake into this one. The Viper Orb again impeding them. They can't get through it. Bogged down by other utility. A stun off to the side. The shot's just not coming through. The confidence is lacking. And Shao, what a star this guy has been.
FPX just have a wealth of players who are willing to make plays like that and come up with the goods. Sugetsu still only has 1 death, friend. We've played 11 rounds and Shao and Sugetsu both feel unkillable.
Oke, masih aman guys, Bisa ada Killjoy situ cosplay.
Killjoy nggak dipakai cok. Jadi nonton anjay.
Gak pernah di-pick jadi nonton anjir.
Killjoy nggak di buff jadi nonton, kata dia ngapain gue jadi agent lah.
Definitely feel the analyst that's going to be scrambling for opportunities, but this is going to be the shower scrunch. Plays being made, PaperX.
Kagetin lah kau,
Finally with the advantage they were looking for.
The first time
ya Allah,
that the set players work.
Itu tipis banget loh waktunya loh.
Choosing to commit to the aggression now knocks things back with only 1 player
bisa
advantage.
muter loh ke T-base tuh.
So far in the tournament, they've been amazing in these situations. But this map has been a completely different story.
Yeah, what is the response? What is the answer to this one? 1 round on the board doesn't leave much of a buffer when you head into
soalnya mereka ada ulti
second
semua ya,
half.
beda tech.
Again, Zipan, Shao, perfectly happy to just let the time pressure
And just
accumulate
Durham
over
and
the course of
Yuho,
the round. It's slow and methodical.
The lower the clock
Satu lihat
gets,
short,
the
satu
better
lewat
Mindfreak and
bathroom ya.
Benkai's ultimates become. And so for FPX, if they want to close
Taruh
this
dapat
out
satu sih harusnya
perfectly,
nih.
they need to find these players over by lamps.
No way, is it back with the one still? The trade, the return.
Lagi kena
Vi
semua.
will find it. Haunt off to the back, but this lurk into the back
Udah
of
bakal
the
di-expect gak sih
site.
dia
Oh,
nih?
it's so unsuspecting. The spike drop down.
Tapi si Benkai kayaknya, aduh Benkai gue ngeri banget tuh sumpah.
Has he got the read here?
Nggak ada yang bisa expect dia di mana.
Game of timings.
Cek Benkai ngeliat. Aduh.
The play is being made.
Dia percaya sama Papa
A bit of
Benkai.
pace now injected. Xiao, wall in play, spike in his hand.
The ult.
Rolling button to try and deny, and that is going to be enough time. It just
Wah.
Benkai, you just need to survive. 2 seconds.
Nice Benkai.
Does get it.
Nice.
Round on the board.
Bisa di one tap.
First half.
Gak ada
It's such
otaknya
a
anjing.
hollow victory for PaperX. Not even keeping the player alive to rejoice at the end.
Masih bisa kena one
They are
tap
going to need a
anjing.
miracle to get back into this game. And I'm worried about their mental in the series.
Absolute slaughter. Let's send it down to our analyst desk to break it all down from what we've seen thus far.
Oke guys, masih ada
Masih
ada 4 map lagi.
Do you guys think maybe anything to do with nerves here, perhaps, on the side of PaperX?
I mean, absolutely. When you have the pressure of this crowd rooting for you, at least half of the crowd rooting for you, it's definitely very different. Jing's first time stepping on the stage as well, for sure.
This is so. It has to be, yeah. It's so uncharacteristic. I'm like, there has to be a reason of some kind because it's not their gameplay that's lacking because we know what they're capable of. They've come down, they sat down. I think they've maybe, bitten off more than they can chew with the crowd and the whole pressure.
Well, two people that are definitely not swayed by any of the nerves here.
Sugetsu ini jago nih anjir. Segala dapat pisah sih dia.
Yeah, I also think anti-nerves is a thing, right? These guys stepping up to the plate when it matters most. Look, Sugetsu has 2 deaths after an entire half. That is ridiculously good.
Yeah, I think the thing as well is they've just had some superb sort of reads on everything that's going to be doing. They played a very passive hold. This composition that's there for PaperX forces them to play this more aggressively. And then you have Angel pulling out ridiculous plays exactly when they needed him most. Every single time there was a moment where it looked like, okay, this is it. Don't worry, PaperX have got their first round. Well, it took until round 12.
I mean, this is the big thing I've spoken about Angel. Like, the moment you put him on Brimstone, the moment you put him on Bind, the man just wants to be the opening fragger. Even though he's not the duelist, even though he's not necessarily meant to be the leading man, he finds a way. Think about over in Showers, how many opening kills against some of the best duelists in the world, and he's your controller player, and you've got 2 of your other support players just popping off. Yeah. It's an unbelievable performance from FPX.
I also think that the game plan that they had was exactly what you expect to make going against PaperX, right? From the beginning, from pistol round, they're holding the pushes. And guess what? PaperX does it. You expect it, and it comes. And they dominated that round, so immediately...
Masih aman cuy,
Against PaperX.
Masih ada 4 map lagi.
Lost 1 map and they were not bodied on it. So for PaperX, this is a completely different ball game to what we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Do they have the ability to mentally...
Berarti kita dukung terus guys.
Well, luckily this is a marathon. It's going to be 5 maps. Tom, maybe it's going to be 5 maps. And Brennan Sideshow, I'm looking forward to seeing how PaperX can get back into this one.
Pusing aku, kenapa tuh? Kasaron.
Certainly the question, isn't it? But FPX are no strangers to being the narrative killers. They knocked out Japan in groups. They denied Korea that top 3 spot. They took out their EMEA brethren as well. And Optic, that 2-time title spot, no, that's been denied as well. These guys have been battling it all the way through the lower bracket since this tournament began.
They are just utterly merciless. The fun slayers. But that's FPX. They're not going to give you an inch. Here comes Forsaken, though, aggressive on the attack. Starting to build the confidence.
But still, the crossfire FPX, it's too much. Artis and Angel finally dealing with one of them. The pop flash around the corner, the buy. Confidence back under the down to the 2v2. Spike, it's got to be planted here. The players are low. Snake bite off to the side. Almost going down.
Bisa kena di atas itu anjing.
Enak itu ya?
Bisa kena. Enggak dia line up itu. Tapi enggak tahu dah. Tak kena gitu anjing.
Aduh, Aram deh expect kayaknya deh.
Absolutely everything positioning known still goes for the
nice Ron. Sabaran, shit Ron.
Orangnya yang jago lagi.
Aduh. Lastnya sao anjing.
Oh boy, scattered to the winds.
Ada aja.
Pistol round loss.
Xiao winning another 1v2 situation to put his team up onto map point. He has been clinical.
First shotnya tuh pala loh.
Winning tons of 1v1s. He's winning a third of 1v2s. That is unreal. Superstar clutch level performances. And that is it, the record broken. FPX have now played the most rounds of any Masters event. And I think they're trying to cut it short here.
Yeah.
They want to go home with trophy in hand as early as possible.
These guys have been
fighting
their way to get to this point with substitutes. But plays still being made. PaperX not slowing down. The confidence is there, right into the back of the site. Forsaken with the 2 kills they needed.
Spike planted.
Now Artis and Zipan look to retake. They know there's a player close.
Still trying to fight this one.
Banyakin run and gun. Zipan Zuzu.
Does Artis still want to play for this one? That's the question.
It's going to be a new situation for FPX. Usually they're the people that... Usually they're the team that find the second round. But of course, PaperX, they had to go for something.
Aaron sovereignnya menyala sih. Harusnya jangan di-upgrade tuh level.
The attack side
soalnya dia kemarin jago nggak di-upgrade.
But I don't think we're going to be able to see too much of it unless they are utterly flawless.
There is no buff with the rounds whatsoever. It has to be 10 straight for it to even be a possibility.
Nggak tahu, kan gue nonton dari lu.
FPX perfectly happy to play. Not forcing the issue. They have lots of rounds to try and finally close this map out.
Dari tadi gua ngomong kocak.
Apa nggak masuk kocak?
Bisa aja lu keong.
And they're going to meet Showens to get to.
Oke, siap, Cok.
Utility used on the side. Crossfire though. Gotta be wary of it. Boom.
Bisa nggak meledak itu, Boom?
Mereka ikut tapi mainnya di
sini. They're weaving in and out, but down to just Angel.
Ini ada kok ada smoke satu lagi nih.
So much confusion right now.
Ya Allah.
Angel, you gotta be joking. The wallbang angle. Shots being found, but
diliatin tuh Yoru aja kan udah mati kocak.
Favorable fight being taken there. Benkai, another one on the board, but it's getting close, Josh.
Nice. Nggak nol lah ya guys ya.
You heard it from Tom when he was talking on the desk. They've only lost one map on their run through the upper final, PaperX. It was bind to Optic, but it wasn't a blowout.
Nggak bisa keluar dia.
And they're used to winning. Domestically, they have been slaughtering their competition at home. Easily the best team in the APAC division. Can they dig deep? Can they dig deep in the series? Never mind just in this map.
Who's next?
All popped off there, Forsaken, going to be trying to use that. Get a bit of information. Utility coming through, pinging into the corner. A bit of a body block in action as well. Flash into the side. Jing with the satchel play. Child's positioning, not the hold, and the running gunning. Eventually, Jing is shut down in the back of the side.
Aduh.
Again,
Jason memang bener lagi geter sih nembaknya sumpah.
Returns it, it's down to that 3v3.
Angel got ult off the back of this. And there's 2 players in land.
Ya ampun, kepanggang.
And this could be it.
Itu gara-gara dia bunuh si Jason nggak sih? Jadi ada ulti.
A kill not even needed. Molly over the top. That's going to be half on the defuse. Mind freak, an opportunity.
Aduh, kayak spec.
No one's taking it. It's all down to him. The shot's not found. No, and FPX pure domination.
NT. It's okay guys.
Statement opener from FPX. People were calling blind an easy win for PaperX, a guaranteed one on the board. Absolutely not. FPX come in with a game plan, a slight adjustment to their composition, and demolish their opposition. Every part of that was utterly clinical.
Oh, it's so clean. And the preparations being put in, you can tell every single player of FPX, they're here to play that championship mentality. Confidence to take fights.
Nonton makanya.
The reason this highlight reel is so one-sided.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tuh Alex tuh marah-marah tuh.
Covid juga kan dia kan.
Ya habis Covid tuh marah-marah cuy. Marah-marah cuy. Aduh. Map 2 tadi apa ya? Icebox ya? Icebox. Tuh kita cek Icebox ya guys. Artis main chamber nih artis nih. Mana? Masa iya ini? Icebox-nya
Bam, pilihan FPX kan iya. Harusnya so jago lah. Kenapa jadinya so jago? Gue pernah nggak ngomong apa-apa kan, bangke lu. Kenapa ya Kaco kok enggak om atau apa kan udah tua.
Gak ada dia nggak.
Kaco dibilang tua cuk.
Ya kan.
Coba parah banget dibilang tua.
Iya.
Tai.
Gimana ya peraturan game ini kak? Ya nggak gimana kak, bingung.
Mana dia nggak ada main Icebox ya?
Peraturannya harus menang.
Ya peraturannya menang pokoknya.
Bisa nggak ada Icebox gini anjing? Ada nih.
Jasonnya lagi bau guys.
Kagok kali.
Ah kemarin ada. Oh iya.
Overdosis.
Bisa nipu gitu ah. Mana jok? Oh ini.
Biasanya breaknya berapa lama sih? 10 menitan ya?
Nggak nyampe.
5 menit.
Ya. Gitulah.
Juga.
Victor bisa main neon, coba kemana lari itu kalau di Icebox?
Ada itu Jason main Vic orang Indo. Tim Indo mah nggak ada. Orang Indo ada.
Bisa sih kalau agent kayak gini bisa. Bisa guys. Icebox bisa lah. Oke, aman.
Udah gue strat di ban dari tadi tungguin mulu.
Aman cuy.
Apanya yang aman bro? Lu ngelek.
Pers menang ini. Net market lu pada bagus-bagus gak sih?
Gue bagus, gue ada Oniklo sama Valorant Go. Tapi
Valorant Go apa?
Valorant Go sih.
Yang pisau jet itu.
Iya.
Bisa nggak dibeli loh itu?
Iya kan?
Orang diskon. Net market kalian yang bagus kan? Nggak ada yang bagus nih anjing. Infantry Ares lah. Minima Ares. Ngapain coba Ares ini?
Sekarang mana orang Aring bang? Gak
ada yang bagus tai.
Kan? Nah berarti di band nggak tadi bang? Nggak tahu. Tadi di band map apa sih cok? Nggak ada.
Apa?
Esen sama apa ya tadi?
Esen sama split. Yang better ini doang nih. Sumpah yang better ini doang nih kayaknya. Ada yang mau isiin gak guys? Ada yang mau beliin VP nggak buat gua? Beliin dong VP buat beli match pang seri. Ini namanya Best GS Series Duel.
Buset.
Match found.
Kali aja ada yang mau isiin VP.
Finalnya nggak gitu bang. Astagfirullah, jangan ngomongin yang aneh dah lu pada dah.
Kita diam dulu. Gua pengen pakai reso ini.
Semangat gua knife RGX diskon 60%.
Reso
bos.
jing.
Belilah bro.
Oh kamu malak? Kan aku kan saya bertanya bukan malak. Beli dong nggak gitu. Ada yang mau beliin nggak? Gitu kan.
Warm up.
Beda. Ih, kayak beda gitu ya. Ini udah lama cuy.
I hate waiting.
Apa?
Let's do this.
Tinggal batuknya belum.
Fight. Behind me. Ini player perbandingannya antara Soba's dead. Tapi di mana Afif? Bro.
Isi sendiri manis.
Tuh, kan ada yang mau beliin kan? Tuh. Aduh, jadi nggak bisa alt tab cuy. Thank you Bang Brokoli. Brokoli ya tadi namanya. Terima kasih. Isi sendiri cuy. Gini kan enak. Nembak jadi headshot ini.
Gimana nih dia refleks dong.
Bisa begitu anjir. Sabar bang, habis ini bang. Kayak nembak gak kena gitu gimana guys ya?
Oh ini marah-marah ya? Astagfirullahaladzim.
Udah lama nih gak main Valorant.
Halo. Ini di dunia ya. Gak ada Arsabun. Sudah Arsabun.
Kayak gak enak gitu geser mouse-nya, kenapa ya?
Gila dia pakai angin cok. Angin dari mana tiba-tiba kayak ada.
Astaga.
Iya, ada anginnya.
Kayak geser mouse gak enak gitu anjir.
Astaga. Kelar masuk angin.
Apa ya? Kalah ini mah DM anjing. Orang bisa ngendok kayak gitu. Tai.
Ada lepas sepatu bro, panas kayaknya.
Udah mulai belum guys? Enak. Joks.
Kira-kira mereka pakai
The angel's dead.
Three out. Gitu kan. Enak hai.
Bisa diciduk gitu kill gua. Udah mulai kah?
Jing kayak anak kecil banget ya. Vibes-nya.
Keluar cuy.
Dia sebentar nama lo kan Del?
Udah mulai. Keluar.
Dia ngomong kayak dia lebih tua kan.
Dewasa sih, nggak kecil lah.
A quarter of the time maybe. Their best of 5
Oke, nonton guys. Thank you tadi Bang Brokoli. Siapa sih? Bang Brokoli kan? Brokoli ya. Thank you Bang ya. Mantap.
I completely ignore that era of Paper because it goes against my narrative of they're better against the EU teams and stuff like that. Because last year it was definitely different, and obviously they've learned.
Oke guys, menang nih guys, map 2 nih.
I think it's going to be interesting here on Icebox because this is.
Dan lu sama Jason sama.
For whatever we could say about FPX, whatever. This is Paper X weakest map. Whenever they're in a best of 5, they have to go to this map. It's the one that they do lose.
Which is why I was interested that they took the target ban instead of taking away an uncomfortable map for them. I wasn't sure if that was something they would turn around and go, "Ooh, let's get rid of 2 uncomfortable for us," rather than target banning. I had either Icebox or Ascent on my list as being one of those 2 bans. The fact that they got rid of Ascent, you have to play this. You have to be ready, and I got to see it.
I think that's a great point. Brendan and Josh were talking about how Paper X is only 1 on 3 maps here at this event, right? So you have to kind of think about that in the grand scheme of things.
Halo Bang Sponsor.
That makes you comfortable. That's what I was coming into this thinking. FPX
enak nih lagunya nih. Ada tahu nggak judul lagu ini?
In the way that they were counterpicking against Optic, that sort of thing we saw to get on bind in my mind, right? So maybe actually since Icebox they really do have that many different comps or anything like that. Maybe they'll go back and it's going to be comforting again.
Or we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select.
Banjali kah ini lagunya?
To trial a lot of stuff here, but what are you expecting from Paper X, Tom?
I think in the past they were still running their jet combination alongside the chamber on device, so we'll see if they stick with that or maybe try and switch things up a little. By the looks of it, it's going to be exactly the same. I don't necessarily mind.
Priscilia belum ada, bisa nanya Priscilia coba Raka.
Very different, but this also gives much more opportunity for Forsaken to take that space, which I think is going to be so important for them because when he does it, he's an absolute superstar.
Devi on the chamber, I mean, I love some of the shots he's been hitting. He's one of the most underrated chambers just because it's not one of his main agents that he does take into the pool, but on maps where it's necessary for him to move on there, for other players to take other agents, he's been stepping up and being a quiet monster with the 2 to 4. So I'm interested to see if he's shaking off that map number 1.
He's up against artists though.
Italing Google Form dong, mau ikut dia. Udah ini Bang Sponsor. Ini nanti Bang Sponsor di brokoli busuk. Welcome to whoa. Wait a minute. Welcome to Sobat Nanda. Bukit cuy, 150.000 cuy. Wah si Yu ini benar-benar. Si Yu ini bang brokoli. Ini Bang Sponsor, nanti ada hadiah ini. Ini earbuds FPX sama ini juga. Ikutan yang itu aja. Aman. Bang Sponsor aman ya. Tahu yang tadi udah tutup Bang Sponsor. Masa ya dibuka lagi? Aman ya.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk crew. Yes, let's get to it. Map number 2 here in our grand finals, and it is map pick. These guys have been scrimming against Fnatic the entirety of stage 2 on this. They've been fortunate, haven't they? And now an opportunity for them to potentially go 2-0 up in our grand finals if they can carry that momentum forwards, like the desk was saying.
Yeah, and no one really expected them to be here. They are the underdogs. They believed in themselves, of course. Even with a standard, they were saying they would make top 4. But I think
Bang Sponsor mode BU, waduh. Bahaya nih Bang Sponsor mode BU nih. Kok bisa nih?
Just how good they might have been. Pistol round underway. Paper X got to be playing with a bit of confidence here. The dash engage already on the top of 4.
Tuh nggak dicek kanannya.
Bit of space being taken. Off to the side though, and off with your head, Hardis. What a shot. Right around it. The wall's already up, so they are going to be getting into this post-plant situation, but already FPX not wasting any time. The wall broken down bit by bit.
Ada wall lagi sih, Sao.
Shots rattled off. Benkai.
They finally got a piece of it, but their players are falling as well.
They're all wall up though. Shao just trying to stick it halfway. You cannot be kidding me, man!
Hey!
Oh,
hampir.
Paper X.
Iya.
They return back into the fray, around on the board, and it's the pistol.
A huge start mentally for Paper X.
Nice,
bro. Back into this series and believe that they
Adios muchachos. Adios muchachos.
Take a look at how this one goes down. Shao trying to put the wall up in front.
He was going to do that.
But they had players in these post-plant kind of setups. And that's a bit of the hype that you need to see. You
got to see it.
Adios muchachos.
With such joy in their game. Started to trickle out a little bit on bind.
They're a team that really do relish the opportunity to play with that limited pressure. Just come here, have a bit of fun, you know. The goal, make champions, maybe take it a bit further, but
banyakin tuh pindahin ke crosshair, kocak.
Great engagement from Forsaken, taking so much space, and Jing is right there as well, getting run down by Xiao. That's easily traded by the rest of the team.
Look at this, swapping around a weapon. Forsaken's actually giving it all up. Still doesn't matter, does it?
Buat Gojek Bang biar cepet sembuh.
Far quicker than previously on by.
Gojek apa nih? Masih racing bisa aja nih. Tadi aku udah makan masih racing. Thank you ya, nanti ya aku pikirin dulu ya masih racing. Thank you. Tercek dulu Gojeknya. Thank you masih racing. Aman. Masih terbatas makanannya. Soalnya masih batuk. Semangat gini cuy. Begini ya.
A set play perhaps coming out on the bonus here.
Board over the top.
Lah, kebeler ya? Headshot bisa begitu.
Using the information that was given to him by Angel in mid, pre-aiming that position from Forsaken.
But it's an instant pivot, isn't it? PaperX don't want to waste any time here with the wall being straight up. Xiao, of course, you're taking that fight to spray down. Not going to get the second, but the damage is definitely starting to get done.
What an awesome punish by Xiao to be able to get one back.
Ya ampun.
He moves forwards, get caught by Sugetsu.
How do you regain position here? That's a good start with Sugetsu falling, but the double up again.
Bulldog,
what a play being made, but now shut down, still denied. The buyer out of FPX, it goes their way.
Tambahin suarain game, udah
Good
kocak.
control by FPX, especially from Xiao. He's been such a playmaker for this team, finding them
Gedein suara dari lu.
in the mid-round clutches as well. The point of him being on top of his wall, if you start to break it, if you spam it down, if you want to try and get the plant, Xiao's going to be able to swing on those players that aren't aiming at him, that have their spray all messy towards the wall.
Oke guys, tadi bonus.
Already you're seeing those adjustments by FPX. Playing hard and fast to try and deny that post plan from even getting set up. Aggressive approach once more. Haunt onto the top there. It's going to get pre-fired, so no information really going to be gained.
Jing is going to be loving to search for these early kills, but it actually feels to me like Ardis is going to be the player under pressure. You see where Forsaken is, the tip of the spear for PaperX. And Ardis, he's getting caught. Expecting the jiggle and Defy is there.
Aaron Vandalnya menyala gini anjing.
And that spreads the defensive side thinner.
Lagi mau debok kah? Ini Aaron langsung.
Zipan's still got a nade to be able to work with. Try and
nyala cuy.
Buy some time for rotates to come through.
Prowler's just going to go to the left side of the yellow box with the wall up. Man trying to get
Anjing kena.
That's good.
What an awesome play.
Gak terlalu sakit sih kalau nggak langsung di tengah-tengah. Cuma berasa juga sih.
Kalau di pinggir nggak sakit ya?
Nggak terlalu sakit. Kalau di tengah-tengahnya baru tuh.
Operator and mid is being watched. Xiao, what a kill to find.
Look at this swing as well.
Wow.
Angel, I thought he was going to go for it. Come on.
Tries to make a play, but
Nice.
Rezel line once more going to hold it.
Nice, Jing.
Let's
go. Let's go.
FPX shrugging off the awful approach to that first map that they had. Here to play now, Josh.
Let's go, boy.
Already finding some really nice answers. Ardis' aggression was a very crucial element of how they managed to go up 8-4 against Fnatic. And then this reflank back through mid completely destroys what Xiao is going for.
Lah ini kenapa sih anjing?
So that puts FPX onto
Jasonnya masih turun. Aman. Masih aman kak? Jason masih aman. Masih fokus. Masih bisa. Ah, jatuh, banyakin jatuh. Entry dia.
But there's everybody here from FPX. They're willing to over-rotate with only pistols in their hands. See if they can gamble on it being an A hit.
Stacking the side. There was a moment though, Angel having to re-clear and watch mid just in case player lurks their way in. Positioning game.
Ya, ada talinya tuh.
Now with the positioning there, Xiao tries to wiggle around with the movement, the play being made.
Aduh.
Shots though, Artist still headhunter. This guy is a dangerous element. Rattling it off.
Kelihatan tuh talinya.
Not gonna be rewarded.
Bisa ada yang langsung high kak coba. Bener-bener kelabang. Bisa ada yang langsung high kak.
Still not going down. But now finally they can get into it. But positioning is still there. FPX over the top. Sipan into nest. Only has the Sheriff got a reload against the wall now. And he knows roughly where the players are. Divide off to the back. But Forsaken a great swing to try and shut down.
Darah 7 bunuh 3 cuy.
Business they were getting up to.
And that's an actually fairly close eco round for FPX.
Hampir tuh diinjak tuh lumut tuh tadi anjing.
And I think that speaks to the mentality they've come into this map with.
Aren BT tuh.
Despite all of the damage that got done to Forsaken, 7 health, still pushes through the Viper wall, still ready to trade on Divide.
There's a watch party in Singapore.
They are starting to believe. As are the players, I
Kapan Indonesia ada kayak gitu, Cok?
Sebenarnya ada nap.
from FPX.
Tapi kok nak COVID gua babi. Tadi mau diadain. Champion aja, champion.
You can't turn up to the grand finals, not be willing to play with that confidence that you've shown the entire time in Masters 2.
I totally agree. I think
Times more.
Simply a case of PaperX's aggression getting countered in map 1, and they didn't exactly have anything to fall back on when it came to binds with the Yorukon. But we know that this team has more than just aggressive set plays.
Of course.
We've seen fantastic mid-rounding by Benkai, awesome lurking by people like Forsaken even, when he's on the chamber. And Mindfreak has been one of, if not the best clutcher in the tournament. You'll have to have that discussion with Xiao throughout this series. So they definitely have the other pieces that they need. It's just a matter of putting them all into place and finding a map where it works.
Here.
Forsaken looking like he wants to monitor some kind of aggressive push. No, he's going to go for the double updraft play with his knives.
Play Storm in hand, seeing if he can catch anybody. Just peeking ahead over Boiler. No bites. And the adjustment here, you can see Artist now got his tour de force in hand. No longer playing towards B-men. That information, that jump peek gets risky.
There's barely a shred of Jing's head showcased though. He's just managing to find good information about where Artist is positioned. There are so many different angles that Artist can play, but he's got to stay within a rough area that he can rendezvous from.
The way that they're playing this Artist is denied. The Prowler latches on, it gives Jing the sideline, and the confidence is there. One step further, all the way into the back of A. 3 kills in the round. Oh, this guy wants to claim the ace.
Oh! Jing! Anjing! Masa GNT bro? Toh, fuck man. Lari itu hit headshot semuanya anjing. Kenapa? Musuhnya nggak tahu dah. Pokoknya saya udah. Ada yang pakai nggak deh, beli tuh. Beli. Dimajuin semua cuy. Tuh. Gokil.
Artist shut down once more.
Buset.
He might be taken instantaneously. A dash forwards and his PaperX looking to capitalize. They want to this.
Lah.
Good shot by Xiao. I mean, Forsaken is just so far forwards. They are incredibly confident taking these swings, but that does mean there's only 2 players now on site.
Hey!
And the risk could get dicey. The risks that they've taken may come back to bite them here. Sugetsu with a Vandal.
Yep, picked it up, acquired it, a bit of an upgrade for him.
And not just that, the ultimate's here.
Yeah, Nightfall for a Nightfall, traded out across the board to swings again.
Oh, suara double emang iya?
Mindfreak has it ready and waiting.
Ini suara double nggak sih lu, Nap?
And that will do the job. It got incredibly close. Speaks elements, I think, to the power behind these FPX players, the individual talent that they can make it that close even when they're on just those Sheriff buys.
And that, I think, is where the danger is starting to come. Listen, PaperX is
Aaron bocil line up. It's okay, guys.
They're up 6-1. But you can tell the tendency is to keep going.
emang kerjanya gitu aja gak sih kayak jadi.
Yoi, emang harus bocil line up cuy, biar menang cuy. Daripada keluarin peluru, yang penting keluarin utility bisa menang, kenapa enggak? Ah, jadi Nutrijil kah ini ultinya?
This ability to punish the aggression just hasn't been coming through. I mean, Forsaken's instantly updrafted and dashed forward to try and punish this Viper's Pit. It's almost like they were ready for it. And look, forced up the high ground, Togetsu has to hold close. The Prowler reveals his positioning. They know he's not up top anymore.
And that's huge info. Do they clear Shao as well? Not quite.
Oh, slight timing to spam with the Vandal. It reveals him and Forsaken wants to try and take the fight anyway. Moves through. A bit of noise being made as well as he steps into that slow orb.
That's Benkai having to recover the spike and finds a kill to respond as well and bring us back into a 3v3. These are normally the moments that Benkai calls for some kind of big round. Mindfreak has a position at bottom tube.
Aman.
And they choose not to get detected by the zero bot. Can Mindfreak find an opening?
Sabar cuy, Aaron.
The defense spreads so thin.
Aaron lagi cari timing nih.
Bisa kalah gitu kejepit tuh. Oh, Aaron kayak cuma cut rotation doang ya. Dia masih bakal. Oh enggak, bentuk clearingnya.
Could get some serious value.
How does the timing work here? Can he find a way past zip?
Ngeri timing Daron.
Waduh, nggak siap itu pasti angle-nya Sharon.
Bit of a reset there, the aim, he finds it in the end. Crosshair placement's good as Angel hears him on the top of the ropes. But now he's trapped off to the side, up to Divide. 1v3 and no time to really make anything of it.
Enti.
A good response exactly when needed.
10.000 dari David, pesan, Bang Kacok kita ada dapat Budi VCT ga?
Budi VCT yang mana? Harusnya ada sih. Setiap tahun nggak sih? Bisa begitu loh ayamnya.
Great answer, FPX.
I think you just heard Angel say as well. Get the op, and Ardis says, yeah, I have, don't worry. So now Ardis with the operator, moving himself over to green.
Body champion
prior matches.
That's where Forsaken has been updrafted to, and you can see that FPX are already thinking about it, looking to try and pre-fire it. But Forsaken's one step ahead, covering it with a cloud burst.
Bosan tuh Ardis tuh anjing. Di B solo.
Each team is making. Obviously the dash was enabled, has to spend it. Moves to the side, and the wall is forced out early. Burst down. Not going to be stopping him. In fact, Shao's ended up offloading a boatload of utility. Orb and a snake bite just to try and prevent too much from happening with the rendezvous though. Back to safety, but the Viper's Pit is down. PaperX want to be fighting over this one. 2 for nail, but the positioning. Togetsu reveals it.
I got the spike.
The trace is just showing exactly where he might be, and Devi is doing all sorts of work.
PaperX are going to have to be cautious here, but they have such a player advantage. Try and fake out a little bit more counter players Forsaken there with the tap.
Where do they plant this? One Zipan! Off to the side!
Where did that come from?
3 kills! What a play! Can't reset it enough though. Benkai finally shuts this guy down. A menace. An absolute defining factor potentially in this round, and finally a nightfall to push the players back. No sound cues online. Hardis, you're really taking this one, but Mindfreak.
Aduh, keluar dong, kaget dong.
Come down to absolutely anything but the horn.
Ya! Run!
To the side.
Aduh.
Now the 1v1. Shao's been so good against Benkai,
Nice.
but the shot is
Nice timing Benkai itu, kalau dia tekan D sekali lagi tuh mati tuh dia. Tadi crosshair udah pas aja.
And PaperX almost let that one slip away from them after doing so well here.
Bisa kill 3 nih orang.
It's just a gorgeous 3K. But throughout that entire round, PaperX were determined to get the spike down in only one location. And I think FPX are already reading into that. The amount of utility.
Phantom run. It's time to Phantom. Tadi dia Phantom sih yang nge-lurk di mid.
Spamming to push them away, but now again, aggressive play into mid. PaperX showing some different shades, I think, towards their icebox gameplay. Walking up. They can hear that trademark, but his aggression once more being played. This risk being taken, backs away into his
ada res, nice.
Online, and so is the resurrect.
Jason dapat.
Just turned around.
Ngeri banget sumpah demi Allah.
Ya Allah, minima serif anjing bisa begitu loh minima.
Holding a different angle. Surely Angel doesn't get that as well. It's back to a 3v3 with guns, I think, available.
Bisa hidupin lagi.
Able to come up. One each in the round, and that gives FPX the player advantage.
Walking into this one, and they should know the noise being made that this is leaning towards the A side now. The plant.
Dia legend cepat banget ya.
Vicinity to try and disrupt this one. But it is that player advantage. FPX are working with it. Best weapons for the job, but 2 rifles still might be good enough for them. A flash to try and clear through, making sure nobody's holding. Plan positioning be incredibly difficult to deal with.
Pas sebelum nyampe di side gitu ya.
They need to break this wall. Zipan's running through, trying to make himself the bait.
Nice.
But he's just run out of the
mati Zipan Zuzunya. Sabar. Wah.
Nice.
TP back away.
Kedengeran cuy, iya.
A slow, patient approach.
Enggak siap sih.
And it nets him the kill, it nets him the round.
It's okay,
and that is thrifty. FPX barely brought anything into that round. And yet, every eco has been so dangerous.
Last player standing.
Sugetsu landing shots like that can't hurt either.
Just outstanding.
Look how calm he is.
Throughout this entire tournament, obviously coming in late, FPX were playing with subs, trying to earn their spot to even get to this point. Buying time for Sugetsu to get here.
Guys,
and none of their players experienced at an international masters before.
No,
but you wouldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it.
Been denied too many times in the past, but this fight could be taking place. The jump peak.
Whoa! What a flick from Davai.
But do they expect this one still? Crossfire, we're going to be blocking this one, Zipan.
Nah, banyakin tuh hancurin. Banyakin tuh.
Iya.
And this is the aggressive plays that he's known for.
You cannot predict Jing. And look, they're not even allowing the players to get close for the retake. Applying so much pressure before Sugetsu's even a fraction.
Oh my goodness.
And just playing with it. Playing with it! PaperX have gone from getting crushed on bind to playing with their food on Icebox.
Relentless. It's like we're watching a different team.
If PaperX win, I will wreck. Apa tanam panah ke kanan?
We mentioned this guy. Entire team of PaperX. Mired with issues, players having COVID, having to play in isolation.
Iya anjing, orang gila. Tadi kayak dengar suara orang gila.
It can't be easy, but he makes it look it. Another eco. These are the rounds where FPX has been looking extremely dangerous.
Nice. Wah, udah kesel tuh. Ardis tonjok tuh meja kocak.
Sound cues being made, but
Angel's going for an ult here.
Diligence, off to the side.
This looks like they want to be set up for a fast retake off the spike plant noise. Here it comes.
Plan coming through. That's going to be the knife force. Scatters them all the way back. The rendezvous though, and now still in those post.
Bisuka. Buset dah.
Entire kitchen sink just being thrown at him into this corner, but can he hold it down? Can he lock it down?
Wah, dismokin.
Waduh.
Nice.
It's good enough. Jing rewarded with that clean finish to the first half.
How many
boy.
That I've counted at least. He just seems
Ini dia baru PaperX.
Kills for Jing. And an awesome half from Divine.
12 round. Ke A terus anjing. Ke B. Cuma sekali lah tadi.
I think this is what we all wanted to see after what happened on map number 1. We're used to seeing the Shao show, and who knew that there was a man in this tournament that can top the stuff that Shao's brought us. Jing, absolutely incredible.
He's been insane. What a turnaround to go from getting stopped on bind to first came on stage as well, and then to put out this performance on stage. Who early in the tournament he played against Guild, and
lawan ini ya.
worst match.
Many assists. That's at least
least one positive from
I'm
the
healing
game.
himself. How dare he?
Yeah. Outside of that, maybe less assists means that he's just, you know, capitalized getting his kills too.
Finishing his dinner.
Yep,
That's what you call it. But
I
no,
love it.
King
Imagine
Jing.
ending a half 18-10. You end half 18-10 and you're a battle set.
Mana aja lo ngeliat tadi si Jing nyala.
That's just the way that they're actually playing, though. It's like he's not giving them a moment's rest. Like this in particular,
that
it's
was
just like you can't even predict that if you're on the other side.
Dia
And
emang dari
I
tadi
don't feel like a
pakai
lot
persekan apa
of
baru
this is
sekarang
like
sih?
deep calls coming in from Benkai. I think this is them finally giving Jing that freedom to take over the game.
Yeah, I think this is Jing's great understanding of positioning, angles, and timing, most importantly, because some of these times where it looks like he's about to int, he is, but his team is right behind him. He knows the spacing that they have, and it's really, really fun to watch.
Is it in though if you kill two and then die? Is that in?
Absolutely.
It's only inting after you've killed the second and then you carry on. So then it still counts.
He got 5 in 1 round. That was alright. Not bad.
Too bad. The man does well. Look, this is a star.
Dia udah sembuh, Bang. Dia udah
Their
negatif.
pace has kept up. They are now the ones dictating the pace. Very present in bind. So I think this is something they've learned. Maybe they've shaken off a bit of the nerves as well. Jump around, you know, get the blood flowing a bit. And now they're on stage. They go, all right, now we know what to expect. Now we know how to do things. Looking better.
Yeah, we're moving to the attacking side though for FPX. This is where they kind of swung the game in their favor against Optic. It was a 6-6 half after Optic kind of swung a bit of a lead in the beginning, but this is the half as well where they can accept the aggression really, really well from PaperX.
Ini kalau misalnya jebol terus ya Aaron nggak mungkin dapat kill anjir pas attack. Pasti dia killnya pas defend. Kalau super tuh biasa dari defend banyak nyari kill.
Lagian support kan juga emang bukan buat banyak nyari kill sih.
Iya, yang penting support entry-nya maju aja.
Ini dia sama siapa? Sama JJ, Odell, sama Aluka, sama
And to me, I think PaperX just took him out of the game completely. Barely allowed him to play.
Yeah, one of the heavy hitters of the
Nah,
entire
dulu dia
tournament, honestly.
nunggu PaperX.
Mainnya kayak tadi dah.
Iya.
Mainnya lama banget.
Pistol round, it is very slow.
Tapi kayak PaperX udah ini gak sih? Udah santai main.
Slow, cautious, red default.
Udah sabar
But that
doang.
also means that there's going to be 1v1 opportunities happening here, and Artis is taking.
Terus si Benkai bisa nggak insecure ya dia kan meeting nggak ada apa-apain ya by the way ya. Oh.
Took a shot though, has to back, get the heal.
Yeah, returns it. That was a Prowler being used in mid as well, so doesn't latch on to anybody. PaperX are pretty certain, I think, that nobody's going to be lurking just yet.
But FPX are gearing up for an exec here, looking like they want to hit A. Benkai's already read it, gets back into position, ready to throw his horn.
By disrupting this one as it comes through now, the horns onto the back. That is going to be Mindfreak revealed.
Tawan Aaron.
Barely gets away with a
Nice anjir hornnya.
That is through the wall. Benkai's found. What is that? Just ridiculous scenes. Jing with one instantly.
Nice.
Coming through and right into the snake bite. The trap laid down. Mindfreak, he's got all the utility. To cut off any sort of attempt of space and time running so low now for them.
Anjing.
Around the corner, Artis gets it.
Satu.
Still that nuisance. Down to the 1v1.
Jason nggak dia nggak tahu Jason di mana.
Spike will go down. Angel whips it around for Sake.
Oh! Anjir, ngeri-ngeri gimana gitu.
Taking the defuse as well and sending PaperX into double digits. And this map looks almost like a mirror image of Bind. A complete and utter opposite. FPX did get the plant down. And it looks like they're going to go for a force as well. 7 rounds to the detriment.
Jatuh injek tai.
To pull out something interesting here.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Money situation obviously not ideal, but it's about as even a fight as you're going to get at this point. You need every single round you can get.
Bikin orang tegang. Mulai sabar. Iya bang. Boleh apa tuh Bung?
Mau gitu. Mau crafter.
Buat crafter ya.
Looking to try and deny some space, probably at the back on rafters. Quite close as well. It's not going to be latching, I don't think, onto too many targets, but maybe information's gained. But the Viper wall's up. No time wasted. It's pace and aggression. That's the name of the game, Artis. Great kill to find onto Jing. This guy has been so dominant over the course of this map.
Si Aaron kayak nggak sadar dia ada satu orang di under after.
Ketahuan. Fast flash. Waduh.
What, he still finds one? Goes 1 for 1 up at the back.
Yang dibunuh Aaron lagi.
Position so smart and the flank just being watched down for
Check please. Nice.
Can't make it happen. Benkai was aware though.
Hey!
They booed a shot.
Sampai.
That's the escape artist we know and love. He's in, he's out.
Just like that, FPX. Come back into it. Clawing their way into
masih belum guys, masih bisa guys.
But still a major journey to go if they want to even draw things level here on Icebox. But you can start
Aduh, jadi hantu tuh peluru.
more impact on the attack side. Strangely enough, playing chamber. One enemy remaining. Pushing in at the tip with his team, taking advantage of all of the utility that they're throwing, and his job is just to get those entries.
Yeah. Use the rendezvous to get back a little bit as well, but the money situation looking a bit better now for FPX.
Yeah.
Really eco taken by PaperX, of course, and as you can see some dodgy plays being made.
Yeah, kena.
Okay. Shorty play with the haunt. Shut down, I believe that was a prowler in his face. Still close here. Any sort of clear. It's there.
FPX is so diligent with these things. We saw it in the game against Optic as well. They just check every position.
The power of this team, always holding the crossfires, always knowing which angles they should be watching.
Bisa yuk, jangan.
Incredibly good against those eco rounds. They don't let it get out of hand.
But that's not what's coming up right now.
Ayo guys, 3 round lagi.
Rifles in hand. Have an opportunity to tip the balance back into their favor again and stop any kind of streak that FPX might be looking to build. There's ults to work with too here. But I'm looking at the positioning of their players, wondering if Forsaken wants to go for something aggressive.
The same similar default on the defense side that we just saw with the Horn over the top.
But it is some aggression. Over towards A. Jing and Forsaken holding this area pretty aggressively, gives them the idea that there's no one really here.
Taking belt. We've seen this before when they played.
Kemana itu?
Not at this tournament, of course. First time that they're playing Icebox, still a fight being taken.
Dapat dong.
Damage was done prior.
Banyakin gendok.
PaperX, they're ripping them to shreds.
Awesome position that Benkai's holding
5-2.
on the top. Able to throw out all of his information. Play a high-low setup over with Divide. It's all left in the hands of Xiao, who only had a Guardian to work with.
Iya, biasa di tap burst.
A great round by PaperX. Everything worked on both sides of the map. The aggression that you see from Forsaken and Jing, the Sage running towards Belt. And on the other side, your anchors, Benkai, Divide, choosing a high-low setup where they can spam down these players that are trying to take B. Everything in the game plan working here for PaperX. And it's forced an FPX timeout.
Certainly has.
FPX's utility is so diligent when they go towards B. Angel uses prowlers, haunts, seizes, everything to try and stop people who might be playing aggressively and catching them. But what they weren't ready for was Benkai and Divide holding to stop them even getting the plant down. Not looking actually to hold those hyper-aggressive positions at the front of B, but sitting back on site, spamming them down. And at that point, FPX have already used a lot of their utility.
Icebox is an interesting one. In terms of the way the map plays out on the attack side of things, I mean, FPX were afforded the luxury, I think, of slowing things down to a crawl on Bind when they were playing the attack side, making sure that they could absorb any aggressive plays. It's a little bit different, though. I think you need a lot of bodies, a lot of utility to get into the extremities to even have a chance of getting the plant done in these rounds.
Yeah, on Icebox, the attackers don't start with much map control. You don't have access to... You don't have control, rather, of mid or either of the extremities early. You've got to go and take them. You've got to go and fight for them. It looks like aggression.
Dua orang lagi, guys.
This is the setup they had before, with Jing flooding forwards into the top, taking the rope. Slightly slow on it this time, but they're still going to get that duo set up.
Gung, follow Gung.
Respect Gung, follow Gung. Wah, nobar dulu Gung. Nanti dulu Gung. Bisa ngendok anjing.
Behind the ramp, anticipating and expecting the aggression. Xiao and Sugetsu, they answer back in kind.
Shades of buying.
Bisa ngendap semuanya anjing.
How difficult it is to hold such a safe passive default on this map. But FPX manage it immediately afterwards. PaperX need to scrap that aggressive strategy over on A. Maybe to the extent that they can go and hold pipe, sure, but not over pushing into spawn, at least not without a lot of information on the other side of the map.
Yeah, when you're not particularly favoured, and look at how ready they were for this. Prime game flawless, keeping all the guns moving into the next round.
Gila kalau nontonin pro player make senjata ini kayak enak dah.
A snake bite that's being thrown there by Mindfreak that might be used as somewhat of a tell. But even in the rounds where they don't want to go for aggression, he's had his Viper's Pit online for a while now. He's just choosing not to use it.
Gak bisa kayaknya early aggressive.
More aggression actually. Mid of Forsaken again.
Yeah. This time with an operator in the hand of Forsaken, and he's pushed up onto that mid angle. Look at where the spike is around the side here.
Jason kalau
on top of the wall, reset.
A headshot
is done.
Yeah, but barely any damage.
Hey!
Wow, you can't be kidding me, man!
How is Zipan getting 2 out of that?
Bisa kena.
That had to have just been threaded right between the legs, surely. That had to have been it, and the resurrect, of course, it's online. Kill Prior not even going to be mattering now, turning it into that 5v3. Risks need to be taken.
And Mindfreak looking to be the one going for it.
Again, FPX is so
diligent.
The utility to try and clear them through. Viper's Pit is a bit of a response here from Mindfreak.
In a 3v5.
Ya Allah, di terus smoke, terus
to the back, Horns on top of it, Benkai. A monstrous task ahead of him to try and push back the onslaught. Surrounded on almost every single side.
30 seconds left.
Laki banget.
They have the funds to be able to commit to this and still buy for the next round. So Benkai and Divine might try and make this just a little expensive. Zipan is having none of it. He is not having any of it today.
Triple push over the rafters, a reflank through mid. Benkai can just hit footsteps all around him. There's nowhere to watch. Who can blame him?
And Zipan gets 4 in the round, but it's the first 2 that confused me.
A shot.
A jump peek up onto the box to claim his first target. Let's take a look at this on the replay.
Oh, right between the legs.
Oh, he did. He just jumped over the op shot.
Hah? Ya ke-damage. Jago emang anjing.
Starting to look just a bit more dangerous, I think, for PaperX.
It absolutely is. FPX are now starting to snowball ultimates as well. They've been very diligent in these anti-eco rounds.
Wait, is this?
Oh, he misses the jump.
Ya Allah. Bisa kena slow gitu. Nah, tarik ya.
Dia pokoknya kalau tahu si
dropped off a fast approach, no time wasted. Now Horns reveals the position perfectly. I'm around the side, but still, kills. Flooding one after the other, Forsaken. He's right in their face. Blade Storm not giving him any options. Somehow, it's come down to the 1v1 in the blink of an eye. Forsaken.
Jason tahu ya.
Bit of a read. The crosshair placement is there for the widest.
Tahu dia tahu, Jason tahu.
And now he knows it, but still.
Yes, Jason reposition. Nice. Gak sadar Sugetsu. Nice! Nice Jason, anjir.
Of course he does.
Ada yang teriak ya? Tadi. Tadi kayak ada yang teriak gitu, nice Jason.
That's around where it starts. Forsaken missing his jump to go for a double updraft, and I'm sure he's glad he still had the updrafts available to win this one out on the A retake.
Right up above, perfect with the repositioning, wasn't it? Gets even managing to land a couple of those shots off onto him, but a thrifty
sumpah. Jantung gua tidak aman, guys.
Halo yang teriak, gua ya. Sorry dah.
Through the wall. Jing pushed up, didn't even expect this one right round the side. Nightfall pushing him back, and they're taking the fight right up close into them. Prowler going to be denying the vision, but still, Jing right off to the side, and the team is helping him all the way pushed up. They want to end it right here, right now.
Device on the ropes here.
He's
on top of Angel's head.
Ships in the night.
Wah, sama-sama nggak tahu gara-gara budek ya, Pak. Gimana sih?
Nggak tahu. Nice run.
Nice.
From the back, Mind Freak, what an opening, what a timing to catch.
Ngeri banget anjir itu Angel udah nyampe duluan terus dia nggak denger lagi. Bingung gitu gua sama game ini.
Ini si Angel ini bener-bener kayak overthink gak sih? Kayak viewersnya kenapa nih? Pada teriak-teriak.
86 health, though he does have the spike. Silently moves his way over.
30 seconds, Josh.
30 seconds left.
He might be allowed a free plant here, Bran. He's just walking back.
Nice. Let's go satu sama, bro.
And that puts Paper X back level in the series. Socks, shoes, get him back on.
Got a game to play, son. Even in the series, 1-1 apiece, the grand finals.
Booster.
Paper X right up close and personal.
Malu dia. Ketahuan. Malu dia.
Ketahuan dia dukung Paper X. Bukan region dia.
Great response. Not only in the manner that it was 13-7, but also the level of aggression that they showcased without getting punished too much. You had all of the
Zipan sih bener-bener loh.
coming out from FPX. They were still trying to punish the aggression, and they did at times. And yet you still had moments like this. Jing pulling out an ace, going for play after play.
Just outlandish stuff. All over the map. Don't get me wrong, FPX looking like they were clean, just trying to answer back, crawl their way into the map at hand, but even out eventually.
And you just can't let yourself get into that kind of deficit where one eco round and that's it, that's the map.
Booster anjir lah. Kocak anjing.
It's the tiniest of fractions that will make the difference. And like the Des was saying at the
Yeah,
beginning,
fracture.
every map is winnable. It's just what you bring to the table. And you're already starting to see the two teams' different styles.
And who knows which direction.
Abis fracture heaven baru
We're
breeze.
going to go to a short break, and of course on the other side, analyst Des breaking down all the action, setting us up.
Jantung gua, iya kan? Lemes kan? Anjing gue juga lemes.
Ntar guys, kencing dulu guys. Toilet dulu.
Sabar. Lere hai, penontonnya jantungan.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Ji, ada ini nih di komen gua.
Mana? Sini
Ini nggak mau masuk ke Discord anjing. Lagi diucapin ulang tahun sama viewers gua. Apa lo? Kontlo.
Ini karena gue ucapin lu.
Iya,
Ini
kan?
viewers gua 500 orang udah pernah ngucapin, Cuk.
Parah, ini bahasa dibilang, kalian ngucapin ini ya. Terus si kaget. Hah, ini lo tahu gitu. Parah banget ya.
Emang nggak tahu anjing.
Cepu banget lagi temen lo.
Masa kecil udah mendingan sih. Nah, ini kenapa di Discord? Nggak tahu. Dia ngambek sama gue gara-gara gue nggak ngucapin.
Iya.
Soalnya gue akhir-akhir ini emang nggak pernah buka stories Instagram guys. Instagram gue tuh cuman literally kayak cuma buat Kerja.
Oke guys. Ini emang bagus guys. Jelek kan? Jelek cok. Ada nggak yang beli ini? Kalau Sultan kayaknya semua dibeli deh. Ini cuy, tadi udah diisi cuy. Isi PP di mana ya? Si PP di mana cuy? PP di mana guys? Tokped ya, tokped. Kemarin mana sih? Sorry, Jay.
You just mentioned Jing. They're just consistently pushing, and that almost costed them a little bit of a comeback here, which honestly was what FPX was able to capitalize on, which PaperX wasn't able to do on the first map. They brought this back a little bit because of the aggression that consistently was coming out from PaperX.
I just think that if you have one player who's going to bring a duelist on usually what people are moving to a non-duelist composition map, it's got to be this man. The amount of times he was able to dash away, he's got an unbelievable presence around the map. He wasn't one of the big hitters when you think about the kill impact, with the ACS impact, but what he was able to do was keep everyone wondering, everyone thinking on the side of FPX, is he in the cloud? Is he not? Where is he? Has he dashed? Where is he going next? I love that he had that kind of presence.
And honestly, he took over the game once FPX started to come back into it, right? I think a lot of people thought when they first saw Forsaken on the international stage and maybe watched some regional matchups, they're like, this guy will just take over a game. And he did that again. This was exactly the type of thing you expect from Forsaken when he plays that jet, and it delivered on a big scale.
I know you guys wanted to keep an eye on Ardis, especially on this map. The first half he was a little bit quiet, but he ended up this map, Tom, with actually his worst statistical performance in all of this tournament.
Yeah, I think this is the first time he's properly been shut down. Like, you look at, he was still going for the same aggressive peaks, taking those fights, trying to get work done with the operator, but he was just getting rinsed by Jing, just running at him, shut down by Devi as well with some of the counter operator on the other side. It was the quietest performance we've seen, but I don't expect that to continue.
I mean, I sort of coined it escape artist yesterday, and I love that I put it in there. And then I think, unfortunately, PaperX took that to heart, and they're like, how do we stop him from being escape artist? Oh, yeah, we can just taper off where his escape is, and then just be there to receive him, or chase him down as he does escape.
Yeah.
I love that. They did not pull their foot off the pedal there. That was excellent work.
One of the guys that was maybe in charge of shutting him down a little bit as well is Jing. He is in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. An ace from him, but the crowd went wild for this as well.
Vintage. I mean, seriously, exactly what we wanted from Jing when he comes back on the stage. He was definitely uncomfortable in that first map, but this is where he started to just pop off. I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of pace he goes at this.
It's disrespectful.
Ridiculous.
That's the thing. When you're in a grand final of a tournament, maybe you taper off a little bit. You go, you know, I'm going to chill. Like, I'm not going to make those same crazy plays I would make all the way back in, like, Challengers 1 when I'm playing against teams I'm just better than. But in Jing's mind, he's better than everyone, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, we needed them to come back with this confidence. If we wanted to have a series on our hands, we had to have them come in with that kind of ferocity that we're used to seeing PaperX. And if it's Jing on the stage, if it's Forsaken on the jet, I don't care who it is that's stepping up to the plate. It needs to be a team effort, of course, but there are star players on the side of PaperX who start something like that, and it will kick off into momentum.
You also just know the Benkai sat there like, just do it. Go. Run as fast as you can. And he's probably going to carry on running as well on a Fracture, which is another next map we are moving on to. You know, Bala, we often say when it comes to PaperX, if you let them have Bind, don't let them have Fracture. Do you stand by that here?
I mean, they had no choice to, but yeah, I mean, I do, but also I think I'm pretty confident when I say FPX's style on this map specifically, they control the map very well, and they will receive this aggression from Forsaken. You talk about how he's going to run onto this map. it might be hard to do when you have a Prowler or one-way in your face.
One of the things I really want to see is just like, are they going to run the composition which involved Jing switching to the Sage, which really was trying to lock down one side and pressure the other, or are they going to let Jing off the leash? And I'll be honest, that's what I want to see. I think after this map, if he gets to play that Raze and he's pushing alongside the rest of his team, then they're really hard to play against. If they play the more passive approach, I don't know if it's going to work.
Some of that defensive aggression I expect as well. I mean, there's so many times I've seen them just run down B long with the Neon rather, and they get the stuns out, and everyone is just shocked. The round has had 10 seconds, and they're already in their spawn. I mean, these are the kind of plays that PaperX can put on. Condition their opponents to think that's what's coming. So of course FPX is awaiting, but they're a team that is used to waiting. They're used to 30 seconds left
sudah berhasil.
that spike down. So I don't think it will detract necessarily from FPX's playstyle, but I'm worried that that's what they'll be expecting time and time again. And
earphone yang dipakai orang PRX itu apa ya, warna silver gitu. Kayaknya dari sana deh.
They've already taken down Optics Neon. Not many teams can take down Optics Neon. So do you guys feel like the preparation?
They both have, yeah. 13-5, 13-7, not too bad.
Suara dari PC lu itu gedein. Ini tuh. Tadi udah maksimal. Oke guys, masuk belum nih? Udah masuk cuy. Nanti kita beli ya. Thank you Bang Brokoli tadi.
Both teams have fantastic site anchors, and what by the looks of it again, we are going to get what is basically a triple duelist. I think we have to call it that at this point.
Neon. Let's go. Sebenarnya line up begini ya. Line up ya PaperX enak banget anjir masuk. Gak ada bridge. Mereka aja ada bridge, saya maju terus, gimana gak ada bridge? Si siapa namanya? Si FPX nggak main bridge soalnya. Maju udah tuh.
I love that we get Angel back on the Omen, for example. The amount of one-ways that FPX, especially yesterday when they decided on split, they're like, actually, we'll get the one-ways happening again.
Aku bilang nonton walaupun besok upacara. Gue nggak pernah ikut upacara guys.
Not necessarily him.
Udah nggak usah pura-pura sakit deh. Baru UKS tidur.
But they love to play off of it on many maps.
That was crazy. Shout out to the observers, by the way. That was like a movie.
Yeah, the fact that they
read every day. Those guys always smash it. Unless it's a 1v2.
I mean, there was a lot of shenanigans that happened. It's not all of the observers of the 1v2, Tom. You got to be more specific.
No.
But yeah, where are you leaning here? Who are you leaning towards?
I'm always going to stick with the PaperX train on this map. I love watching them. I think they're the most exciting team when it comes to Fracture.
Well, whoever takes this one is going to have a huge advantage going to the map after Fracture. It's time to send this over to your casters, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get into this one here. Map number 3 in this series. And you two set it up perfectly. A huge advantage to whatever team can end up taking this map coming up, Fracture. I mean, both these teams, no strangers to this map. They love playing it.
Yeah, it's one of the maps at the top of both teams' pools. And I think you could argue whoever takes it could well take the series. Because we're talking about them being on such an even footing. Whoever's able to get that one up, it might just extend further and further. We've seen great stuff from both teams. And from FPX,
mulai cuy, fokus cuy.
They got most of their work done on the attack side. Now we're going to see them try and defend against this hyper-aggression. PaperX sending both duelists looking to try and react towards Dish perhaps in this round.
Utilities traded out there in the one-way as well. 10% aggression. What's going on? PaperX Dish control already a drop. Nade in hand, ready and waiting, but with the Viper Wall drop down, that's going to be an indicator. The rotations. Oh, they're there. The nade off to the side. Forsaken's already in.
Udah di situ aja Son anjing. Lah?
Glides available to them, but PaperX just happy to squeeze any remaining players that might be just trying to defend their way through the doors. Open and wide, Angel's head. And Jing is relentless with it.
That's what you want to see.
Gila banget loh. Dia punya frenzy.
And exactly their game plan function. They have their slower agents moving towards walls, baiting that one-way aggression, and then the duelists, Jing, Forsaken, flood out of Dish and crunch the defenders, and then Jing just decides to overpush and just go straight to sports, doing Jing things. Sounds like the crowd's on your side, so extra element I think as well.
Bisa tiba-tiba di Drop gitu anjing berdua.
He certainly was. That's one of the impressive things about both of these teams. Able to carry that kind of momentum and the way that they were playing online forwards. FPX, you could argue, playing even better.
Gila, di sana masih pakai dash ya.
Stun as well, Shao. Gonna try and lock this one down with a Bucky. Revealed, crossfire off. It's Angel. Sagan's taken out, but space is going to be gained now. On this side, should be able to get that plant off.
And here's another classic of PaperX. Look at the position of Divide coming out for the longest lurk.
Apa sih, Nap?
Biggest flank possible.
All the way behind them. Might still be a taken, Chick. You are an absolute maniac. The double satchel play right into the sand. Push them right into the line of sight angle.
Cepat banget, oke.
Di FPX nggak ada bridge.
The marathon approach.
Down to Sugetsu, he doesn't have what it takes. And PaperX once more lose a couple of bodies in their anti-ecos, but they come out on top in the end. And I really do think you need to try and keep track of those
maksud gue bridge
Benkai is going to do it. Forsaken will occasionally do it. Devi's going to be going for them as well.
Nice cuy, 2-0 cuy.
Every part of their play, once they get to the site, is well orchestrated and has extra layers to it. Everything has extra layers.
See it all the time, just players trying to fill in those gaps. Catch the timings, I think, when you're just trying to deal with your pressure in front.
Udah datang tuh.
No stranger to it. Here's the bonus
Dari
for
depan tuh.
PaperX.
It's not
dulu
great.
Pak, saya pengen nonton dulu Pak. Habis ini ya.
But Jing is one away from that showstopper too. Benkai choosing to get himself one away so that he would have the rolling thunder with the spike plan.
Mulut gue mau otak gue tuh kagak nyambung dah kasih. Jadi gitu. Gue pengen ngomong bridge.
Ya, nggak dicek.
Oh, and he's got the rifle. And he's clean with the shots. A lurk attempt being watched. Divide, they've caught onto it fast enough, haven't they?
Karena tiba-tiba mati kan PaperX.
A mind freak, Benkai
Jipan ada aja di situ dia.
It's gonna be that kind of map, is it?
Kaca duluan sih.
FPX are going to consistently
Tabrakan sama Twitch-nya kan kita se-emas nobar namanya juga. Tabrakan ya, nobar.
Able to work around that utility, that Viper utility, to anchor the site.
Nggak ada yang moto sana sama dia.
The PaperX players in. False sense of security for sure.
That hard anchoring. A bit of a counterplay towards it. You can see that FPX are already ready for these lurks, but again, being played, you can see ults online. That's Benkai holding that rolling thunder.
The rolling thunder.
Now still has it online, and now sends
Off
it
your
right
feet.
into sand. Shaudo, an opportunity. Him and Zipan just locking down these angles. It's up to Jing. Moves in, but he is being swarmed, surrounded. They know his positioning. Be away, the nade pushes him back, and he's so low.
Nice ride, bro.
Such a fantastic response from FPX in this round. Leaves everything once more in the hands of Benkai.
Kayak Guardian gitu mukanya Angel parah. Burik.
And that's a great try. Awesome spray transfer.
Bisa muka orang kayak Guardian anjing.
And it's the same issue to open the round. There are
gak ada akhlaknya lo keputar burik lo.
Even after they ult Angel away, Zipan is there to go and help Shao. And Shao only had a Guardian, and yet the combo with Zipan has just locked that area of the map straight down.
Sees nade, the paranoia to all used to disrupt
Clean.
play.
Tapi kan itu dia double smoker kan?
Gonna be joking.
Oh, Guardian pemain Navi.
The weapons this
Okay.
Flash through into Samba. Shao, he deals with it easily enough.
Hah?
Freak though.
Gua kira pemain, gua kira senjata anjing sumpah.
And this is causing more than enough issues. How are they returning the fire like this?
All of those sheriff shots were so precise from the side of PaperX. And Forsaken's going into spawn here, looking to try and close the gap.
Absolute madness. Artist shuts down any sort of funny business.
No fun on my watch. Not unless I'm the one singing. That's what Artist says.
Ya, gua udah gak ingat main CS sumpah dah.
And for PaperX in general,
Sorry,
battering their heads against halls.
A-halls all the time. Yeah, over and over and over again.
Because in theory it does make sense. You should be able to get around it.
Bang Brokoli tiba-tiba tahu gitu ya.
Itu ada yang teriak nyanyi lagi disebutnya model teriak anjing.
Can't watch both sides at once. If you get the timing down,
Bukan nyanyi ya, kalau nyanyi kan ada kayak nadanya.
They may want to try and have Divide purely playing as bait there. A lot of the fracture meta tends to revolve around having your chamber, trying to take and break the trap plays happening in halls. If they can force out one of those early paranoias or a seasonade and then react out of dish, maybe they can start to get something working. Or, you know, there is a B side to this match.
Sure, you could lean over to that side. Timeout to try and think about what they want to do. You are right, Josh. Normally teams, when they're playing this one on their attack side, you see those 4-1 setups. Usually the chamber player alone, just with the rendezvous setup, trying to bait and pull out that utility that might be being used. Could be an option for them, but so far it's just been complete conditioning, or at least the attempt by FPX to try and drag players over towards A halls of everything.
Nutrisari.
And it will work. FPX are committing 3 players over to A, and I think it's quite unlikely they start with 3 Bs at the beginning of any of these early rounds.
Bisa teh si Sri anjing masuk. Top ice saya tuh lu masukin tuh tai.
Made the move over to the B site. Now playing with a showstopper to try and shut down any kind of adjustment in the strategy. But from the look of it, PaperX is still content to send the same kind of pistol round load.
Tapi ngeselin sih. Dia main one way anjir.
It's a stun and
mungkin double lagi di tengah juga ada.
Prowler's being used. That's a lot early on from Xiao just to try and clear through.
Aaron.
There's somebody there.
Yeah.
But it is more tempered and space has been given up. That drop location. Players are watching it though. FPX seem relatively aware that it could be a possibility. Of course, compromise. You got to be knowing it.
Angel's getting a
Apa tuh
little
tanda apa tuh?
And I have to refresh his one way soon, and I think that's the timing that PaperX are going for. One way back up. Angel wants information right now. He's playing much further forwards than he has done previously because there's been no noise from PaperX.
It's been cut completely.
Only one rendezvous is what he hears.
Tak boleh.
Not a lot to go off, but with the Viper orb down, there's a fast lane to try and split this one up. And now the showstopper play into Sans, cut it across the wall.
Yeah!
Sugetsu,
What the fuck?
An absurd series of events. How do you get away with that one? And the pressure still being applied, the corner not being cleared. Angel returns back into action.
Aduh, bisa nggak? Banyak ngaji tuh Sugetsu anjing.
1v3, picking up this rifle. The crossfire, this chokehold that FPX have got onto the site. Almost impossible.
Bisa nggak mati loh.
With only 10 seconds left, he is not getting past the brick wall of Ardis.
Ketutupannya wall Aaron ya.
I've never seen a race player get robbed so frequently as Jing with his showstoppers.
I mean, that was just
Kalau dilawan susah sih emang one way ngeselin.
And also a bit of a miscommunication there as well. Mindfreak not realizing where he died.
Coba. Itu Aaron lagi nggak sih? Aaron, kok nggak dicek ya? Iya nggak sih? Kayaknya Aaron deh.
Yang tadi dia nggak ngecek situ ya yang.
Iya kan, si Angelnya ya. Kayaknya awal katanya Ron dah.
Enggak, soalnya sebelum si Ben kayak mati ada satu orang yang.
Nah ini crosshair apa?
Enggak tahu.
Double crosshair.
Settingan apa itu cucu?
Lagi-lagi Aaron bahaya di fracture nih Aaron nih.
Awareness-nya nggak ada.
Aaron map kemarahan Alex nih Aaron kena di fracture. Aaron bestia sama fracture tai.
Kayaknya nggak bakal ada yang gue sih.
Setting it up for though. All going to be scattered through. That's going to be the rolling thunder. And now Forsaken, the overdrive is all the way deep in their spawn. One kill found. Satchel attacks against you. You should not be favored there, Sun, but still locks down tower, but he's being squeezed.
Nice.
Able to push back the approach of the players.
Waduh, bisa dibokong nih orang. Ya.
Like a difficult task, but Xiao, listen, he takes that threat out. Now he's making it work. Him and Angel against the world. Forsaken. Ult's going to be fading. Picked up a Bulldog.
Bisa muter nggak sih itu? Plan muter nggak sih? Nggak sempet ya. Nice.
Playing it well. PaperX 3 kills in a round for Jing. What a way to win on that Thrifty.
Great stuff by PaperX there. FPX actually read what was happening and had pushed 2 players out, Angel and Xiao. through halls. That's how
Tapi si
Shao got
Alex sekarang
behind
jadi
so
kayak lebih
quickly.
ekspresif gitu
But
dah.
they weren't anticipating.
Iya,
this
karena
early
nggak
on.
ada
This
coachnya
aggressive.
Guil.
It's one thing to know that PaperX are going to push you. It is another thing to suddenly find them in your spawn.
Gila, Cok.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Itu dia pakai Phantom apa pakai
When
Spectre?
it was looking like, honestly, the
Nggak usah bedain.
momentum
Phantom.
of this first half was really
Phantom
on the
RKX.
side of PaperX. Or FPX, I should say.
But they found something that works, and this time Forsaken Divide getting very quickly past the one-way smoke, making sure they hold for any kind of setup. I'm not sure what.
Ya, emang harus diginin nih.
By the paranoia here.
Dipantekin. Soalnya gede.
Angels missed his opportunity.
Doke udah habis guys itu dia.
Sisa satu.
Iya, udah habis. Enggak udah habis.
Ntar lagi ada itu.
Awkward positionings from the FPX players. Angel might just end up running into Jing.
Tuh ada kan?
Jing trying to take the timing. He's given free reign there at Dish. Misses the opportunity though.
And this is Sugetsu's classic mid-round Viper's Pit popped onto the A site. A little bit of sound bait here from PaperX as they try and make it sound like they're going over towards B. Or is this just indecision? Pings all over sand would indicate PaperX are still going to try and fight through this.
Needs to be watched now. You can see them moving all the way through to stun. That's going to be a
Waduh,
connection.
ada
Forsaken
ulti
moves
lagi di
forward,
side
Fast
anjing.
to split it up, but this is a difficult one again to deal with up close and
Waduh,
personal.
susah sih ditabrak
Gets on
itu
the
mah.
high ground and the Viper's Pit remains intact.
Rusak kalau udah nabrak ini sumpah.
And it has to be a pivot. It has to be an adjustment.
And Ardis stays in his position here. They're going to go. No, thinking about going over the ropes. There really is indecision. Littering the camp of PaperX right now. Venka normally so good in these mid-round decisions.
A tour de force as well. A dodge to the side. Ardis, he could shut this down.
Aduh, side.
Holding behind the dies. The shot is found. And the slow field placed across. The showstopper is the cherry on top. Not a chance in hell for PaperX to find their way back in.
Susah sih.
Baru
sadar juga itu ada ulti Viper di situ. Harun lagi. Gak bisa itu guys, itu udah gak bisa itu.
This setup is so difficult to crack. Sugetsu on top of B, with inside his Viper's Pit, and Xiao playing inside it on the bottom. Xiao's more often going to take first contact, and even if he dies, the pit remains active.
Kayak itu miskom.
Really no way to clear out Sugetsu when he
Gak
plays
tahu kalau ulti
back against the
Viper.
wall on the high ground there.
After a very successful map 2, Forsaken's stat line seems to indicate he's back to bind. Just getting shut down, hammered by utility. Has to keep giving up these early fights, but he wants to force it.
Oh!
And what is that shot?
What a flick in the angle.
Apalagi itu flicknya. Jason anjing.
Inhuman reaction.
What the fuck?
Put off the gas, now the Satra play onto the site. It's up to Zipan to see if he can lock this one down. He knows. Slowly being squeezed. So the positioning and the timing was everything.
Hampir diselamatkan Aaron.
Flash into the corner, Ardis rattling off almost everything in his clip there. The head under finding it though still. It is a 2v3. Sugetsu, what a kill to final to Jing. Choosing the refight into this Divide with the shot though. Down.
Jangan main-main sama hantu ya.
Ih, jauh banget dia.
With only an operator in hand.
TP-nya ya.
Iya.
This one doesn't look doable. Rendezvous in to donate the off.
It's okay.
Just thinking that he was inside.
Nah itu TP ke depan komuk.
PaperX managed to claw one back.
Oh.
Shot from Forsaken. What is that?
Gila itu.
That's Phil.
Anjing Jason sih tai loh. Segitu nggak tembakannya.
As well sneaking an op shot underneath. Look at the face on Angel.
TP kok ke depan.
Great read, I think, of how to disrupt that one. The players are up close and personal. The paranoia was skirted across, but do you really anticipate Forsaken to just be sliding and gliding across the floor, cutting up the crosshair placement, immediately retaking that space?
And I think the other point to note is that from FPX's point of view, the team that's now taking
Gila Jason sih emang flick ya.
there was nothing wrong there tactically. The guy just hit a crazy shot. And that's what you're going to get with PaperX sometimes. Jing and Forsaken in particular are so talented. They've been able to turn up to these events since the very beginning, since their first showings at the International Masters events, and shock people with how talented, how skilled they both are. Forsaken obviously for quite a bit longer.
When they play with that pure whimsy, man, it sometimes carries them. Moments of brilliance, something to just even out the rounds. And what a map we've had so far.
TP merek Yamaha semakin di
pulling off those miraculous shots. Because from a strategical point of view, things are not going so well for PaperX. But an attempt to brute force it might just work if you have the force.
Still leaning over towards it. I mean, it's just absolutely outlandish behavior. The double satchel in a showstopper. Ripped through, trademark. Oh, Slowfield's going to be throwing a wrench into the plan, I think. Just trying to clear their way through with the flash. The fast lane, the players off-site shadow. He's right around this corner, and the timing here could be everything for them.
Forsaken's going to
Waduh, di stopin dong.
Has those snake
Untung nggak ada granat, cok.
Possibly for the first time, we get to see the PaperX post plan. And how do FPX deal with it? Are they going to go for something quick?
Dasar ketawa. Iya. Minta naikin wall sih.
The Horn is just lighting this guy up, and somehow he still lives. Life, but for a moment, Simpa will eventually kill
Ada
him.
apa?
But it is just Hall's control.
Ada Molly, Aaron. Oh, Aaron udah line up.
Hard for them to try and
Aaron udah line up. Udah kebuang satu. Kebuang lagi. Nice. Sabar. It's time to Aaron shine. Nice. Ada line up, bro.
Mindfreak was actually thinking of going for a big wraparound flank through B, and instead countercalled by somebody on his team, just deciding to play it safe. Look at that shot from Devi. Devi's really woken up in this game. Determined to take his team deeper and deeper, hoist the trophy.
Sampai getar gitu kan kameranya juga.
And now, after that insane run from FPX, it's PaperX that are in control and looking to take a sixth.
The economy's on their side. The flash to the side and all of that conditioning still. It's a bit of a gamble with players leaning over here, but Arcade is being played for. Satchel play right up close. Forsaken's moving through. This is support a little bit more with the fast lane. Artist plays inside of it. And guess what? Tagetsu's still in tower. Still locks it down despite the fact he's being pressured.
Yeah.
Jing ended up sending in his nade in this crosshair placement.
Ah.
He just knows it's coming.
And Sugetsu has the spike as well.
Jelek angle-nya kalau dari atas.
And even more difficult now.
Good luck.
Potentially impossible. Mindfreak and Devi in such a rotten position.
Aduh.
Collecting that one there onto Mindfreak. Devi gonna take quite a bit more for him to find an edge.
Hantu. Wah, hantu pelurunya tuh.
To bail out his teammates. The thrifty win.
These anti-ecos have been a real problem for PaperX, even when they haven't lost.
Ya memang kayak gitulah kan.
Close.
Wah.
A booming economy to none at all. Oh, let's say none. We've still got something going, but Sugetsu is the playmaker, the master there. It is a well-known IGL strategy.
Malah ada Sugetsu anjing.
Or on anti-eco rounds rather, send it to the other side. Keep them guessing. Don't always hit A. But completely failed there. Angel rotated instantly. Zipan pushed out Dish. They just knew they were going B.
Stun's going to be revealing quite a lot there. This time it is on the B side of things. Mindfreak.
Itu kayak lu Del, meledak gitu.
Supplementing the rest of this push now right onto the top of stairs. So it's going to be pushed forwards, and I think the goal there to try and push him forwards into the aftershock. They've already taken tower, but look at that crosshair placement. This guy!
Set. Gila nih orang sih jago sih.
Making a serious case for MVP in this tournament.
Map attack sih harusnya.
Finally gets taken out by Forsaken.
Oh!
Goes for a slide play.
One after the other. The plays just the shots are rattled off. Back
Dibalas.
Artist. How do you retake this one? Operator. The Viper's been in the choke.
And you have to go for it. It's the final round of the half. Either way, FPX have 6. Question is whether Artist can put them out to a major advantage. This would be an outrageous clutch if he could pull it off. If he could find the timing, and it's just not quite there.
Not quite there. PaperX.
Sama cuy.
So back and forth. We mentioned at the beginning, Josh, the importance of this one to get that edge in this series, your grand finals of Masters 2 Copenhagen.
And every other Masters final that we've had the pleasure of watching has been a one-sided affair. This is the first time where a team's taken a map and then we go into a third and it's close on either side.
Wow, 2 Indo.
What a match to have.
Kill kan 3 sama 2 tuh.
Here watching. Let's send it down to the analyst to break it down so far, what we've seen.
Yes, like you guys said, this is anything but one-sided, both teams showing up. And it does come down a lot to the Rave players, Jing and Zip and Tom. They're having a hell of a head-to-head.
Yeah, the way that things sort of started off between the two of them, it was like Jing blast backing his way into the site, and then you almost had those multi-frags coming through on the other side from Zipan. But I feel like we started there with those two players, and then after a while, it just started switching between whoever was just going to pop off in different rounds.
I think Rave
Dave ngomong kayak ngelawak karena dia
is just so incredibly important.
kalau dia ngomong bahasa Indo itu aneh emang. Kocak jatuhnya.
Over towards B a lot of that half. I was like, okay, maybe there's a lot of space you could take. They decided to hit A time and time again, and I don't know if that's the G2 special that we keep bringing out, that only A side exists, but for both of these players, Jing was able to traverse the map quite efficiently. Zipan was kind of the mid-round kind of guy as well, so it was different, a little bit different stylistically.
Yeah, I mean, Jing was full-on W gaming in effect right here. There's so many moments where he was trying to set the tempo for PaperX, and then Zipan came alive, right? So he was starting to shut down Jing trying to take the space, and unfortunately there were so many moments where Jing's showstopper just didn't find any time. This specifically is where it started to turn for FPX, and I thought that they might go on a mad run, but instead they're doing exactly the type of thing that you expect, right? Being able to shut down the Hawks position, being able to shut down the fast push. And then PaperX just turned it on again.
Kenapa harus mas?
Crazy how back and forth this game has been.
Muka lu kayak biawak tai.
Honorable mention as well for the likes of
Muka lu kayak mangga.
some of the operated shots, but also
Usman
towards the
babi
end,
lu ya.
Saigetsu
Man
basically
katanya lu mau nobar man
with the
tai.
shorty. Like it is just, this man is just illogical in every sense of the word, and a joy to watch.
I mean, we said we
Orang
were
pakai
really trying to
mouse
get Fracture in the first 3 maps.
Fox
That way we would be
Fox
guaranteed we would get here. Well, we knew it was just going to be an absolute slaughter on both sides of the coin here. I have no idea where this is going, but I'm wondering whether or not the attacking side might favor a particular team going into it. That's where my head is ever so slightly.
I want to see an overtime, you guys. I want us to go all the way into OT. Brandon Saisha, what do you think about that?
I only hope we'd be so lucky, I think, Sue.
But we're heading into the half now, where FPX managed to completely neutralize
Itu yang skin yang
Optics neon
kayak
aggression.
Rockstar gitu yang kayak
That I think is going to be the big question here. For the rest of Fracture, are the set plays on defense that PaperX love running? Are these crunch plays?
Telur suruh sama selirnya tuh.
And
Kocak
I
telur.
think we might get the answer very shortly.
They're just holding for it. There were pings on the map. That was for the fault line. The angle, but look at this positioning, this crossfire. 3 players watching it, just the angle still. Stuns off to the side.
Enak banget dia. Udah senjata damage yang paling sakit.
Shots in the wall, but it doesn't matter.
Benkai has to limp away, 13 health.
Bro.
Failed venture completely there. Maybe Mindfreak can save something though.
It's over the top, reveals his position.
Sudah kayak kita di
Still a kill being found.
Di Xbox, kenapa?
Device worried about being pushed from the other angle. He does have a little bit of space to work with. But Hardest pushes even deeper. Devi catching him in the back, 1v2.
How do you deal with this one, Devi? Hopping around the corner, the Prowler. Nobody wanted to capitalize off this, but it's a double face.
Wah bisa nih Fai.
The
Aduh
1-2
nggak jadi Fai.
shot, the damage is done. 2 HP in a dream, and it's not enough for him. Pistol round for FPX to claw any sort of advantage coming into this map, into the second half of Fracture.
And the way that PaperX like to play on the defense side, it's exactly what FPX are waiting for. They're sat there anticipating it on the pistol again.
Ngantuk bro. Terus ngasih jempol lagi.
The same thing we saw
Emang iya, yang mana?
on attack. Completely reading where the aggression was going to come from and set up with
Kira gua loh.
disciplined
Pas banget timingnya.
crossfires to shut it down immediately. Looks like PaperX are not bothered about it though. They're going to go for it again. Another attempt at some bridge aggression, trying to control the north side of the map. Meanwhile, FPX is starting out. Looking at tunnels, looking at taking stairs.
This is honestly, again, a bit of a hard read, I think, from FPX. The preparation coming into this, knowing the aggressive plays were coming.
Arah warna hijau tuh dia.
No one actually notifies them that somebody's pushed out arcade.
But still, how do you deal with Divine?
Hantu nih bos.
Across the ropes there. He's taking off two of the players' heads.
Bunuh. Sadar nggak ya? Ya, jadi sayang roundnya. Kirain tadi mau langsung di swing.
Kayak dia miskong nggak sih si Jason yang ngepick si
kalau langsung di swing, chance mati gede tuh. Mati gede. Woi, woi.
You have got to be kidding me. How are you getting away with this one, Tipan?
Aran, bisa Aran.
Finds the shots. Now
Tuh kan. Wah, kok nggak menang tuh ikunya tadi tuh. Kalau di swing.
Shao is good for it.
Suaranya kacau tiba-tiba jadi kayak
Guardian in
cewek.
the final moments.
Posternya.
Divine finding impact though. 2 headhunter kills that just came out of nowhere, whistling himself up to the top. I'm concerned about this one from Xiao though. Just before this, Jing had caught it, or rather, yeah, there. Forsaken swings, Jing swings afterwards. Why no double face? Why not trying to take out Xiao? You let him live to clutch the round. You can't allow that.
Ya kan?
At least Paper X did enough damage to stop these bonus rounds that have been carrying Paper X's carrying FPX's aggression through. Normally in round 15, Paper X have rifles to work with, bulldogs, everything. This time, only the 2 from Angel and
Jadi kayak gue nggak tahu. Jadi itu gue di apa sih namanya sebutannya di klip kan. Terus emang di itu gue kerjanya kamu anjing-anjing terus kayak di tiap akhir kata gue pakai imbuhan anjing.
FPX have
Terus
got to
banyak
assume
yang
in these kind of rounds
nge-hack
that
gue.
bridge the north side of the map.
Ini cewek kasar banget gitu anjing.
If they don't have somebody up there giving them information, you
Dia
can't assume
salah pergaulan jadi ngomongnya toxic udah biasa. Begitu gue salah pergaulan cok apa emang gue ngelonte atau lazim. Guys,
it's that double face. You have to be so careful
kasar
here.
bukan berarti salah pergaulan astagfirullahaladzim ya Allah.
Ini anjir ya, anjir.
And now the contact once more.
Anjay.
FPX are hoping that again
Iya, relief gak sih?
Gue cuman gara-gara ngomong anjing dibilang salah pergaulan cok astagfirullahaladzim.
been working out in their favor this time though. Strikes for a satchel body blocked. Aggression not really getting too much done here, but it's still a crossfire all the way back. But now 30 seconds in the round.
Gue gak marah kayak gimana, be aja. Gue cuma balas di komen kayak, ya maaf ya adik-adik nanti aku kurang kata-kata.
Nice.
Nice. The rifle, the shots.
Recon Phantom ya bro.
Just perfection.
Gue nunggu 6 bulan gak datang-datang BTW.
And Paper X are able to come out with
Itu
that one.
emang lu dia suruh pakai full Del.
That's a bonus round.
Kalau lu
Where
muncul di
FPX
konventen
came
berarti
into
gue
it
muncul itu
without too
apa?
many weapons.
Harga X
They're
Sandal.
still going to be able to have a deadly one, a deadly buy this time to follow up.
Apa gue jual akun ya?
And I like the way that Paper X approach that defensive aggression.
Oh,
They go aggressive and take the top side of the map. But they don't overface. They're not trying to force the issue. They're just slowing the round down, denying map control from FPX.
Ensuring that they don't give away any free kills, easy ones still. That's TP forwards. One's over the top and a bit of spam through.
Aaron mati dong.
Oh, he's so deep there. Into dish, he gets rewarded with the kill as well, but it's a battle on multiple fronts. Shao pushed up close, right to the side.
Aduh,
the satchel
gak ketahuan ya.
I don't blame you.
Ini sering dipakai loh sama si
That was
FPX.
just pure pandemonium on multiple sections of the map.
Yeah, crazy stuff going on actually. They push out of arcade and barrel forwards. I thought the round might be over for FPX because Xiao had the spike alone.
Enemy remaining.
But Jing just double blast back past him, unable to do anything.
Apa dia ngomong stubigu to
land himself.
Bahasa dia intinya stubigu nice,
a nice tasty specimen for the rest of the FPX players to clean up.
2-round lead, a horn just
salah Hone ya?
Masuk kelompoknya ya.
FPX a little cautious.
Usually hantu dapat satu deh.
Hah?
This time not.
Anjir, ngeliat aja loh. Oh, kelihatan sih di dia kayaknya wallpaper tuh low kayaknya deh. Kalau lo nggak kelihatan kayak tadi banget. Kelihatan kalau grafik lo ya.
Push them back, does get good information, they know that there's a player there, but now the response, Rolling Thunder. Viper Wall going to be blocking them, no more sound cues, double stunned up into tower to try and find it, but again the crossfire just watching. FPX so good. They're just tempering all the aggression coming towards them. And the lead getting steadily bigger and bigger for them.
And FPX just looked
okay, masih bisa.
It didn't work for them necessarily on Icebox, though they started to mount some level of a comeback. But here their players are just so diligent dealing with the threats on all fronts. That might be the first time I've seen a Sugetsu pop up. Even he's feeling it out here in front of the crowd.
Ngantuk.
Passion
Nggak boleh ngomong kasar, berarti gue ngomong jorok aja guys.
The crowd as well playing a huge part of this one. The cheers, reverberations being felt by the players on either side.
And every fun play that PaperX cook up, every time they want to dash forwards and go for something off kilter. Every time they have a set play,
jorok tuh kayak atau lah, jorok aja gitu kayak tai gitu kayak.
Jorok berarti tai.
Efek apa?
Bokete mah enggak jorok, bau doang.
Inti kata-kata yang mengarah ke arah jorok sebenarnya.
Apa ya? Nggak mandi lu
gitu.
Where FPX are normally going to be starting most of their people
masyarakat.
With Angel looking towards tree.
Mulut tuh bau.
Angel likes to do the TP behind the box, as you can see him setting up for that on the minimap right now. If you have a read that he's going to be there and utility to stun him up,
aduh, let's go boy.
If they haven't brought it out at this point, maybe it hasn't factored into their preparation.
PaperX players
berak lu makan berak.
to try and put a bit of that aggression into Halls once more, but again the FPX players are just holding, watching. Defensive Viper Wall does obviously put a bit of a blockade, but Haunt just to push back through it and take that space.
Larang
This is going to be
begitu.
one of your most typical FPX defaults, taking a lot of people to hold the angles as somebody sets up on the top stairs.
Trademark gone, Nathan to the back of the side, don't have to worry too much, but Tower, Snakebite was there, helps him out, and it does force that rendezvous, so site control is gained.
And PaperX gambled A very early on, so they are going to be retaking from a long way away with very poor
luar ya, walaupun mereka ikut, mereka nggak pelit sama ulti.
Gets out of this one, moving forwards, Artis has to deal with this one.
Iya harus. Kan utility sebenarnya kayak bonus buat lu gitu. Kalau ada biar bisa secure run ya. Ya.
The Rocket doesn't quite do the job. Zipper now answering again with one of his own. Down to it. All the way to the wire. FPX eventually clawing it through.
Byron.
Another dangerous
bisa nih.
Maybe could have found something. The push out of Halls from Jing was amazing. Catching Artis in the back. But that showstopper, anything but.
Bahasa Inggris banget.
High sensitivity gamer. High APM. Maybe just causing a problem as he shot the showstopper directly in the middle of his two targets.
Well done. Couldn't quite get kill secured, honestly.
Ngomongnya skill banget ya.
Sipan, well done.
I think all the way through their lower bracket run.
Dia nanya ini kayaknya deh.
That they faced, it's been that preparation, diligence, the crossfires.
Enak mana tuh, bro?
The trust in each other as teammates as well to be able to.
Bisa gitu anjing.
Si Jing tiba-tiba keluar gak?
No one's really able to respond with that one. Jing still wants to hold the angle up with the door opens up, the double swing. It's a trade at the end of the day.
Really disciplined from FPX, shutting down Jing. Device going to go for another peek, and he has an answer as well.
And it's just feeling inevitable at this point.
To pick off satu-satu. Nice.
Kai does grab 2 kills. Okay. Angel though anchoring up top now. Spice going to start to go down, but Kai is weak. Not a lot of utility other than the flashes. What can Forsaken offer as well? Pushing forwards. Fast lane, that's a punish. Great timing with the swings.
Waduh.
Staring at the end of here.
Map
point
4 nih.
for FPX.
Doing such a great job at shutting these players down. And I think we barely got to hear the comms at the end of the prior round. But I could hear Angel saying, I told you guys, don't be shy. And I think when you watch FPX challenging PaperX, like this swing here, just Angel raw swinging out, trying to find a timing on Forsaken as he uses his wall. And it's perfect. Too often in this tournament, people have given PaperX all the respect. Because their players demand it, and yet, if you bring the pain to them, you can find openings.
Last ditch effort though. Fast lane, the overdrive is all popped off to try and help Forsaken supplement it, and the kills this time going their way. Weapons not too good.
Waduh.
Squeezing him from the back of halls.
Bisa dapat.
Shuts it down. Still Jing the satchel play.
Waduh, Sugetsu anjing.
What a monster. In the blink of an eye, the map secured. Takes it away and the advantage is theirs. FPX sensing the blood in the water.
Let me remind you as well, Brent, that was a 6-6 first half. PaperX won only 1 round on their defensive side. That is a level of battering that we saw on Bind as well. And that
Oke, masih ada 2 map lagi, guys.
Major problem for PaperX. When they're going for these defensive set plays, that style just doesn't work here. We thought they might get tripped up by Fnatic or by Optic.
Ini sih roundnya sih. Tuh di double pick menang tuh.
Coming out, relying on these rock-solid performances out of Xiao and Sugetsu to carry them through and neutralize all of that defensive aggression.
Mukanya kayak Guardian.
Just always on top of that.
Jadi kayak
Final play that you're seeing here. The guy is just too clean with it. Sugetsu. His game sense is off the charts. You can feel it. The emotions now are running high for these players, for these teams. You're seeing it. Just the pop-off moments from all of them. Here it is, the advantage. FPX getting that 1 map lead now and heading into it. This is going to be this next map an incredibly important one. We're going to go to a short break and I'll...
Dari tadi kan.
Masih ada 2 map lagi, guys. Masih bisa, guys. Let's go. Masih bisa 3-2 menang ya, masih bisa ya.
Aduh, udah mau capek ulang tahun.
Gitu dah.
Hah, maksudnya?
Serve bagus nih, cuy.
Nggak usah perhatian, sumpah.
Serve bagus tuh.
Kalau minta secret lab ya?
Iya. Nggak apa-apa.
Ini bagus nih.
Gila yang nonton 97.000 orang. Ada Sleepy, iya ada Banggil. Anjas Banggil. Pakai jersey XN mulu Banggil. Tapi jersey XN yang ini emang bagus sih, gua akuin sih, sumpah. Gua juga naksir, cuk.
Oke. Masih ada map 4, map 5, oke? Heaven bisa lah. Jing Reyna pakai Jing mungkin atau pakai Sage.
Itu dia pakai earphone apa sih?
Keres.
PaperX.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Ini Melan.
Enak, guys, ini. Keres ini enak.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Fight!
We go!
Nembak apa tuh? Hah? Gak ada yang kena anjing. Pemanasan, bro. Megang mouse aneh gini ya.
Dominating.
Tai kuda lah.
Return to dust. Remove.
nggak mati coba. DM Tykes. Shit.
Sky kill. Good attempt. Opponent killed.
Boleh. Oh. Saya
One dead.
Like blue wall.
thank you Bang Anonymous. Kaget gua.
10 kills remaining.
Sova removed. Omen kill.
Saya kalah anjing DM. Bro. Dia bisa headshot.
Eliminate.
Udah mulai belum guys? Belum kan?
5 kills remaining.
Banyakin AWP aja. Ya Allah, bisa nggak mati, ya ampun. Ada aja loh orang.
One kill remaining.
Nipu anjing.
Close.
Males gini nggak sih nontonnya? Enggak sih.
Golden
guys.
Boy,
Masih aman,
gotta
masih
love
aman.
hearing from Finesse there. Bit of a shame that he wasn't able to defend it. In the competition.
Udah lama nggak
And
megang
going
mouse
into the
main.
next map, what are you guys expecting?
Kaku.
Should we not? Can we not do expectations anymore? Can we stop? Because every
Isn't that
time I
half
do
our
it on
job?
this desk, I'm like, I set an
Yeah.
expectation and then I'm like, why did I do that? Because they've proven it wrong. Icebox was such a wrench in my whole like thought process here from the map vetoes and how that went. I just sit here and I go, you know what? May the best team win, because I think there was a little bit of nerves map number 1. That sort of defied some of my expectations. I actually didn't think it would go that way. Things started to level out for both of these teams now, and Fracture, that was a banger. So I think we're in level playing ground now.
Yeah, I think, you know, talking about expectations, this is the map that I was like, this is maybe tough for FPX, just given how we've seen PaperX play on this map. There's multiple comps, we've only seen it one time so far here, and we don't really know exactly what they're going to throw out there. So it's tough to set expectations, you're right, but we know how FPX play, and we've seen them pull out some crazy moments. Just since Sugetsu has come here, we haven't seen it that much. So I'm really interested to see how they play, and I'm really looking forward to see Angel go crazy on this map, because there's so many good TPs and in spots.
Well, I think there's so much, especially like, I think this is the map where you're going to get into like that basic look towards the chambers. Like I feel like this is where we saw Forsaken like going in for those crazy lurks the last time they played this map. He was so impactful getting in behind. But we've mentioned Artist a few times in this series. We've definitely not seen his peak. On Haven is where he's an absolute machine.
Sure.
I mean, what a time it would be for him to step up as well for today. Again, this is match point for FPX. What do PaperX have to do? Because they have to win this if they want a chance at this trophy, Bola.
Well, this is a map where they can really abuse timings, really abuse rotations that FPX will go off of. So you have to see, are they going to be able to pull those rotations out of FPX? Are they going to be able to feint in certain directions? And are they going to get value out of the lurks as well? Divide tried a few times on Fracture, and it worked well in that first half. But second half, obviously, not able to do
Last time PaperX played this, you're right, there was a bit of a smashing there, and I don't think they were necessarily tested. Sometimes winning by that much of a margin is a detriment for your next game on it, because you don't know what the weaknesses are in your strategy. So those lurks and everything that we're allowed time and time again, if you have a really diligent team like FPX shutting that down mid-round, are you prepared to be able to switch and go to a different pace, go to a different strategy?
Well, as you guys can see, the prime game
Focus,
is
bro.
completed. We are going to get a Sage Getsu back as well on this map. And what do you make of the agents they've selected, Bola?
Yeah, I mean, these are the pretty standard comps from both sides. I look towards Forsaken, I look towards Mind Freak to really find space on an attacking side, and then on defense as well, Jing, Divide, that combination can be really strong.
I think the thing I like as well is with that
Heaven.
you highlighted from Sagetsu, he's one of the rattiest players I've ever seen play Sage on this map. Like, you'll watch him continuously try and mind game opponents by putting down specific walls to almost bait them into thinking, okay, he can't push there, and then the next round he puts it down with the gap in so that he can try and sneak through it and kill you. Like, he is truly disgusting when it comes to this map. But again, I think that main highlight has to be the chambers, because I don't think we've seen the best from either of them so far.
I also do think that the fade pick that PaperX has gone with, this is kind of common for them, is countered by Sugetsu's Sage, right? They consistently are trying to find out where is that problem coming from and putting a slower wall down.
Micro changes here from the side of FPX are just pushing me to think that everything that they've been able to prepare on, Icebox wasn't one that they were able to prepare on, but every map they have been able to, those micro adjustments are coming in. It is not the flashy, big old, let's overhaul our identity FPX again. This is where they're making those smart changes. I'll sit with you there, Ball. I think you guys are right. I think these are just the little changes to counter.
This is match point here. FPX, they can almost smell that trophy, but Bren and Sideshow, PaperX, they still have a way to get back into this.
They certainly do, and we're going to be finding out how exactly it plays out here on Haven, our 4th map in this series, but FPX are on the cusp of one map, and that is it. They will be crowning themselves as that Masters 2 champions.
Yeah, what do you reckon a trophy smells of? Sweat?
I would never know.
Success.
I would never know.
Yeah, I think all of those things have gone into this for both of the teams.
Bisa bang, HP kelar bang.
For FPX, to find themselves here is just absurd. But heading into this pistol round, things are going to change. The style PaperX plays on the map is so very different. And neither team
Oi.
pulling a breach out when that is, you know, the standard meta pick. Both of them moving away to
Habis
that
itu
stage.
dia
as the
Hakuna
Desk was
Matata cepet.
discussing there.
Yeah, a bit of a
Bisa cuy.
unknown variable, I think, on the side of FPX as well. Using it to
Udah
disrupt
siap-siap
some of
aja
these
nih nge-wall
hits
tai.
coming through. Barlow was mentioning it, but there's the wall coming down.
Nggak
Prowler
dicek
avoiding that close
kanan
corner.
dari boy.
It's an immediate response to back away. How does Angel die to the nade there?
I think that was a seize and a
Parah mati si Guardian.
Have to take a look at that afterwards. But PaperX's mid-rounding has been fantastic on this map.
One over the top. Show's positioning. It is known still. The angles. This crossfire FPX. Absolutely elite at shutting down any of it. And the layers to the strategy. FPX will not be denied. Not the pistol round, not this time.
And already the preparation coming through, in my opinion. You've got FPX pivoting there in a 4v5, recognizing that the vast majority of PaperX's mid-rounding ends B. So you just see players swarming towards them. This is Angel blinded by the Prowler into the slow and the nade. That's what that one was. But yeah, the way that PaperX play this,
Itu kayak tadi dia
they're going
kena
to be
pull ya
doing
dia.
fast, aggressive hits early on in the round and trying to condition their opponent to overreact, to overrotate.
Kayak kena Prowler
And then
deh.
they have
Terus
to
ada
take
slow.
and lurk into those holes in the defense. But first, you've got to create the holes.
Yeah, first you've got to try and condition them, but it looks like FPX are more than ready. A nade.
Aduh, chaos
To
dong.
the side, and the angle as well. Order watched. Angel with the ghost, 3 kills.
Ya, pistolnya bisa
3
gitu loh, si
headshots.
anjir.
Angel's just been monstrous so far this series, and towards the end of the playoff bracket, he shows no signs of slowing down. He's one of those players that only has the ghost in these rounds, and yet he's still able to come up with the goods.
Smoke
Nice.
push it back, but Forsaken already
Nice.
taken all this space. Angel was low enough. Down to Sagetsu. This timing is everything. With
Jagain,
the
jagain.
coming through, he could have isolated a 1v1, but denied. A thrifty for PaperX right back into it.
And Forsaken with 2 of the most important kills that they'll have all series.
50 boy.
Great headshot onto Shao and then finishes off Angel.
Jason dikasih chamber sih.
And Forsaken
Adios,
hard luck in the series so
muchachos.
far. He's been playing entry.
Adios,
he only
muchachos.
has 160 ACS average over the course of the series, but now he's moved away from entry. He is the lurker in this, despite the fact he's playing the chamber, and that is going to open him up and facilitate him so much more.
Ini dia lihat deh. Mereka bisa apa kalau
They're
kena
going to follow up on a lot of that. Was coming through, Horn over the top. Jing not wasting any time, is he? All the way up close and personal to Caesar try and clear that corner, but at this kind of pace with the Boombot spotting the target, does he know up top? The answer is yes. Sees though, drops him and stops him for but a time. Still have to take these fights though. The weaponry still could get very dangerous for PaperX, but the plan is going to go down. It's not going to be stopped.
And it's a weird one. You have a Sage wall on
Waduh.
either side. Artis couldn't get punished in short because of Sagetsu's
Waduh.
wall, and now FPX are coming back in. The post-plan positions are so
They're
claustrophobic.
re-pushing this all the way through. Jing
Aduh.
shut down, Divide catches that one down.
Ah!
That's it, Ban.
Anjing.
Back.
Back-to-back thrifties.
Metode overpick ya
In our
guys.
4th map of the Grand Finals. Neither team ready to give up an inch.
Sheriffnya orang luar nggak bisa diremehkan.
Such a weird setup though.
That's so unusual.
With both barrier robes in play, with both Sage walls up, you can't, as the attacking team,
Zipan ada aja loh, tembakan Zipan loh.
when Jing pushes forwards,
Gila, nembaknya santai banget lagi.
these angles, Zipan just finding and threading the needle.
Oh itu
Si
si
Alex udah megang rambut cuy.
Alex udah iya kan.
Just the chunks being
Sayang
taken out of each
banget,
team.
Aduh ngomong kasar maaf.
Fracture was even on the first half, obviously a bit more
Sayang
one-sided when we get to the
banget.
later portions of that map, but
Gelibet dah.
we'll see now. Money's a bit
Di AWP.
Spectres in the hands of the PaperX players. They want to try and take that fight into mid-space straight away. It is again relentless, the showstopper. Off to the
Ah, depan muka lu.
Jing catches it in
Itu
the nade,
showstopper
but this
depan
guy
komuk
not
anjing,
convinced
dilempar
yet
ke
still.
muka itu.
He backs away. Lacking for confidence, but now the Prowler in his face wants to be inside this smoke. He dissipates at exactly the wrong time. The angle's being
Anjing,
watched down,
terbang.
but Zippen is just being dealt
Waduh.
with still. Showers there, Horn to try and help him out. The crosshair placement was broken.
Masih ada
Still eager
ubur-ubur.
to take these fights, swinging
Nice.
back and forth. The precision. This guy
Ubur-ubur
is
lu.
just elite. And all he's doing right now is buying time, the movement.
Ah. Lah kemana buru-burunya? Bisa nyangkut di kiri anjing. Buru-buru bisa nyangkut.
And sometimes it feels like that might be the only way to win clutches against Getsu or Xiao. Just don't even give them the opportunity to fight. What a decision for PaperX to force there. They barely had the economy to do anything. And yet, with the kills that
Aduh, duitnya gitu lagi.
showstopper in his hands, he finds the opening. And they're able to play the post plants deep from mid.
Dubai is on an absolute heater.
Yeah.
Started the first half, a fracture. Popping off.
Nice cap.
Now he's doing it again as well, leading his team for a lot of those kills in that round, so 3 of these obtained.
And now after the pistol, every team with the eco disadvantage has won.
See if that trend continues.
Iko ke A lagi nih.
Same plays being made, the boombot up close and personal. The stars laid down the nightfall as well.
Nice.
Positioning revealed. The PaperX players always set up to succeed with this.
Back gaming.
Zipan Sugetsu, they've got Vandals in their hands, but no chance in the round unless they can find an opener, perhaps two.
I mean, how many times
Jason sering banget tuh di situ tuh.
Crosshair placement locks it down. It's a kill onto Jing there, but
yeah,
it's just up to Angel and Sugetsu with the spam through the smoke. Not much more he can do other than skipping a hop away, just try and bait and take away these guns, but look at that. Finally, an edge in this map.
Drawn out by PaperX. Blood, sweat and tears for any team to try and get an economic snowball. But FPX is going to be right back into it. 4 light armors. It's not looking fantastic.
Pause.
They're going to take a time out to discuss how they should be defending here. This round coming up is going to be such a swing. You have FPX on the verge of being broken once more, with a showstopper, a nightfall, big tools to be able to deny the plant. And yet PaperX, they've managed to get, I think, slightly into the heads of FPX's defense here. PaperX have been running a lot of early A aggression. In this half, and normally it's about now, they're going to start running fake A towards Garage. Sometimes that's going to be Forsaken, sometimes Mindfree. But either way, they're going to try and weave through your
Udah kayak musik ini anjing.
Saw PaperX pull it off.
Lagi main wants to be a millionaire.
Trademarks, smoking off potential trademark positions all across the map early on.
And always catching that advantage. Just finding the holes, making
Tadi nih guys, 3-2 nih, 3-2.
Fill them with the lurks and
3-2. Let's go.
One of the areas when Mindfreak enjoys just smoking that one off.
Yeah, it's on the high ground, I think, as well. It's easy to avoid if you know where it is. See if it plays out that way, though. The weaponry is important. A full investment inside of FPX.
Yes. Bisa nggak ada garis gitu, ha?
Whipped out, but that jiggle means that the information is gained now for PaperX.
Dansa terus. Pegang tuh. Pegang apa itu? Slow. Pegang tuh slow terus, ha?
Easily get caught here with a slow orb in his hands. If Forsaken tries to get aggressive, you can see the same kind of thing again. 4-1. Once Mindfreak connects with the rest of the team.
Itu kalau di pick Jason bunuh tuh.
And either the hit onto A works, or you have Forsaken as a mid-round option.
I think with a bit of a noise being made here. Setting it up, the stars dropped, that's going to be the time.
Nice!
Forsaken, and look at that!
Nice timing, Jason.
Leave the wall in the hands of Sugetsu, just caught with a utility. On the other side of things, still being watched. FPX are dealing with this one adequately enough. The showstopper to force them out. Angel works his way into mid. He knows they're trying to pivot into that, even a B split.
Si trapnya dihancurin.
And what a perfect read from FPX once more.
Trapnya si Jason dihancurin pas dia taruh.
Sugetsu got overwhelmed, but the A site got stuck, and they collected the lurker. Angel already in mid to meet Benkai. Can Mindfreak pull off another one of these ridiculous moments that powered PaperX through the upper bracket?
And with 20 seconds left, now they know that this is coming through the horn. Dealt with in the swing. Oh, the timing. It's too good for him. Divide.
Budek.
Pressured from every single front.
Budek dia kena hantu.
FPX getting a handle, getting a read on the way. The PaperX are liking to play this map.
Oh, personal nih. Saat ini Catherine.
And the desk was speaking about it too. If you have Angel able to read what you're up to, oh, you're in a world of trouble. Xiao shouldn't
Gila chill banget tembaknya.
And they had Zipan there reactively. Even if Xiao had died, Zipan was there with the showstopper ready to shut down the A push. And I think that's just the perfect read from FPX. Yeah. They have tools to deal with the site hit. They are in position to deal with the mid-round lurk play. And then they are still playing like a very drilled retake setup to stop PaperX from getting into those clutch moments.
Let's play. This guy's always ready for it now. The layers on top. Need to push them back, and this deep open smoke does cause a couple of issues.
Look at Ardis playing Opping again on top of his trademark. He's never leaving the trademark alone on the map where it can get smoked off and abused. He's got his operator on top there. Sugetsu, in fact, has just chosen to use the wall for Garage. Diligent from PaperX to break it early enough, though, that could still be a threat.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time in this round.
Oh, dia sengaja memukul mundur aja ya.
And look at this re-clear. See long the contact push, doubling up, making sure that the players aren't alone when they're doing it. They're going to be able to get a lot of information off of it, but is it enough? You still know the fight's coming, Xiao!
Bisa dapat dua anjing. Nice.
Tries to take a little bit more out of him, but Mindfreak watching it, holding it. Jing now taking a bit of an approach.
Ada flank lagi coy, ada flank. Nice.
What a shot by Forsaken. Just the head being found.
Nice. Nice. Tuh Aaron kan di tuh dia nggak pakai ini level 1 pisaunya sekarang. Tadi level 2 bau. Di level 1 tuh. Cuy, pisaunya jadi level. Oh, mau line up itu. Aku nak jaga kembangan nih. Taiwan. Dia mau ngomong bangang apa gitu.
Crowd want to see it. Let this go to map number 5, all the way, all the distance, and who can blame him? Another fast approach, a pull off to the back. Angel though, only working with the pistol.
Yoi, level 1, teori level 1. Bisa. Wallnya sengaja banget anjir.
Is that a fake wall, a deliberate bad one?
Just line up-nya.
Something strange.
Kayak gua tahu tuh.
Either way, FPX would have to hit some nasty shots to make this one close.
Now here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to follow up on this one with the Hort lineup in play. The player, Ardis, was really the only one who could capitalize. He was shut down soon enough. And again, the weapon's just too much to overcome.
Let's fucking go.
And PaperX, they grind out their 5th after an incredibly hard-fought opening to Haven.
Mereka saling ngebantai di map pick musuh anjing, heran
banget. Big executes have been working for PaperX. The mid-rounding not so much. But finding those opening kills has been pivotal to cracking the door, opening the defense of FPX. Ardis has moved his operator this time over to A lobby, and it's exactly as PaperX move themselves away, aiming for some kind of C-split, or at least early pressure in that direction.
Door being broken, making sure nobody's close. A nade and a slow wall, but look at this timing. Forsaken, he's already so deep.
Ih, kedengeran gak sih?
I don't know if they're going to expect this one. Possibly a bit of a soundbite with a slow wall, but this angle up close and personal with the wall. It's much more passive one from Sugetsu.
Jason kayaknya nggak bakal expect gak sih itu kirinya.
Iya kayaknya.
Caught the one lurker, the others there to punish. And that Boombot sees nothing, knows nothing.
Tapi dia ngeliat loh.
Gue tahu kenapa dia bisa balik lagi gara-gara suara penonton, sumpah.
Patience, the knowledge, knowing.
Suara penontonnya tiba-tiba kayak curiga deh, Cuk.
At least the beginning of a hit coming through. There's not much pace behind it though, only a bit of utility being used. And now the wall to see if they can get themselves in. It's a distraction. They're trying to find Mindfreak again to lurk through, but look at Jing into the back line. The kills are flooding through. And what a
impostor, Cok.
Neither of them willing to give up an edge.
Yeah, FPX with a really great defensive setup there. I mean, I think huge props to Zipan for this kill. They're not trusting their utility. And I think that's one of the biggest factors that has FPX able to win these rounds on defense.
Gila, chill banget nih makanya. I was checking V with timing.
It was just a good timing. I was going to check B, but the fact that he was back so quickly into garage made all the difference. And this time, Angel
Gak dicek ini. Si Angel Guardian, muka Guardian nih kata siapa tadi? Gak dicek nih. Tahan. Oh, ada res. Ada res. Ada res kah? Benkai yang mati. Waduh. Ya, rojak itu baru dari rojak tau nggak lu? Itu baru rojak. Gak ada tuh ke arahnya kemana tuh. Gua yang masih bisa bunuh tuh. At least tukar 1 lawan 1 lah. Nah ini gak ada tukar-tukarnya anjing.
Nice banget itu coba kayak dia bingung tuh pasti kayak kenapa nggak dapet.
Feels robbed there. You can see it in his face. So does the audience. Nevertheless, though, FPX still with 4 rounds to their name have a chance of making this half very reasonable.
Very dangerous, but still Shao wants to take the fight.
Res ada nggak? Benkai ada res, nice. Gila bertapa tuh, bertapa dulu bro. Lah, nggak keset ya? Aduh. Iya, kok nggak keset ya?
Bit of a chokehold that they've got on this one.
Bau.
He was not expecting that one.
Mungkin dia mikirnya hanya
holding the angle on.
Bau.
And Sugetsu to finish.
Iya sih, dia mikirnya aja di retake.
What a crossfire again. It's been the bread and butter for FPX. Holding angle.
Kaling ulti tadi.
To just allow PaperX into their crosshairs.
I'd love to reposition from it as well. I think when the nightfall comes through from PaperX, anticipating a lot of the players trying to play retake from back there. But Angel just gets positioning.
What the fuck are you doing?
Not happy about that one. But I think he should take some solace from the fact that Forsaken is really having a huge impact in this map, like we haven't seen before in the series. Both of the heavy hitters waking up.
Oh my word.
And this is the classic play, the smoke.
Wah, kemarin dia trapnya, dia smoke kiri kanan loh.
Dia smoke gitu biar nggak dikontak sama AWP ya.
Shades though of why this Sage was picked up by FPX. It's a later wall to just block off that one extra avenue, and Artist still watching for it. The jiggle peaks though. I mean, good by PaperX showing that discipline. Give away any
nice nih bisa dapat timing nih, nggak jadi.
Paranoia retake of garage, and Angel almost stepped into Forsaken. There's a lurk play caught again, and the Nightfall into mid. FPX have no idea where their opponents are. PaperX are so far back.
It's all over the place. Lurks on lurks. Forsaken taking advantage, I think, of a bit of that chaos in the round, and with the war fading down, where are they leaning? PaperX. Running away through now, they've got that garage.
Anjing, Aaron lompat-lompat.
Forsaken set up to succeed.
Bisa begitu loh.
What an angle.
Davai dari mana, Cuk?
Dari garage.
So far away from the action.
Anjing besar tuh.
Ya Aaron percaya Cok si siapa namanya Jason bisa bunuh satu.
Big balls anjing aja Aaron.
Battle should happen in garage here for the round.
Experience anjay.
Pressure is on, seeing if you can get an even round. Players work their way in, but FPX
jadi kelinci.
Such a difficult task. Right into the crosshair placement, the slow field lock.
Hampir anjing. Bisa Sao bunuh 2 jarak jauh gitu anjing. Kayak nggak masuk akal tai.
And even he can't quite get it done.
Bisa bunuh sejauh itu anjing.
Looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a fifth. What a play from Forsaken. This chamber has just been awesome from him.
Almost.
He plays like this on 2 maps in the pool. On Ascent,
Almost ya.
unbeaten in stage 2, and here on Haven. What a performance.
Di Copenhagen banyak sobat siu ya Bang Kaco.
Iya banyak Oris, sobat so.
Unreal scenes indeed. Tom, you highlighted before that map. We got to look out for the chambers. How impressed are you with what Forsaken has been doing on this map?
That's the thing. I feel like there has been a bit of a chamber diff. Like, I don't think Artist was always in the right place at the right time, but it's again those lurks from Forsaken. He's just incredible in those moments where he's taken space in garage almost every single round. So much so that normally you see like Saigetsu fighting that. He's like, I'm going to put my wall deep. They're not going to be able to get in. Instead, he had to fall into the seaside, and they had to ultimately adapt around what he was doing, and he still caught them throughout the map.
And they did adapt, actually. They started putting that Sage Wall at the top of Garage, but it's so difficult. I mean, Artist in that last round, you could actually see Forsaken getting set up so well by Benkai, who's just bunny hopping across Long Sea, and it's that what leads Forsaken, and on top of some just great initiative on his own. This is consistently garage control, garage control, garage control. That's making it work for Paper X.
I mean, he's drove straight into my heart with the sort of smooth criminal plays that he has all over the map. You can never, I think it was the second last round there of that half, the boys on the cast desk turn around, they're like, you just don't know where they are. Where are they here? Where are they going to be on the map right now? Zippin had one moment where it looked like he could tell what was going on, where you could grab the round by the horns. Other than that, you know, Paper X has been really taking the driver's seat. The scoreline doesn't really look like it's dictating that way, but a lot of these rounds have been, you know, the pace has been dictated by Paper X so far. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing. Again, though, that second half, it's always a tricky one for Paper X.
But that's the thing. I feel like when the read was actually there for FPX, they were very good. Like the crossfires they had within, I think it was the A side, were absolutely nasty. The problem is, it is that factor. They did not have the read for the majority of that half, or at least they didn't have the read on Forsaken. They may have been able to work out where everybody else is, but then they get stabbed in the back.
They definitely made some adjustments. On the second half, though, this is where I really do expect Artist to be a little bit more in a spot where he can receive the aggression like we saw on Fracture and like we saw on Bind. That's a problem for Paper X because now they kind of have to slow down. They know that type of pace is not going to work.
Well, Paper X, they've given them.
Kalau dia juara ada yang bisa naik tau. GE kayak belum
Let's see if they can take us all the way to map 5.
Enggak deh.
Certainly is a tenuous
bisa aja sih
that they've earned themselves. Can they take it out one step further? Can they bring it to that map number 5? So everybody's wondering.
Sorry, map 5 apa
One of the things
Breeze.
that's been going so well for FPX on their attack sides is that Paper X aggression. They don't tend to do as much of it on this map. They will occasionally, and it's a triple stack over by A.
Iya, yang menang master ini nggak dapat tiket dia.
Forsaken watching mid. No way.
The angle being what? You are joking.
What the fuck?
What a kill.
A rapid fire approach. Just unloading the headhunter to find Angel.
And already Jing posted up in A lobby on the back of all of that.
20 ya.
Forsaken is going to be given space.
Bisa gitu anjing.
Here. The FPX default is going to be slow.
The reposition.
Did he intend to do that? Was that just a crazy timing that Zipan caught?
I mean, he must have heard it, at least some sort of sound cue, I think, to try and take it, but they are just again taking liberties. The wall comes through, hopping up on top of the box. Jing. What a play to take out Artist. Bit of run and gun as well, just skirting in between the bullets. The nade on top of it pushes them back. And it is just so in chaos in the round. FPX just so uncertain of what the hell is going on.
I've never seen a Sage on Haven as creative as Benkai.
Siapa nak?
Is awesome. Zipan should have been caught. Manages to squeak away with his life. Brings reinforcements.
Bot over the top. Now they're going to be both of them on top of the wall still. Jing finding value, finding
Nice.
the kill and watching
Nice.
The horn sets them up. And a pistol round going away. Paper X.
Pushing that tenuous advantage just a little step further. Such an important round for them to find. And the early punish on Angel, then this play, I've never seen a play like that before.
Yeah.
The wall and a jump up to punish the players that are breaking it. Awesome stuff.
Just in the moment decision making. Instinctual plays a lot of the time is what it feels like.
We saw all of that creativity from Benkai with his Sage on Haven when Paper X played against Optic. Although that was mostly on the other side of the map, but you can see that they've crafted stuff for both.
The poorer weaponry, not enough damage to try and break portions of that wall, but there is enough of a gap. Benkai making sure to plug it. He knew that the wall was bad, but it's an instant answer, a response. Long range angle.
Bad is subjective. The wall is what you make of it.
Aaron dapetin chest sendirian.
Artist though was very quick with the response, grabbing Divide down short. And FPX are going to want to try and punish this A lobby aggression. Here comes Forsaken again, trying to peek the same angle that Divide was on earlier in the round. And for FPX here, Angel's trying to find the timing past the Sage wall. When the wall breaks, the defenders have less information. And he's going to try and hit that into B.
Shots rattled, and the damage, look at that swing! Again, the thing that's carried FPX so far. That discipline, the raw mechanics of Artis. But they're not done yet, Paper X.
Aduh, check this.
Into the corner just in case.
Nice.
Watching for it. Yes,
Set.
indeed.
Hampir
The
ya.
players are cleaned up easily enough.
Mind freaking Jing making sure to put that one away. But it has taken
Ngeri,
some sting
anjir.
out of this third round.
cukup, nggak perlu nyala juga.
Forsaken looking like he wants to go for a Vandal. Is this an entire team buy? It looks like it. Forsaken's not close enough to his tour de force to make some kind of play for an ult orb. And so it's going to be 3 Spectres, 2 Vandals that Paper X take into round 15. It's not a bonus anymore. They need this one.
Very impactful round. For FPX to try and close out this series, it's got to start here on this round.
They have to be ready for pushes like this. FPX must know that Jing occasionally goes on a wander down mid. Benkai's looking ready to break any kind of utility that would come through.
Making sure that he's got his sideline, the angle onto that
mecahin scan
used a lot by FPX.
But Xiao's not in a position to try and clear Jing at the moment. And Xiao has also used both of his prowlers, or perhaps only brought 1, maybe 0 into the round. Using them as part of the default means that he doesn't have them to
Dicek
clear
nggak sih?
out.
Dicek sih sama Ardis.
It's been so slow. Jing made a noise, a footstep, a jump.
Jing buat suara, Cok.
And Jing.
Gila, langsung ada smoke Aaron loh. Hai loh. Memang begitu mereka tuh, cuma Aaron jaga sendiri tanpa ada apa-apa, kayak berani gitu dia.
Forsaken, the information going to be gained. He knows now that A-Long is compromised, but Divide always ready and waiting, sitting up close and personal to run the positioning foul.
Nice.
Down to the feet of Artis still. Jing wants to fight this one. Zipan though, the angles and the weapons. Heads taken off, still finding
Bisa nih Aaron nih.
Players just pouring out into the site, trying to deny the plant.
Zipan and holding these angles down.
Bisa Aaron.
Comes down to Mind Freak, the player who entered these grand finals with the highest clutch percentage. But he's been quiet today. Can he find a moment to put Paper X into double digits?
Wah.
Crossfire isn't exactly great. The smoke to try and lurk his way in. A tap of it.
Ih, kayak Aaron udah sadar.
Trying to bait out one of the angles. The horn though tags him through the and he's back.
Udah dibilang it's time buat Aaron, anjir.
Well and truly back.
The 1v2 Red Bull clutch.
Astra main, bro.
Working with just a Spectre.
And didn't he play that one beautifully as well? Breaking any kind of crossfire that would have been happening from graffiti over to hell or default
to position.
Yep, tap. Not just baiting the position, but baits utility out. Yeah. So Xiao couldn't even shoot back.
Just elite.
He even got marked up at the end and still wins against Zipan.
Aaron kalau nge-clutch mukanya langsung kayak songong gitu dah.
That's the kind of play that Mind Freak has been bringing out over and over again through Paper X's journey in the upper bracket. And he hasn't really had those moments yet today, but what a time to do it. Stopping, halting any kind of streak that FPX would have liked to get up. Any kind of momentum that they would have had back into this attack.
Kadang-kadang ada orang yang kalau nge-clutch tuh nggak ada ekspresi karena takut adrenalin dia gimana gitu. Takutnya malah over jadi kayak nembaknya nggak chill. Oh, gue teriak lah. Kalau lu gimana tipenya, Nap?
is going to mean they have about the
Kalau
same
nggak
amount of
teriak
on
sih.
either side.
Gue diem aja
Might see some
Diam
kind
aja
of
ya.
crazy force.
Kayak tutup muka gitu. Tai lu.
Here it is. There's the crazy force. 3 Guardians, light armor on everybody. FPX are not giving up, not giving in.
What's the play here? They're going to be trying to spam an angle.
Senyum gaming ya.
Potential for it, or maybe it was just really all that they could afford. Taking a fight over towards C long, and again the disrespect being shown. Jing making his way right down mid, but
Controller di Copenhagen benar-benar menyala John.
Control is lost. What a response! Angel tries to answer through, but you don't expect him. This up close once more.
Muka kayak Guardian.
Jing finding huge value out of his deep mid position, and it all falls down to Xiao. Almost gifted one there. And Mindfreak could die to a single body shot.
Wah, ini Sao ya, ini Sao.
Low enough for it, but Xiao is
Iya makanya last
feeling the pressure on every single side. You can feel it. The haunt was dropped down just in case a player was close, but these angles, the positioning, honestly, all over the place. 20 health. Okay, Mindfreak, well.
He's given him a weapon upgrade, Xiao, now with a Vandal in hand.
And plenty of time on the clock as well, Josh. This can be slowed right down.
This stage,
Aduh, Sao anjing. Mati kayak lu Sao, tai.
In this tournament in the clutch. One of the MVP candidates for the tournament based on how crucial he's been for FPX. And the time is not on his side. Less than 30 seconds as he starts to take the spike over to A.
Gak mau bareng aja ya? Tuh, gue sih bareng sih. Satu ke C, satu nahan A.
But also, time running short. 10 seconds left to try and make the play. The launch drop down to ensure that there's nobody there, but we've been destroyed. Now you can see the pressure is on the wall up.
What a crazy wall. Benkai tried to deny the plant with that.
That is absolutely absurd.
Dia mau naik gak sih?
Wants to force it down into the 1v1. At least he doesn't know where Jing is. Now he feels it. He hears it. The utility being used. The positioning's known. Benkai, he will fall. Xiao taken down into the 1v1. The showstopper, the trade.
Bisa mati, cok. Dia soalnya plan.
Just outlandish scenes.
Dia mau naikin Sao, kok enggak? Sebenarnya dia yang naik juga boleh sih. Sumpah. Dia mau naik itu tapi jatuh kayaknya.
And manages to beat this one out against a showstopper in his face.
Bisa ngejar dia.
Aduh,
bisa ngejar gitu anjing. Lurui terakhir ya. Sao anjing.
Has just been enormous.
Last boss.
Remember, Brent, in this
wah, Alex sudah ngoceh dah ini. Lihat Benkai sampai megang pala loh. Salah gua nih kata Benkai.
And they've had to battle past so many obstacles to even get the luxury of playing here in the grand final.
Kalau naik bagus itu.
Playing with subs early on, going down to the lower bracket even in their groups. They fought every single step of the way to the nail.
Masih 10-6.
Rewarded. The opportunity here to claim this title. APAC looking to deny that. Bring this one to map 5. The timing of this timeout.
Kayak gini yang nggak bakal bisa menang anjing. Maksudnya yang nggak bakal bisa main.
And it looks like FPX's journey though through that lower bracket. It doesn't appear to be getting much easier.
No.
They're still 4 rounds away from drawing this one level. Otherwise, we go to a map 5. FPX with a large financial advantage in this round, despite the fact that some of them are still working with light armor. The economy's been in tatters for both teams.
Space being gained by FPX. Working their way through now to Nightfall and the Paranoia. It's all comboed up, but it doesn't actually latch only onto Benkai.
Wah, ikut dia langsung.
The Haunts push them back and now the players swarming into the site. Paybacks want to be denying this one, but a satchel play. Zipan again, up close, up top. Personal. Denying any opportunity for Paybacks to get in there and shut down that spike plant.
Iya, tapi masih bisa.
Soalnya tadi Ronnya bikin nge-tilt gak sih anjing?
Despite his 20 kills, despite his carry performance in the first half, he just hasn't been able to find those moments.
Tour de force, a quick scope. A flick of the wrist, but only 2 bullets remaining. And too many targets to choose for.
Bisa yuk.
Clean round for FPX.
Go.
And found their foothold here, Josh.
That's exactly what they needed. That economy is now going to start to snowball a little. And what was this from Zipan? The jump up, back down, and goes for another bite of the apple? So much confidence exuding from Zipan here. And sure, look at the numbers. He's not winning the race head-to-head necessarily, but he's doing his job. He's finding those times to carry the rounds. And now you see both teams with full equipment in hand.
Disrespect being shown again. Into mid with the boombot, following up off of onto it. Look at this, Angel teleporting up onto the high ground inside the smoke. And need to clear the back of it, but it is that full retake setup by PaperX.
And Forsaken's already come out the back of Garage, looking to get the fast wraparound. Smoke dissipates.
Bisa dijagain loh.
With the weapon around, watching that one angle, but still. Plant not in play.
Anjing, bisa TP di situ nggak tai?
An Angel has used his Omen ult, teleporting behind everybody, causing genuine paranoia.
Itu si siapa namanya? Si Jin sadar gak sih di situ ada Angel?
Enggak. TP di sana. Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, ketahuan dong di luar B sama window.
His teammates might think so. The Cosmic Divide cuts it up, and now the pressure is on. FPX have to play up close and personal. The horn broken, pushing through the wall, but how would you get through it?
Nice.
Laying down, and PaperX get their 11.
Anjir kalau ditungguin pakai Odin.
Yoi, nice.
What a round from Jing. What a huge, monstrous performance from PaperX's star player.
Bisa bunuh.
Gara-gara Jing sih, sumpah ya. Bisa bunuh orang B
dua biji loh dia bisa bunuh.
He collects the lurk on Ardis, which was a little early in the round, dodges a showstopper. After throwing his nade, he scatters the players on site and collects everyone.
Insane mechanics.
FPX's clean round though, one prior, allows them to still buy into
this.
They're going to make an attempt to stop PaperX from getting to map point.
Oh, di situ tuh.
Angel TP is punished.
Ya. Zipan ini kayak tai loh.
And if you had to tell me which team would you expect to use the utility combo and which Raze is just going to be swinging for 2, I think I would have had the names backwards. Mind Freak looking for the mid-round push.
Ran, dapat Ran.
And the angle, it's everything. But a shot's about.
Nice.
Jiggle at the moment. And a second.
Nah. Nice. Let's go bro. Map 5 bro. Satu round lagi bro.
And Mind Freak has really woken up now. Finding these timings to get impactful and win them rounds.
So.
And the energy is building.
Nyebutnya hampir sama gitu kan, FPX.
Feel it meeting in that crescendo to bring us to that map number 5.
PaperX are 1 round away. Alex, frustration turning to tension as the coach watches on, unable to have too much more impact. They just need to dodge one scrappy force buy, and Jing starts it.
Anjrit dijagain sama Dave pakai Odin.
They're not put off from making these high-risk, high-reward
Yeah,
plays. The money is abysmal for FPX. Losing a player on top of it, it's dire. Wall has to be used just to see if they can get the res offline, but look at this, another punish, an attempt of it. A bit of a gamble as he fires it against the wall. He misses the mark at the end.
It's a great idea, but Sugetsu was already ahead of the play. He understood that was going to be coming through. And now it looks like he's still trying to find the time to go for this. He needs players to help.
Not going to be trying to contain with the space, but at least holding down, baiting a swing from them. The nade! Oh, it's so tenuous. Sugetsu wants to go for the resurrect. He needs to try to bring this even, and finally it's being played, but the slam through. Pinged out, and know exactly where it is. And one after the other. The advantage is just snowballing. PaperX within their grasps. Will not be denied their right to go to map 5. The round not over yet. FPX. would have to pull off a miracle.
Gila kan Niki udah jijik aja.
Kenapa?
Kan Niki udah jijik aja katanya.
Iya, sabar kan Niki.
It's all but done. Just no time.
Harusnya jijik sih.
Iya udah.
The duel, well, not quite favored the plan though, Angel. Gets a spike down, but it's down to him.
Udah harusnya jijik. Udah 1 lawan 4, budak lagi.
It's all down to Angel and he can't handle it. PaperX are taking us to a fifth.
Let's go map 5, bro.
Absolutely absurd.
3-2 nih, bro.
Back and forth between both of these teams, so evenly matched. Will we have it any other way?
And this map really had a different feel to it compared to the others.
Oh yeah.
A very methodical play by PaperX, finding those moments to get the lurks working, and then crushing that attack side.
Yeah,
and if we're going to talk about unusual things, how about the 5th map being Breeze?
I mean, just absurd, isn't it?
Depan muka anjing.
What are we going to see? The questions outlined here. It's a map that both teams have been comfortable in the past playing. FPX, of course,
Singapore.
their Euro comp as we're heading into it on the 5th map, but they have the minerals to pull out something that
Ini Aaron sih.
expected, or are they going to be switching it up even more? It's all on the line.
Ini juga nih.
But what you're seeing from PaperX, they're shaking off any potential.
Jadi bilang tuh, bisa Sovereign gak di-upgrade.
Finding ways to make their defense work, which failed them on Bind and Fracture. And they've heated up thoroughly. You're getting big rounds from Mindfreak. Forsaken, finally online. They've got everything building for map 5.
Giveaway sekarang kah? Jangan kah? Sampai selesai.
We're going to send it to a short break. Our analyst desk, of course, breaking down all the action, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. It's the culmination of the grand finals.
Iya, Surreal Lepis. Gue tadi nemenin Your Discord lah. Dia nggak masuk Discord sini. Parah lu nggak ajak Discord lu, kocak. Last map Breeze. Syaratnya like dulu, bikin 2000. Nanti guys. Ini guys tuh kayak Aaron cuy. Panda blue bloop tapi nggak punya gua. Nggak ada panda blue bloop tapi.
Match found.
Gak punya panda belum. Ayo guys, last map nih, semangat dong. Last map cuy, PaperX bisa nih juara. NM busuk.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Anjir, Reso ini baru enak sensinya. Tuh pakai Astra lagi guys.
Don't worry, don't think it, eh?
Fight!
Rise and bring glory.
Aaron tadi bunuh di situ, guys.
Just drop. Trinity, you're welcome. Quadra. Enemy punch. Dominating.
Anjing. Tengah mati kocak. Bisa gitu anjir. Bagi nggak tuh?
I killed him.
Emang iya? Oke berarti itu Raka. Emang Riot tahu bisa kalah gini anjir DM. Malah Bris habis ini guys. DM bisa kalah anjir, malu.
Trinity, you're welcome. Bye-bye, Boomer. Dominating. I take them out.
Astaga.
Kills remaining.
Trinity, you're welcome.
Udah mulai anjing, sabar cuy, sabar cuy. Wah, bisa kabur orang. Bisa orang kabur semua anjing. Coba boy. Bisa nggak mati, tai. Guys. Mana belum kocak?
Kills remaining.
Bisa menang nih gua nih.
Too easy.
Yes, 2 lagi.
1 kill remaining.
You're welcome. One more.
Sang.
To the Prime Gaming Agent Select for the last time in this tournament. Keep your eyes peeled on whether we are going to get a Yoru. I'm quite vigilantly on Yoru watch right now, and things are already shaking up a little.
Got it from the other side. Hardest goes back to a jet. Jing is going to come in on the
You
Neon
wanted
as
him
well.
to move, Bowler. You wanted him to move, but did you want him to move?
Oh!
What is this comp?
Wait, which scene?
Neon Yoru.
Neon Yoru, breach!
Oh, ini pernah dipakai nih di EMEA kayaknya.
I feel like when you look at Breach as well, this is an agent that pretty much from day one.
Iya. Main Astra. Iya dulu pas di qualifier EMEA pernah dipakai Astra.
That looks kind of normal now compared to this.
I will say that some of the Fnatic guys were talking about that.
Waktu itu malah band kayaknya main Phoenix malah.
So I'm looking forward to maybe seeing that. But on the side,
Fnatic doesn't play Breeze.
I mean, I trust Mini, but on the side of FPX, I like the comfort picks of putting Sugetsu back on the Cypher. This is like an OG Sugetsu pick.
Don't care. Don't care. I don't care. PaperX's comp is ridiculous, man.
This is Scarlet losing his mind.
We get to come back at halftime and rip this apart. We get to work out exactly what it is they have up their sleeves, but you don't pick that without a plan.
Okay, Bala, I know you're losing your mind, but just one thing you want the people to keep an eye on. Only one.
I mean, Neon running up with the breach flashes. I mean, what do you want me to say? There's no Viper wall, so they can't really take that much space. It's going to be like a caterpillar.
They got a lot of stunts.
Yeah, they got loads of stunts.
Yeah, I think that's going to be fun.
Stun gaming, from W gaming to stun gaming?
Yeah, there's so much to take it. I also think you have to look at the Astra here, like how they're actually going to utilize that without having a Viper.
Well, Bala is very hyped here on the desk. We are hyped. Copenhagen, I need you guys to make some noise for FPX and PaperX as we head into the final map of this grand final.
Mana ya? Kapan ya?
At the end of this map, a new god is going to be born. We will have a new team on the throne with Masters Copenhagen. That is such a sick feeling that it's gone to map 5 and such bonkers compositions as well.
Outlandish, man. Just inject a bit of pure pandemonium into it. And I mean, this crowd has been electric. The entire match has been electric. I would not have it any other way. Map 5 here in our grand finals. PaperX versus FPX.
Copenhagen, are you ready for map 5?
Oh, ini beda deh. Ini 3 duelis. Beda.
PaperX is starting on the attack side here. Like the Des was talking about, there's no Viper walls whatsoever. How do they cut off sight lines? How are they going to find value out of the Neon? I mean, I guess they're just running in.
And Jing just runs in and he finds the value to teleport.
Oh, gila, bagus cuy.
But Shao locks it down, he shuts it down.
New meta.
Over by the half wall kind of setup. And Mind Freak on the
Aaron tetap nge-flank tuh.
Those big rounds.
Hard is taken out, still the fight being taken. Jing, the confidence, your solo one shot will do it in Tipan. He collects it easily enough.
Nggak bisa.
Bit of spam for the wall,
Kalau
Mind
lawan
Freak setup.
FPX nggak bisa ngasih miss
No
sekalipun
stars
anjir.
available. Knows where the spike
Mereka langsung
is.
kayak bisa balik.
Trailblazer broken and the
Buset dah.
FPX
Jadi kalah.
But ultimately it all came down to
Bisa
Shao.
udah miss lawan FPX pasti langsung dipalain dah sama FPX dah.
Bisa dua-duanya low gitu anjing.
PaperX are going for there. They had a flash, and then as Forsaken Gate crashed in, it was comboed with a fault line from Divide. It is such a bizarre way of playing, but it all got shut down by Shao.
Bagus ya skinnya.
The recon dart, the spam kill onto Forsaken, the second one that he found. And then
shots to find.
Hitting the headshot there as well onto Mind Freak.
Emel lengket banget deh masalahnya deh.
Giving him the aim punch.
Bener-bener kayak magnet gitu cok kalau lu.
PaperX are not done though. They're going for a force.
He forced by.
Again, a dangerous tempo, a dangerous game they're playing, but it's all on the line. Why not? It's gonna be the Prowler. It's gonna be removing a bit of the threats there.
Tuh punya si Davai.
That's gonna be a teleport.
Bagus sumpah.
No targets really being found. Is still knows there's a player lurking, waiting at that main approach, that one choke point angle, but the spike be planted. No difficulties there. Post plan scenario.
Ya susahnya sih nggak ada wall setelah itu ya.
Jadi lu nggak bisa reheat gitu tau gak sih, Cok?
Iya, nggak bisa reposition lagi.
Fight's being taken, the Bulldog ADS, they are going to be favored in this one, but it's a trade anyway. Now, the flank timing to lurk. Mind Freak is down for him to do some damage, to buy a bit of time and space for his team, but now, look at this, running them down with the Ghost in play! Doubled up to buy a Mind Freak against the world. Sticking this one under the Furies, the damage, it's enough to stop it, but it's still up to him, half online, and he has to stay wide, he has to hit the shots, but it's Xiao again!
Anjir.
They shut down the force buy.
Ini feeling gua FPX bakal main cepet
And
terus ya.
Xiao has just been so clean for FPX. There have been other players obviously coming up huge for them. Time and
Bisa nggak kena gitu ya anjing?
But Xiao has always been a rock that they can rely on for these late game, late round kind of moments.
Nice try, bye. Nice try, bye.
Utterly cold. And that puts PaperX back down onto an eco round, just using these sheriffs. And listen, whether or not PaperX fall or fly, they're doing it in true APAC style.
Kemana tuh ayam itu?
Could not get a better end to this series. It's the most EMEA comp you could come up with against the most APAC craziness.
Bingung anjing casternya ngeliatin komposisi APAC.
PaperX are a dangerous team even when they've
Iya benar, paling susah sih kalau dia pakai Astra mau reheatnya susah tuh gak?
Reheatnya sih, kalau misalnya dia
Kalau ke delay itu dia nggak bisa ya.
misalnya dia dapat side, terus mau reposition smoke yang habis gitu nggak bisa.
That smoke, however, is going to make Ardis think there's a potential for somebody to be deep already at Arch.
Stunsgate crash into the back of the
Oh!
side. So whiffed, just missed. Forsaken couldn't find the head, and Ardis is still being surrounded by enemies, but with the rifle he should be good for it. A quick updraft, revealed by the dart. Mind Freak comes to no fruition.
Masuk ada smoke mana aja ya by the way ya bro.
That is a prime game in floor.
Perang.
FPX continue to build up their economy.
Smoke-nya paling enggak bridge.
The FPX composition
Enggak dia
is so
smoke
good at
itu.
gaining information around the map. So Getsu's setups are going to
Belakang
allow
side
them
gitu-gitu
to
lah,
put
enggak tahu.
countless tripwires all over the map. And then you still have information being given by Zipan as he throws flashes deep into different areas.
Udah gitu nggak dari kon gitu kan Del.
It speaks to the flexibility of both of these teams that they're able to almost roll the dice on the compositions they want to play as they head into the most important map they've
Ini emang strateginya mereka, guys.
All on the line.
And that is fast.
Gak bisa disalahin. Mereka udah latihan pasti pakai ini.
And Sugetsu tried to hold the angle but just got overwhelmed. Too many bodies for him to deal with.
Sebenarnya bagus sih agent komposisi kayak gini. Jadi sebenarnya cara mainnya mereka tuh nggak kebaca.
Apapun agentnya mah kalau seandainya works buat tim mereka mah ya nggak apa-apa sih.
Sama selama dia udah dicoba di latihan itu berhasil. Kenapa enggak? Belum tentu line up aneh-aneh itu udah pasti kalah ya, belum tentu. Tomki, thank you. 50.000-nya.
B-nya di retake mulu anjay. Mereka nge-stuck anjay.
Tadi mau take mid ya, tapi
And honestly, against PaperX, you're worried they've pushed your spawn.
Semuanya pada post plan semua di
so much advanced position. Not a lot given, but Forsaken, wow.
Gila Jason.
Taking away Zipan advantage.
Ya harusnya kalau mereka nggak disiplin menang sih harusnya sih.
Amazingly, PaperX are actually playing really passive positions on the post plant, going for the reflank now through tunnel. Sugetsu's got it all to do, and it's just impossible.
Divine locks it down with the Odin spam and around there for PaperX.
Odin cok, dapai.
Whenever they get the spike down on B, they're not pushing, they're not trying to get aggressive into spawn or hold.
Ini sih pemakaian utility Iron emang harus pas sih. Gak bisa buat.
Berarti mereka actionnya harus cepat sih menurut gua, nggak bisa yang kayak lama-lama gitu.
Terus mana smoke-nya nggak terlalu lama lagi.
I think as well goes against the grain in terms of what you expect with PaperX playing this composition.
Lebih terus emang taktiknya begini.
Jing as well. These guys are known to just take space and be relentless with it, but one way to shut that down is Ardis. Operator in his hand, Hunter's Fury to deny the gate crush. Has to back away. Forsaken in the corner.
Udah sadar Jason di situ.
Boatload of damage, but now still wants to try and push his way back into it. Maybe a timing can be found, and the shot is true. Getsu head ripped clean off.
Mind Freak still in this lurk position.
Si Aaron di situ.
Does Angel check with enough diligence here?
Ini angle tai sih
semua dangerous thorn in their side for this post.
Iya benar.
Xiao is just tracking this gate crash all the way back into spawn.
Waduh.
And again the lurk is found.
Untung nggak TP Jason di situ.
He's just been pulled away from the action.
It's the advantage of running it as well. You have to at least dedicate some resources. A player watching the gate crash.
Just break it.
Off to the side, Artist looks to try and make a moment out of it. A bit of magic maybe to inject, but this retaken with the operator, never ideal. Timing for Forsaken with that swing. It's too clean. Utility in the hands of his opponents.
Bagus sih. Bagus tuh, lihat tuh, rapi anjir.
That's why mereka nggak mau ke A, dia langsung main ke B terus deh.
And the post plants are looking fantastic for
Dia ke A-nya nahan dulu kan, abis itu regroup ujung-ujungnya ke B.
On those lurk plays.
Giliran kalau orangnya bagus untuk dilihat, pasti kalian bilang, wow, gitu. Giliran kalau nggak dapat skor, apa nih?
Gue masih penasaran dia tuh ngambilnya gimana ya? Kalau bener-bener kayak
nih ambillah nih. Emang pantai viewer. Emang bingung loh, Oh, smoke tengah side, kanan side, kiri ya?
Jadi kiri tengah.
Oh, kiri diperangin. Iya, diperangin.
Gila tapi.
Expending that dash. Still has the ultimate, still has the blade storm. He could do some serious work into this one, but post pass locked down now. Fast lane. Just dodging to the side of it. Angling found to get to what a shot. And this is looking still winnable.
But again, it's safe. Passive post plant positioning.
Dia ada post plant sih, ya.
They've got to start on the spike. It's going to be incredibly difficult to try and get away with this one. The Nightfall.
They know that they've detected all 5.
Yeah.
I mean, Mind Freak could just be running at them right now, and he is.
Going quiet on it now to Rolling Thunder. Overlapping all of the abilities, all of the ultimates. The timing being taken.
Nice.
The space gain on PaperX.
Keren coy.
Never letting their foot off the gas.
The Breeze metagame has never been shifted so far.
Dia apa?
A seismic shift.
Ya apa?
But PaperX are playing this one beautifully. You can tell that this isn't just a comp that they've thrown together at the last moment. Or if it is, they're geniuses. Because they've got a great understanding of what they want to do with it.
Keren coy. Ini final baru seru, anjir.
That they're playing passive post plants. That's my big question.
Pasti di defense-nya banyak lagi nih minigame nih.
And maybe this time out I'll be conferring with Doombros.
Bingung kan mereka.
The read that they're playing these passive post plants. Fast retakes might be the order of the day.
The way that PaperX are playing this Euro is so different to the way that FPX have played it in the past on Breeze. Often it's like a slow siege, a taking mid control. A lot of the Euro, the implementation of it by PaperX has been these fast executes, something to add the extra layer on top of Jing just running it down on Neon.
And from what we saw of PaperX's AC,
paling cuma ini kebiasaannya doang. Mereka bareng terus. Astra selalu nge-flank.
On anti-ecos.
Sure.
You can see the pings now that both teams have rifles back in their hands. And FPX are nowhere to be seen.
Still positioning, at least given up early, but time to.
Yeah, still 10 seconds for them to set.
Harus selalu dapat nge-flanknya anjir.
But look at the positioning of PaperX. They look like they want to send this thick and fast straight.
Udah ini dia udah jadi best lurker, bukan best lurker, udah nge-lurk dari tahun-tahun dari zaman di boom.
Some of the block they angle off. They have to be cautious though. They know the money online means that.
Ada ulti.
That operator in buy. Of course, Artist has it.
Kalian wall kayak Viper gak sih?
And the fast lane. Any hopes of holding that angle to the side just going to be denied, but he's given up. Angel in fact working his way off to the side.
Itu pasti kecek sih.
Could be able to catch a player or two.
Pasti dicek itu.
The ult from Mind Freak finding big value. Surely Artist. Surely not Artist.
Dash enabled. Flash as well. He connects. Does he want to push through? The answer is no. The Seeker up close. Personal now with the wall denied. Coming through. The dog does so much work, so much damage, but Angel he secures it.
Kena gigit shock.
The post plan positioning, it's so
dijagain midnya.
They just want to try and buy time. Push them back a bit of
Aaron dulu sih yang main sih.
Kena tembusan lo lihat
his leg being taken out beneath him. A flash to push them back.
Aaron yang main Odin. Bisa di ini.
A tap of it, a timing now. Alert comes through to get to.
Gila, bagus banget. Bagus banget scan-nya anjing. Gila, keren cuy. Coba.
Soalnya dia udah nggak mungkin bisa main di set kan.
Iya.
Jadi dia emang harus main di belakang.
Kak, scan-nya tuh dikomboin dengan ini pasti.
After those first 3 rounds that FPX put on the board, it's looked like they have no answer. They can't stop the side hits, and they can't win the retakes. But everything has been on B.
Wah, anjing Willy gue kalau kayak aduh. Sabar. Iya anjir. Sabar.
Maybe I wonder if Angel can get a read on this as well.
Positioning though, I mean the players are so deep into spawn here, and when the fire comes through, it's a gate crash into the corner.
Sabar. Kayak ngeliat cara taktiknya sih bagus banget loh.
Tapi fatnya Benkai lebih bagus sih.
Destroyed in the blender that is this choke point. In fact, case an example right here, Ardis. Great opening pick for them, but the wall goes down and now deciding to slowly accrue.
Bisa ngeding gitu anjing.
Drop down to 5 health, but not enough to secure that kill.
These players on site are struggling.
Dasar di situ.
This A site hit, it's getting mopped up.
It's getting so sloppy as well. FPX.
Jivan gak wajar gitu anjing Jivan.
And it has to be the pivot.
Aaron udah nggak ada star lagi. Aaron dikasih sendiri.
Ih, Davai. Sabar, Davai.
With 5 health and an Odin.
They really have brought APAC, haven't they, to Copenhagen?
Aaron dipantekin dari window.
I love it. Kind of plays, man.
I
love it. You just can't
prep for it.
Mindfreak's going to start distracting now as he starts tapping the plant. Does this turn eyes? Does this get divided?
Cek kanan. Nah. Nice. Bisa menang ini. Odin di window. Bisa cepu banget nih viewer anjing. Nih penonton di sana cok. Gara-gara suara crowd tuh kalau noleh tuh. Untung Dave yang noleh.
And now the trap is starting to close. Can Devi provide enough assistance here?
Aaron dapat 1. Nice. Dave dikena sih. Nice, Aaron menang. Aaron pinter nih pasti. Mindfreak bos. 2 lawan 4 is okay bro. Hah? Adi kalau bunuh si Cypher udah pasti menang.
Look at the replay here. Mindfreak, even before this actually, was taking mostly duels against players that had sheriffs.
No! Let's go! The crowd seems firmly on the side of PaperX.
Buset.
A lot of cheers for these guys.
So good man.
I've heard the FPX chants as well. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. But at the moment, it has just all been APAC. PaperX winning 5 rounds in a row here, forcing an FPX timeout. And what is the adjustment?
Sumpah ini PaperX full heaven banget anjir.
I think from our point of view, Bren, there are clear things that FPX can try to...
Pusing, FPX ini pusing tau gak lu? Ini gameplay apa sih yang mau kita nggak pernah ada tau gak? Ini apa yang mau diinin? Udah emang harus fokus. Pokoknya nembak mati.
All of these things would be crucial tools for FPX to have access to right now. And they themselves are working with a composition that they haven't been playing recently.
Udah bingung pasti. Gak ada gambaran agent begini anjir.
Or they've been running the Yoru themselves. And Forsaken has decided to take it upon himself to prove to Angel he knows better.
Running the Euro against them. Tasted their own medicine.
What a way that would be to win.
Ults are online for them. Obviously, Divide this time looking pretty good, and it is an approach.
Dapat ulti
the orb, the Cosmic Divide online for Mindfreak.
Again, how has he got the Cosmic Divide online once more?
Tapi B-nya ada 3 orang.
Looks like he's just used it.
Nggak ada 2.
And so this is the first time that PaperX start with a default. But it looks like they're going to go back again into a B push. It's been a B push every time in these rifle v rifle games. And the Cosmic Divide is such a massive tool for either side.
It'll slow down for about a moment, but eventually the pace must resume.
Oh, di-clearin backsetnya.
To get to the back of the site, but look at all the utility. Coming up, Angel somehow claim himself a snakebite kill, but Forsaken's
Gak denger kayaknya.
able to just return fire once more. Utility in his hands and his hit has gone skew.
It's the first time
kelilingin
that
tuh map.
FPX decided to commit fully to it. Overstack players here. And the
Dapat
problem
A-nya Aaron lihat
is
tuh.
always on the lurk. And he's managed to find the A
Bisa
side.
gitu guys.
The crucial thing here is for Mindfreak to not overstep
Gila.
himself.
Cakep banget anjing mainnya. Ini harusnya nggak sih Zipan sih.
Harun udah dapet info tuh, satu orang udah
Iya.
And Mindfreak's aggressive, but tempered. Just hearing Zipan walk his way into halls.
Ini apalagi bomnya ke plan. Tuh.
That's decent information that he can pass
Plannya
over
bagus
the bank.
banget, cakep cuy. Bisa kelihatan dari
Ke plan ya kan udah dapat CT, main belakang. Cuma Davai.
Temu dong sama Davai, tapi Davai aware dong, pasti dikasih tahu kan.
Nggak tahu, iya harusnya. Ini udah kedengeran. Bisa main di atas. Bisa naik di situ dong Davai. Nah.
And instead of running for the spike, he's going to try and get an angle onto it.
You've got to be joking me. You've got to be kidding
Kelihatan. Aduh.
Sticking it down. Already half onto it. The fault lines are trying to stun them up, but FPX it's handed to them on a
Waduh,
plate.
ente.
A bit of an overheat moment once more.
Bisa dia kalau naik yang di kecilnya doang. Serius. Tadi jatuh aja.
Mostly because FPX players happen to stumble upon them.
Aduh, jatuh segala sih. Ya Allah, bisa orang ngecek gitu anjing habis.
Artist getting the one beforehand, it was all essential.
And maybe Mindfreak's death could have been avoidable for sure if he'd managed to position himself.
Mungkin dia expect-nya si
somewhere where he's
orang
as
bridge-nya
exposed.
ya udah di bridge aja gitu.
But okay, you've got rifle v rifle, and it looks like PaperX are starting to break the mold.
Aduh,
Ulti.
Heading down 10 for the first time over towards A in these buy rounds.
Di
crash there, back around the side of yellow, but that's going to be the ult popped off almost immediately. Artist though claims a kill. A bit of chaos, a bit of pandemonium. Pushing now onto the side as kills are just again flowing one side to the next. Seeker's even in play, and the angle just cannot be found by Zipan.
It's an awesome kill by Mindfreak there. Zipan was posing a major problem for them over at stairs. And now the round can slow down. But there wasn't really a lurk play over towards B. Mindfreak was required to help the rest of his team.
Tapi gila orangnya 3-3, 3 lawan 3.
So uncomfortable to have to watch towards switch.
B-nya di retake.
And
doesn't know where they could be. And there's still so much time in a round that PaperX happy again to just let that mid round apply the pressure itself.
Babin dulu.
Aduh, nggak ada. Mau berisikin doang deh.
Information and there's a swing into mid. Sagetsu comes out on top though.
The information play once more finding value for FPX. Benkai just gets the horn back online. Divide trying to see if he can get a targeted fault line, but Artist dodged it.
What a shot still. The disrespect being shown into the aftershock almost goes down from it, but with the time down to just 20 seconds. Divide picks up the operator. It looks like it's going to be the safe play.
Bisi.
Ke B paling enak, cuman harus buat orang B-nya nggak nge-stuck gitu.
Itu sampai dia taruh trapnya di situ loh karena tahu rute jalannya ke situ terus nggak?
I knew the fans were in the building. They just had no reason to be loud up until this point. Map 5, 5-5 the score.
Udah ke B aja kali.
A knife's edge that separates these two teams.
Nggak jadi.
A massive difference in their approach to this, the decider, that puts someone on the throne. But Artist played a masterclass in this round,
and so
disrespecting all of the utility to get picks.
30
seconds. Oh my god, saya datang adu parah.
But a similar scene being painted again.
Bukan oh my god, maksudnya kaget gitu ada.
Jing tuh matinya selalu apa? Kasian sih sebenarnya. Jasonnya lolos, Jingnya kena shutdown.
Even when they were running against the eco rounds, they still tripped up. And as they take a timeout here, I'm sure that's going to be something they're discussing. There are ways that you could make this composition work on an A hit. I think an A split where you take halls control, you have Mindfreak's utility at the bottom of halls, you're doing a hall split, you only need bridge smoked off, you're coming from all of the other entrances, so you don't necessarily need
Just to highlight the stakes once more, in case it wasn't obvious here, map 5 in our grand finals to decide who will take away the title, the Masters 2 champion.
We heard it from Ardis earlier on in the day. He said, we came here as challengers, we're gonna leave as kings. And that is a bold claim that they've now gotten closer and closer to fulfilling.
Iya ke B nih.
Hair's breadth between these two teams.
Ya kan denger deh Cok.
Si Jason mau turun dari bawah, dia mau ke ini, ke half wall lagi. Tadi ada taktiknya. Kan nih. Tuh. Ya, nyangkut. Oh, enggak, emang TPG gitu. Nah, ini nih. Gas.
Tapi B-nya udah di stuck Cok.
Teleported to the back, they're ready for it. Seen that play before. Angels more than ready. And Ardis as well returns fire. The angle locked down with the operator. The overdrive is denied. Every player toppling. But Jing returns again. Glides to the side. But eventually the shots finding him and shutting him down.
Dia harus kasih presence dulu ya Cok.
Look how quickly FPX have 4 players onto the B site. Within moments of the initial pieces of utility being dropped, FPX are rotating players there instantly. Choosing, I mean, the read is perfect from FPX, and their
bisa naik dia.
Is awesome. Just instantly, off the first piece of utility, stack players on the site, play to deny the plant going down. PaperX can't play post plants if they never have a plant.
Tapi kayak tujuannya ke B, lihat deh spec-nya di situ Cok.
Look at the final round of this first half. One's going to be broken. Ardis an aggressive angle and pop the blade storm off. Feel the pressure being applied.
Forsaken so deep. I don't see how Ardis could read this.
So much to get through as well. All the way down into horse. It's going to be a fast lane that Jing's been able to take all this positioning up. And it has injected that chaos into the round, but Sipuni just contains it regardless.
If Jing hadn't used his fast lane, Forsaken would have had a free kill, but now he's getting droned out.
No way!
Spot him!
Running around the side. The decoy play shell still locks that angle. And it's up to Ardis. He can feel the approach, the blade storm, the updraft, the heads not being found.
Arun.
Now Hunter's Fury, anything to help him out. It's the 1-4-1.
Dolan 3 sih.
Angel spent the entire round inside his Viper's pit over by EMEA. That means he's got a very quick flank here. And for PaperX, they've got to force the fight. They know that they're at a player disadvantage. They can't go for the back. The safe.
Bisa rusak kayak situ anjing.
Ya. Angel's already flanked around. Benkai's positioning. Removed, taken out.
Nice.
Devi is known, he gets one, but he has a mighty task. 1v2, isolates it. Down to the clutch, but Shao reigns supreme.
Gila. Gila sih.
Outclutch Shao. He's
Hampir.
been a monster this tournament.
Hampir,
He's a great player online, but he's been a superstar here offline.
Gak ngaruh tuh peluru 6 2 orang anjing.
Round after round for FPX. What an attempt by Devi. What a great.
Tahu bener-bener loh. This fucking. Oh, kirain gun ternyata. Kirain guy kan.
You can realize why they might end up being frustrated.
Radiates through, doesn't it? That's going to be the first half here on our final map of the Grand Finals. Des, take it away. What have you got for us?
Thank you very much, Bren and Sideshow. What a half that was. Probably the most entertaining half we've seen all day. Did you guys think we were going to get a 7-5 when PRX started to push the way they did onto the side?
I mean, that's just such a ridiculous gamble that I was like, there's either they crush this or they get stomped. But we have an even game in our hands. This is ridiculous. The fact that FPX are able to adapt after PaperX took a really, really nice start.
Yeah, and it seemed like they had a lot of really cool ideas as well. Like, I like the fact that they're using that fast lane to sort of like mask some of the positions. I also think Mindfreak, with the way he was placing his smokes, it was very well planned. The thing is though, and the thing I always love about FPX, even though they're up against probably the maddest composition we've ever seen,
Right.
they still always adapt, and they did towards the end of that half.
Some of the lurks from some of these players as well. Divide decided to join in on the fun down towards mid, get a little lurk in the corner there. I think the crowd, you guys helped out a little bit on that one. I heard you guys screaming when that came down, but the biggest thing as well to keep in mind is that Mindfreak has this complete understanding of the map, where he can be, where the rotates might come through. He's had a really good half.
He has indeed, but on the side of FPX as well, they managed to claw this back.
Yeah, I do think that they took way too long to actually realize that there's no
Pesan
on the other side, right? The flanks were not coming through, except in 2 rounds. I think Angel was able to get some value out of it.
Yeah, and looking ahead onto the next half, Jess, I know you wanted to give us a stat about the pistols.
You know I love to find the stupid little stats in the game, so let me give you something. Throughout this entire series, the team that has won the second pistol, and they have pretty well evened up on the winning of the pistols, but if you win the second pistol, they've won the map so far. That's for every map thus far, so whoever wins the very next round, statistically, if I've got everything here, according to the stats, they should win not just the map, the entire match. So that's what I've found so far. A little bit of a tidbit there.
So the tournament comes down to 1 pistol round.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, most important pistol round I've been a part of in the audience of. And Brandon Sideshow, let's see who's going to get this important round.
Mandi malam berenang dia di Donet. Di Donet sama siapa?
Very important round indeed, this pistol round. Deciding a lot, of course, trying to snowball their way to the final half that we're going to see in this series between these two teams.
malah nyebur kolam, bilang.
Goblok jam segini lagi. Demam tuh meriang besok.
Biarinnya COVID ya.
Both duelists look like they're trying to take a fight in cave early on. And Jing not going for his fast lane this time. Has a stun in hand with the Ghost.
Already the disrespect being shown!
How does he get that?
Dart removed, he just wants to fight.
Gila.
He's swinging.
Agresifnya gila banget.
Ready to shoot his second shot with the Ghost, and yet he still finds Ziban's head.
10 juta anjir di Donet 10 juta.
Oh iya.
FPX are not going to let it rattle him.
Gokil.
Gotta stay calm.
8 juta, oh my god.
Situations like this, it's a huge
Adanya mau
advantage, of
menang,
course, given
abangnya di Donet,
PaperX with that
gila
opening
keluar
kill,
ada
but
Susanto memang
easily turn it
happy.
around.
But FPX might end up here being paralyzed by ignorance. They don't know what PaperX have planned. They've never played against a team comp like this. They don't know if Forsaken's going to be aggressive with his teleports. They need to play spread and play slow to try and figure out what the game plan is.
Kayak gue lagi nonton ARF
They just have to hope that when they finally figure it out,
Kemarin
they have to
lama
hope
banget
it's not too late.
A close angle by Forsaken, I believe the drone earlier. Not quite catching him.
Jason sampai habis tuh utility dia.
Off angle, how are they still finding these kills? Bit of a jiggle there with the movement. Shao eventually gets him.
Waduh.
So on the other side of things, it was Jill.
Nice.
We managed to open it up. Hey, oh my word, PaperX.
Nyaris tuh gak tuh kena timing anjay. Si Jing
Spike's still going to be
bunuh.
down the fault line. Gives him a huge advantage into this one. Artist though now, all the pressure in the world. A prowler in his face, a flash. A tap at a spike. He has to stick this one.
Sendiri-sendiri.
He has to stick
Gak ada waktu. Gak ada waktu.
A heroic effort. But at the end of the day, it's PaperX who win it out.
Tapi rada ngeri-ngeri sedap gitu ya. PaperX biasa kayak udah
Winning the pistol is massive, but the manner in which they did it as well is going to start to scare FPX.
Do you still have the confidence to make plays like this?
How did Jing get the kill through the wall? Jing is just running around trying to take duel after duel.
We are witnessing the championship mentality, I think, that you need to be able to perform when it matters most, to be able to still make those plays.
Bizarre Viper wall that we're seeing here from Angel as they try and take some map control. Recon Dart up at the top of mid too as FPX put a premium on owning this area of the map.
Ada Wilson, mana Wilson?
Devi forced to overextend just a tad to see if he can get that information. Doesn't want to risk it again, but in the midst of all of this, look at this space that Artis has gained. Bit of a wide swing, so he did make some noise there.
His positioning is known, but perhaps this indicates
Di tengah hawa mirip.
want to try and take positions like this in future rounds. PaperX aren't running a Sova, they're not running a Sky. They have some informational ability with Benkai, but they're mostly going to be pushing for their info.
And the off angle, well, Angel Seemed ready for it, wanted to clear it through, but a spam into the corner, the right click Shao.
Jason ke distract
Dodges the
sama yang limit.
flash.
Iya anjir. Jadi kedip. Jadi dapat ini dia.
Value now down to 35 seconds in the
Tadi
round.
dia udah bener mau ngepick kiri cuk gara-gara
Not
dari
too much time to work with.
Where's the spike gonna end up?
I think for FPX, it's all about the kills. It's about being able to remove weapons from the hands of PaperX. But they're pushing into Jin's
kejepit sepertinya kawan. Jinnya kejepit ya.
Smoke drop down there, that's trying to deny something. Shots
Oh,
again
santai.
rattled off on either side of the map down to the final few seconds. Looking like it could have potentially got dangerous.
Pasti di pick sama Jing. Ya Allah.
Okay.
Ya Allah.
Still not enough time in the round. Chow. Hopefully going to be happy with the damage they did to their economy.
I think he'd be happy to die there, actually. Didn't want to save a Spectre and no armor into the next. That's going to allow him to get Vandal full armor. And they did some serious damage over to the PaperX bonus. But now we get this question.
Ini apa?
Has PaperX got something crazy prepped for their defense side? And if so,
Sayur.
can they make it work?
Gak enak gitu.
Blind fracture, that was one of the failures.
Eh?
But they've drawn
Tahu
at the final
soal.
map level.
Conversion at a bonus.
Fansnya sih
PaperX
melesat cuk.
be laughing all the way to the bank one day, the fault line.
Wow, stun, suck, comboed up to punish anybody.
Kelihatan cuy. Di gangbang.
Taking the space away from Shao. How much
Bisa dikejar sampai sini.
on the beachfront, but spam the spray down.
Nyaris
The
mati.
damage was down on the Forsaken, but eventually he does trade. that
Mati
kill.
dong itu.
Mati gak sih? Iya,
Kau
dia
udah
masih
TP
mati.
dia.
So 4-4 right now, and FPX with less time to work with and more of the map to re-clear.
Stable kan. Udah nggak ada orbs lagi.
These are the
dia.
moments where PaperX were occasionally trying to get a bit too
Mulai
cocky.
ngendok kayak.
Somebody
Iya
else on the other side
anjir.
of the map trying to make a
Ngendok
play.
dulu FPX. Nanti push dulu bro.
And Device coming in to try and reinforce this position with Forsaken. The two Flash agents.
Kayak jubahnya Yoru nih kasih nama Forsaken aja gak sih? Itu yang di belakang lambangnya Forsaken anjir.
Of any sort of utility, maybe even a footstep, and there's the contact play. The
Tat.
miss, fault line comes through, the damage is certainly done. Devi, watching the angles, Forsaken are
Wah dari mid.
gonna get cleaned up.
Aduh.
They get too much done to get
Bisa
through.
bantingan kayak gitu anjing.
This guy's looking
Alay
far too
anjing.
clean with it, and
Klik
there's still
apaan
enough
tahu
time for them
tuh.
to try and get this plant down. The positioning is
Bisa alay
gained.
gitu,
Plant
tai.
gonna be stuck. Cage giving him just enough coverage. But a little bit of favor there. Mind Freak just has to zip
Nice.
away, but what a shot!
Sabar.
Guy that crosshair
Nice.
placement, just fantastic.
Gokil man. Gokil man.
The bonus.
Anjing semakin seru ini.
I thought Sugetsu might be able to get the job done there. What a pillar for
Gak ada yang
FPX.
leto ya.
But PaperX is so fast on these
Iya
kind
anjir,
of
kuat
decision-making
loh.
moments.
Saling
Divine grabbing a crucial one.
Ini kalau yang lagi bete
But the final
kasihan
moment there is all about
timnya
Benkai.
sih.
He sends a prowler forwards. So the rest
Harus
of FPX
step up
think that they're
anjing
both
di
coming
match
from
ini
tunnel.
semuanya.
And then Benkai wraps through elbows so quickly to
Gila.
get around and backstab the post planters. And now, for the first time in the series, PaperX are thoroughly in control. Looking like they're going to edge out a 2-round lead here in the final map and force FPX to play catch up.
Quick dodge there, the flash that comes down. This crossfire setup. Have to be cautious and watching of it. Hopping away, dangerous times. The dog though, seeing if they can supplement it, any sort of approach to take the fight for the choke
Bisa
point.
gitu.
Shuts it down easily enough.
Aduh,
Blade Storm now
Alpi sama
being used by
Sheriff ya,
Aris. Feels like he
ngeri-ngeri
needs to
sedap,
take matters
boy.
into his own hands.
Iya.
We've already seen how nasty Sugetsu is
Gue
with
biasa kalau
Guardian.
ngeliat orang Iko kayak seneng
Jin
gitu,
goes
kalau
for
ini
some
gue
kind of
nggak
info
tenang
peek
dah
here.
hati gue.
There
dah,
is
sumpah,
potential to
ngeliat
get punished.
Iya anjir.
FPX Ikonya jago banget cok.
And you can see the way that Forsaken's put his gate crash over towards B. It's going to allow Benkai to get reinforcements if he's under pressure.
Nih lu liat nih, badan gue kayak udah bergetar-getar kakinya cok.
Does have an
Udah gue
expiration
gerak-gerakin,
date
gue
on it.
nggak tenang hidup gue.
If FPX end up just really playing the clock like they've been known to do. Could be
Nice.
cool, but don't think he's too worried about it.
Waduh.
Hardest round the side though. Blade Storm, that's going to be a good return. But the Prowler latches onto him. He's not going to be able to take too much more space off the back of it.
Gila, utility lengket semua cuy. Bagus banget. Gila. Recon teman pun sampai ditembak ya guys ya. Padahal teman yang pakai sofa ya bisa ditembak tuh Recon. Wah, adrenalin nih cuy. Oh, bagus. Tadi siapa yang bacot-bacot tadi ya? Sama komposisi agentnya.
Jetnya
lihat tuh.
Sebenarnya sih kalau komenin masalah agent sih nggak masalah, tapi kayak kenapa sih gitu kayak
ya kalau awal-awalnya kaget sama kok begitu ya. Terus ya udah kalau udah main tuh udah kasih percaya aja gitu. Mereka pasti nggak mungkin retat gitu anjir, retat nggak mungkin sampai final anjir. Waduh, bisa begitu anjing.
Reaffirming the crossfire setups that they've got, the thing that has carried them so far in this tournament.
Karena nyari si itu ya.
Aduh, it's okay, masih leading.
They win out the round, an important one at that. Ensuring the PaperX don't get that lead to run away with it.
Masih bisa. AWP nggak sih dapat?
What a rare, fast round coming out from FPX, and what a sick play by Artis.
Biar napasnya enak aja.
Finding that pick onto Jing neutralizes all of the aggression in the retake.
There's just no way you're favored there.
But also, what a switch up of tempo.
Yeah.
I think we could count on one hand the amount of times that FPX have gone for fast pushes in this series.
Why it ends up being so dangerous.
Here comes Jing. Here comes Jing.
Yeah, speaking of the pace, speaking of the fast play. That's the stun ball rip. Right
Slide.
side again.
Nice.
Artis.
Aduh, udah nyampe situ aja tuh.
Dia kayak gitu sendirian deh anjir ya.
Holding down the staircase.
Dia stun bridge
Drive still in play. Tip tap of his feet, just trying to run around the map, but a position of course is going to be
Waduh.
slowing it down. Artis.
Orang mid yang
Great crosshair placement.
yang buat jatuh itu kan
Shot to the cranium. Jing is shut down.
Dia cuma ngindarin doang.
Artis is saving the round for them at this point.
Iya sih.
Benkai's only got a stinger to work with. Can't even pick anything else up.
No difference maker, hasn't he?
Aduh.
bener kan pakai bridge di sini. Ini yang gitu pakai
There's the
bridge.
kill.
Saving sih.
In terms of who might be able to be winning that one, but looks like Devi opting play back and save this one. Benkai obviously doesn't want to bring this stinger into the next round.
Saving.
He won't be given the choice either way. What a round for Artis to turn up. Getting two massively impactful kills after the rest of his team had been barreled over.
Yeah.
And you might have been fooled into believing that that was some kind of eco-crazy push coming out from PaperX as Jing popped off his ultimate, but that was them going for a force.
Disuruh cek WA
PaperX
mekanik
are now
apa?
ceding control of the game as FPX tie the series up 9-9 with an economy advantage.
9. Got the guns moving into the next one as well. It feels like they've got that read. I think for FPX's path, the way that they even got here, hardships, obstacles, the entire way. But it hasn't stopped them. Even when going up against the former champions of Optic, they earn their spot here, but Devi bites back the operator that he saved into that round.
That's another hurdle for FPX to overcome.
Okay, aman.
He's not looking to get aggressive on the Hall Slurk. Mindfreak would be waiting for him. And FPX, whenever these rounds start going badly, they seem to lack the map control to send things back in their favor. FPX have got to be patient here. There's still a minute 10 on the clock. They can group up, start to move over to another area of the map. But if it's Angel that leads the way,
Kayak geter banget gitu anjing.
two players ready to punish.
Tadi siapa sih yang geter sih? Si Angel ya?
Just for a bit of information. See if there's any players holding close, and of course there were.
Kayaknya dia emang sense gede gak sih?
Real hit starts to come down now onto B. A flash over the top for Taken. Wants to disrupt this one. Is the spike being planted? Now he's going to try and...
Aduh.
Angle being watched. Getsu's covering his teammates back.
Ada aja lo yang siap lo anjing. Bisa ada yang siap gitu tai. AFK apa sih?
Fight still being taken though, and mid locked down by Angel, ensuring that they can't get away with any mischief. Defy and Benkai up against this one with the crossfire and the post plant setup. FPX more than favored.
Kok bomnya cepet banget ya meledaknya ya? Perasaan baru udah dipasang.
Devi's just gonna have to try and save this operator once again.
Wah, save lagi sih Devi sih.
FPX are gonna try and take the lead here.
Mampus.
Mampus lu.
Benkai making it a little more dangerous, a little more expensive. But at the end of the day, it is FPX taking the lead. The first team to get to double digits in map 5.
Wah.
Are these teams, man?
Anjing ini tipis banget sih.
3 players away from even being able to attend Reykjavik. They're now 3 rounds away from winning in Copenhagen.
Mereka bisa-bisa mulu sih.
PaperX forced to take a timeout as they adjust to what FPX have thrown at them.
FPX mainnya gini banget sih anjir.
The momentum of this map, it's been backwards and forwards, trading hands. The timeout, I think, definitely forces the question for them now to see how they can deal with this. FPX's adjustments, the adaptations they've made, they've just been elite all series long, all tournament long.
They certainly have.
Let's go. Let's go, PaperX.
FPX have done such an incredible job so far, and this one round could tip the entire balance in their favor. PaperX on the verge of being broken once more. 15 seconds left in their timeout to confer with Alex and try and find out what the game plan is.
Bisa ada bocil joget.
PaperX must win
ini
this
malah
to keep their dreams alive.
Bocil semok ya.
So important.
In
the past, PaperX are a team, they haven't let that pressure get to them. They've come into tournaments, they've been playing a bit of fun. Their goal has always been in a distant future. It's given them that edge, that bit of whimsy that they needed to often just better themselves against some very tough opponents.
They never have pressure.
Agak tadi ada bocil yang di atas sini, atas kanan sini, kocak. Cewek, mata lu ke cewek mulu.
From lifting a trophy, maybe the dreams start to become a little more real. Maybe the pressure starts to become a little more real.
Disikat, bro.
FPX again moving the tempo up.
And you just don't expect this.
It was PaperX with the timeout, and FPX have decided you will not get to execute your plan. We are immediately taking B.
Waduh, dijagain nggak Jason anjing?
For a lot of these common angles, the spike is going to be planted. It's forced into that retake. Look at the flank angle approach. You can see that there's
dijagain kah itu?
All the way back into their spawn, but Jing
enggak.
trying to find his way up into the angle. Now the Hunter's Fury. Popping off right now.
Nice.
To see if he can shut this one down. The kill is still flooding through. A dash and a glide. But Angel again comes out on top.
Aduh, itu harus dibunuh tuh bisa. Aduh. Aduh, ada line up kah? Aduh, Ben. Alay anjing mainnya.
Trying to get the punish onto Angel. But at this point the round's already lost.
It's done.
Tadi Aaron dapat 1 menang.
The barest of silver linings being that he can take.
Oke, belum 12, belum 13 cuy. Bisa.
And Josh, you mentioned
Iko harusnya sih.
FPX were denied the chance to attend Reykjavik. They were watching from the sidelines despite them being.
Tapi jujur emang defender aja susah gak sih, Cok?
Iya.
The best team in EMEA forced to watch as other people defended the region's reputation and fought for the crown.
Ngegas ani.
More than enough.
One of the oldest.
Aduh, salah ini. Aaron pakai baki lagi lah.
Tapi harus dipus rame-rame sih.
Iya. Aaron dapat 1 round. Aaron nyari ini tuh. Aduh. Susah Aaron nyariin. Bisa jaga belakang bencong banget anjing. Mampus. Udah Cypher ada trap 2 masih aja jaga belakang. Alay.
Shao forced to reposition and move back now to Nightfall. PaperX investing into this one. They know how important it is. But they need more on top of it. The Rolling Thunder, it scatters them.
Nice.
Utility Jing, what a timing.
Aduh, bisa nggak budak gitu anjing. Bisa di-fish. Bisa di-fish. Bisa. Jagain kanannya. Jagain kanannya. Allah.
But he's shut down, still down to the 1v1 divide. Zipan forced to offload the Seekers, and he will not get it off.
Aduh.
What an enormous
Bener
play
jangan
to
marah.
take FPX.
Sumpah bencong banget cok. Sugetsu anjing. Udahlah, trapnya nggak bisa disemuk.
And just phenomenal plays by Zipan.
Ah.
The rotations, the dodging, the juking, the weaving.
Oke, masih bisa boy. Masih bisa. Bisa, ada duit. Masih bisa. Aji ini final terseru sih.
And it feels like they're not afraid at all to mix up the tempo. They can feel the game is within their control.
Dicek ya.
FPX is
Dicek.
in their own hands here.
Going forwards. Good info, but they're going to be tagged up now. And look at this horse control artist.
Bisa ada si anjing ngeflank jet. Pakai jet ngeflank anjing sendiri. Mampus kau. Bisa ngeflank sendiri, main sendiri. Bukannya entry.
But it's an instantaneous pivot once more.
PaperX have read it. Mind Freak and Divide. Ready to collect this with a seize, a fault line.
Ada Aron. Aron terakhir di sini S. Orang nggak bisa S.
5 lawan 3 bro, 5 lawan 3.
Chill. Aron. Aduh, udah pecah pal Aron tuh lagi nge-flash tuh si Davai. Nice. Wah, bencong anjing alay sumpah. Yo, alay banget Sugetsu anjing, Sugetsu anjing, ada Hoki Masternya dipakai cok. Anjing. Udahlah bencong, iya kan, alay iya, hokinya dipakai di last round. Anjing. Tapi udah bagus sih. FPX gila banget sih. FPX gila, salut. Bisa begitu anjing.
And what a moment this is for them.
Pasti FPX juga bakal ekspektasi anjing kalahnya kayak gitu.
Iya, kalahnya begitu sih. Karena Iko nggak sih? Mereka di Breeze ada kena force kan? Oh, kalau pistol yang itu nap attack. Ini kalau yang attack 3 lawan berapa tuh? Jadi yang kalah nembak semua karena ngepick. Wah, itu juga tuh pistol Ron yang Tero. Aduh.
Tapi yang round terakhir barusan sih FPX nggak bakal ekspektasi.
Itu Sugetsunya yang step up sih. Bisa juga anjir mikirnya.
Aku lonte.
Bisa anjing. Thank you Donasia. Wah, ini udah bagus banget sih. Duh, bisa tuh FPX tuh. Yakin banget loh.
Apa sih, juara 2 pun udah sangat amat pro.
Sugetsu kenapa bisa loh visanya lolos anjing. Gak berangkat aja lu. Tai, kok gak berangkat juara tuh FPX tuh. Unlucky, iya. Tapi gak ada yang menyangka cuy, FPX bisa nahan sampai 3-2. Iya, bisa menang lagi. Gila, iya, FPX grand finalis pertama kali. Nice try sih. Salut sih. Emang unlucky aja. Emang rezekinya FPX itu. Bisa ada tembakan begitu anjing.
It couldn't have been done in much more of an EMEA style. I love the fact that PaperX went out their way. But at the end of the day, FPX pulling out a composition that was.
Kok diingat-ingat lagi kayak penangis gitu anjing.
Moving over to some classic informational Valorant, and that's how they get it done.
Wah.
FPX sudah kayak step up banget gak sih? Dari kayak masuk.
Gila, itu
Bantai, terus masuk top 4.
FPX dari top 4 jadi top 2 tuh gila loh.
Tapi awalnya juga pas mereka masuk ke internasional juga dibantai gak sih? Iya gak sih?
Apa?
Yang pas zamannya Siba.
Iya, iya. Iya, itu beda emang.
Ya, dari zamannya jadi step up banget gitu kayak
Ya, ya.
dibantai.
Terus cara playstyle mereka tuh gila banget.
Aneh-aneh ya.
Sit back and watch Masters Reykjavik from the sidelines. Today, there are no more what ifs. They overcame every single obstacle in their way, and every single piece fell right into place. Ladies and gentlemen, your Masters Copenhagen champions, Fun Plus Phoenix!
Ah, gila. Sedih sih, sumpah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Istanbul sih.
FPX! An incredible run for this team. It started off in near tragedy, but here they stand today as your champions in Copenhagen. Can we get it one more time for FPX, ladies and gentlemen?
Udah sekali aja nampak anjing, kasihan tuh. Orang kalah nggak dihargai, perasaannya babi emang nih. Hari-hari FPX udah sekali aja. 2 kali udah maksimal tuh anjing. Masa diulang-ulang tai. Ya.
FPX, 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 FPX.
Gak baik nih guys. Anjing sengaja banget dipanas-panasin. Tai lah, hampir banget itu. Loh kok marah? Ya, gimana gitu perasaan yang kalah gitu kan? Harga dikit lah. Walaupun gak usah banyak-banyak, dikit aja, dikit. FPX kalah dah. Ya guys, cabut guys. Ya. Tidurlah, turunlah. Kayak sedih gini anjing. Kayak gua aduh gimana ya ngechat.
Memek GW jadi gak bisa tidur, wajah sedih. Net Rex, we all love you. APAC love you. Net guys.
Jason ini tuh.
Cabut dulu. Bye.
Ente banget, Son.
Tidurlah, kapan lagi anjing?
Bener sih.
Apex, jom.
Giliran Apex aja dulu langsung jam. Juara 2 ntar ditunjukin gak sih?
Kagak sih bisa.
Iya. Ditunjukin gak sih? Biasanya enggak ya?
Chat dulu Jason. Skip interview ya. Interview skip ya.
Guys, secret is like easier.
Gak apa-apa bang, ini buat step up tim-tim di APAC.
Enggak, ini buat ini, tapi di hati kalian FPX juara kan? Kita tuh harus beda dari yang lain guys. Di channel Valorant, di media-media nggak apa-apa FPX yang juara, tapi di hati kita tetap FPX juara, oke? Oke? FPX juara cuy, jago banget anjir. Nggak wajar cok. FPX juara nih. Ini juara kita nih. Ini juara kita. Ada yang bisa editin? Aaron nih berenam. Tulis champion Valorant Master Copenhagen.
Ya itu kenapa Rusman
ada bisa nggak guys?
Marah-marah nyumpahin anges satu au kau kakak.
Rusman kenapa tai?
Kayaknya ada, cuman
Ada nggak? Ada nggak kalian apa namanya? Yang jago ngedit, editin foto ini berenam, Valorant champion winner.
Aduh, FPX nangis kayaknya.
Ngomong apa sih gua? Winner Master Copenhagen dari hati orang Indonesia gitu.
Bentar.
Sabar. Wah, anjir, gue pengen dengar kontennya mereka, anjing. Sumpah, gue pengen dengar kontennya mereka. Gue pengen ketemu si Arun terus ngobrol. Wah, anjir, ini nggak bisa. Mereka gila, mereka tuh jago banget, cuy. Bisa sampai sini tuh nggak ada otak, anjir. Juara dua, kalahnya 3-2, bukan dibantai masalahnya. Jingkil 95. Gila, cuy. Di sini mikirnya ya udahlah, bisa menang, kalah, menang lagi, disamain loh. 7-13, 13-7. Ini unlucky di sini doang nih. Cok, bisa gue cok, anjing. Wah, champion harus tonton sih. Tonton dari sana sih. Wah, gokil. Tapi gokil sih. Oke guys, udah ya. Ke Istanbul kita ya. Istanbul, oke? Perwakilan dari ini ada gua. Oke, sama Wilson nanti berdua. Oke guys, tidur ya. Tidur ya. Kocak loh beliau loh. Oh iya. Giveaway kenceng kalian. Tai. Males nonton gua Valorant, guys. Kayak males nonton Valorant. Editin ya, kalau ada yang bisa ngedit, kirim ke Discord gua ya. Valorant Master Copenhagen winner, oke? Buat di hati kita aja. Biarin aja kita beda sama channel resmi ya. Tapi
10.000 dari pemuda Paper Rex. Pesan, tapi tetap pes di hati.
weh itu. PSG ntar main di ini kok. Di champion, oke? Ah. Duh, kok bisa gini gue, guys? Lihat Twitter anak PRX dulu. Aduh, gak bisa gua. Suruh lihat. Anjir, ini udah jago banget, cuy. Udah gila banget. Pak, Jason ngapa? Jason belum update. JJ Jason gokil Sao. Sao binatang nih emang ya. Sao. Aduh. Kayak nipu gini anjing. Dia kok bisa ke sana sih? Itu. Aduh, sedih semua cuy. Bocil GA udah nyariin. Dah. Berapa guys? Ayo guys. Dua 283 ya. 283. Refresh lagi biar jelas. 283. Kita setel lagu dulu. Hari-hari dengar lagu ini guys. Kayak sedih ini anjing. Banyak ya? Ada yang jawab benar nggak? Ada nih harusnya nih. Bisa ada loh. Bisa ada. Tuh, siapa yang bilang susah, ha? Babi. Yang bilang susah. Ini ada tuh banyak yang jawab. Orang bisa bener jawab gini loh. Kayak dukun banget anjir. Siapa bilang susah? Kocak beliau. Gak bisa pakai akun tuyul, kocak. Orang udah di setting itu cuma bisa satu jawaban doang. Gak kak. Niki Oke. Kita spin ya. Aduh, nggak kuat gini guys, kayak lemes gitu bawaannya. Ini untuk hadiah. Untuk hadiah ini ya. 5 orang tokped ya, voucher ya. Yang hadiah ini earbuds sama starter pack. Kalian coba ini dulu deh, sabar ya. Keywordnya ini guys. Apa ya? Ini guys, keywordnya. Oke. Oh ya, spin wheel dulu aja dah. Ya. Gas yuk. 1, 2, 3. Kita gas. Ayo tetap senyum ya guys ya. Bisa. Ada nih orang nih. Ya orangnya ada nih. Di Kri Alpha ada nggak orangnya? Ya, slow mode. Aduh. Ada aneh Zikri Alpha nih, kocak. Ini biasanya ada nih orang nih. Ini kah? Oh, member cuy. Zikri Alpha. Langsung DM. Zikri Alpha. Yang tokped gimana bang? Apanya gimana? Langsung Zikri Alpha langsung di DM ya. Biar cepet. Oke. Zikri Alpha sama itunya. Oh ya, benar. Rela. Oke. Oke. Yang kedua, pemenang kedua voucher tokped. Gas. Siapa nih? Nanohan ada nggak Nanohan? Oh dia udah follow tadi. Mana. Aduh. Ada nggak guys Nanohan? 255 ya, 255 ya. Apa? Aduh. Baru WP. Gak tahu ini. Tuh. Nanohan 255 bentar lagi kalau nggak ada Angus. Bang, gue 283 kok nggak ada nama emang iya. Mana nama lu kocak? 283. Gak ada lagi. Harusnya ini doang. Tuh. Nipu lah ya. Udah lewat ya. Udah 255 ya. Hangus. Ya, kita roll lagi. Siapa nih? Gepan ada Gepan. FPX trending di Twitter, Bang. Iyalah. Gepan ada nggak nih? Dua 57. Siapa namanya? Coba cek nama Ariel Wibianto Teguh. Wah, ini kalau sampai bohong gue TO nih ya. Lu 282 kocak. Bisa bilang 283. Orang bisa kayak gitu, tai. Gak mungkin lah salah orang jelas-jelas di sini 283 ya. Mana tadi? Orang bisa aku nipu gitu. Udah. Nih nggak ada Gepan nih, Gepan nggak ada nih Gepan. Kocak beliau ya. Gepan nggak ada. Gepan nggak ada nih. Angus. Bercepat guys. Pada tidur semua ya. Sidki ada nggak? Sidki Virginda ada nggak? Ada nggak Sidki? Nadanta, thank you. Saatnya giveaway LCV kabar sepatu juga. Mungkin iya. Oh ada nih Sidki nih. Sidki langsung DM ya Sidki ya. Ada. Wait Niki. Sidki langsung DM ya. Biar cepet ya. Ya Niki ya. Muke lu kayak anjing. Sabar Niki, wait Niki. Sidki udah nih, namanya udah follow dia. Rules of 18+. Bisa gitu kan jadi susah gini anjing. Oh benar cuy. Oke. Oke, kirim nama dan nomor HP. Oke ya, yang kedua oke, udah ada ya. Yang ketiga kita roll lagi. 1, 2, 3. Kan emang anjing. Oh iya, sorry.
Gimana ya? GW gak bisa tidur anjing lah Saj.
Ente amanah hari Senin lagi ya, nggak bisa tidur lagi. Fahri ada nggak? Fahri well played ada nggak? Fahri well played ada nggak? Fahri well played. Oh, ada. Fahri langsung DM ya. Ya biar kita langsung ke hadiah ini nih, biar cepet nih. Fahri. Udah nggak bisa nih. Tidur nggak bisa, makan rasanya hambar nih padahal nggak COVID. Ya kan, guys? Langsung DM ya. Buat kalian yang menang hadiah voucher tokped, ditunggu aja ya guys ya. Paling seminggu paling lama lah. Pasti kekirim kok, aman. Kak Catherine aja langsung kekirim katanya. Real. Banyak kok yang udah kekirim. Jadi tunggu aja. Fahri WP. Fahri WP, benar. Oke. Oke. Kirim nama dan nomor HP. Cek dulu anjir. Udah follow cuy. Oke ya. Gas ya, pemenang keempat. Fahri lagi. Fahri kah ini? Fahri Nugraha ada nggak? Guys? Fahri Nugraha ada nggak? Fahri lagi cuy. Nggak, oh ada cuy. DM langsung ya, Fahri Nugraha. Bisa harinya Fahri kah ini? Perasaan yang menang FPX. Oh, karena F ya. Karena F kah? F. Pan plus Phoenix F. Jadi yang menang giveaway F semua. Wow. Ya gitu anjir. Ayo, Fahri langsung DM. Fahri Nugraha. Fahri Nuk. Harus sini. Fahri Nuk. Oh ya benar real cuy. Coba cek dulu, udah follow belum? Udah follow deh. Oke. Nama dan nomor HP. Oke ya. Aman ya. Terakhir nih guys, buat pemenang voucher tokped ya. Gas langsung ya. Hap. Fadil F cuy. Wah, sumpah teori F cuy. Ini ada lagi nggak yang namanya F? Nggak ada kan? Adanya Fahri tuh. Fahri Zen. Fahri cuy. Fadil. Anjir F semua cok. Wah, nipu nih orang. Mana Fadil tadi? Tadi ada Fadil kayaknya. Fadil langsung DM ya, Fadil. Wah, coba kalau yang menang hari ini tuh FPX. Ada nggak yang nama P? Menang nih Power Ranger nih. Power Ranger menang, Palalope yang menang. Wah, ente sih. Coba FPX yang menang tadi tuh. Nipu semuanya, tai. Oke. Tadi siapa? Fadil. Fadil DM Fadil. Buat dicek keasliannya. Asli nggak nih? Iya, Raka nggak akan menang-menang. Kocak beliau. Fadil. Oh ya benar. Udah follow. Mantap. Oke, kirim nama dan nomor HP. Udah ya untuk yang tokped udah semua ya guys ya. Udah semua yang tokped. Sekarang untuk pemenang kita umumin yang ini dulu ya, pemenang HyperX Cloud Earbuds, oke? Untuk satu pemenang dan HyperX Streamer Starter Pack untuk satu pemenang, oke? Jadi ini dulu yang diundi baru ini. Oke, guys? Oke. Jadi keywordnya ini guys, keywordnya ini, oke? Semuanya? Bukan aku cinta Tokopedia, beda. Beda, kali ini beda. Keyword. Keywordnya Tokopedia selalu di hati. Langsung. Tokopedia selalu di hati, oke? Langsung. Dikasih waktu deh. 3:05 dikasih waktu 2 menit aja, 2 menit maksimal. Dua. Bentar lagi ya guys ya, bentar lagi ya. Sabar sambil ngedata yang tadi. Nah, yang ngedata yang tadi udah nih. Oke. 30 detik lagi deh, 30 detik lagi. Ayo. Tokopedia selalu di hati. Nih, gue kasih unjuk nih. Oke, yang ini udah. Thank you guys yang udah ngikut. Bisa ada gorengan gini. Tereng, teng, 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 teng. Tinggal di roll nih guys. Terlagi ya, 10 detik lagi, oke? 3:07. Spam terus. Itu banyak yang belum biru. Yang ini ya? Ini bukan? Ini bukan? Banyak yang belum masuk. Ini kan? Diklik dulu kan? Ya bukan? Raka-raka. Itu kalau belum itu apanya kalau belum itu? Itu kalau belum itu tuh kayak gimana ceritanya itu? Kasian banget yang belum ini. Berarti ada yang belum sesuai keyword ya kayak kali. Harus di checklist dulu ya. Iya kan kalau belum biru berarti dia belum ngetik emang. Gak bisa lah di search. Iya nggak bisa di search lah, ketahuan dong. Ya kalau di search ini ketahuan lah di situ kalau mau ngecek punya orang. Ya pokoknya kalau udah ngechat dengan benar mah pasti nih keywordnya baca aja tuh. Kalau udah sesuai pasti harusnya masuk. Gak mungkin enggak. Kalau enggak ya berarti salah. Mana? Kocak gak ada, kocak ngetik kayak kagak. Jadi gimana nih? Udah belum guys? Tuh, 400 eligible user loh. Oke, kita ini ya, stop ya. Gue nggak nafsu makan. Sama nih bang. Coba cek salah satu masuk jadi biru nggak cok? Coba cek salah satu. Maksudnya? Harusnya sih ini nggak perlu di otak-atik lagi, udah auto masuk kalau misalnya lu udah sesuai dengan keywordnya. Apa? Nambah kok ini? Nambah tuh. Tuh. Padahal di sini anti spamnya enable loh. Coba cek yang ngechat. Coba ya. Siapa tadi? Pada masuk kan? Coba cek ya. Lalala nih. Lalala. Tuh masuk. Coba cek lagi. Cek aku. Raka Pradipta. Raka lu ngetik gak? Oh ini nggak masuk nih. Itu nggak biru soalnya dia spam. Oh, memang nggak boleh di spam ya berarti ya. Gue ngetik, ngetik. Siapa? Rizky Akmal coba. Mana nggak nipu anjing Rizky Akmal. Coba Priscilia. Ada masuk sih. Andika Fajri masuk. Leon Da Vinci coba katanya ngetik 2 kali. Tuh masuk. Mana nama kamu? Enggak, masuk aja nama kamu enggak di sini. Berarti enggak ngechat. Coba gua tadi ngetik ulang soalnya ada yang tipe. Iya, ada yang salah kali ngetik ya kocak. Sumpah. Dava Maheswara. Aman kok. Raka. Aku nggak bisa. Kok nggak masuk ya? Tokopedia selalu di hati. Tinggal copy padahal. Sebenarnya gue tinggal klik ini doang sih. Oh. Kamu mana lagi guys? Kalau dicek satu-satu sih nggak akan bisa. Nggak ada, kamu aja nggak masuk namanya. Hah? Apa sih? Ini channel member. Kocak ini juga mod tuh. Masuk. Tapi ada namanya di sini nih, tinggal dimasukin. Nita, Suwe, Bebeb. Nama kamu tuh nggak masuk masalah tuh. Nama kamu tuh memang nggak masuk. Ya, nggak tahu lah, ini emang dari sini ya begini. Coba matiin enable spamnya. Nah, gua matiin tuh coba. Tuh, memang nggak ada namanya si Nita tuh. Gua nggak member juga biru. Ente aja guys yang nggak biru. Iya, mau gimana? Ini soalnya loh kok berkurang? Loh jadi berkurang, Cok. Auto automatically make user eligible that udah reset dulu deh. Resetnya gimana, guys? Kalau di iOS diklik satu-satu bikin kacau. Gak bisa, enggak. Klik satu-satu. Gua ngadain giveaway, gue yang capek. Coba ya, sabar ya. Di reload dulu ya. Coba ya. Tuh, ini masuk semua nih. Keywordnya emang nggak ada, kocak. Sabar guys. Gimana sih biar berhenti dulu? Gak bisa, kalau reset itu ngeklik semuanya. Tuh ngeklik. Justru ngeklik. Ada aja. Reset doang. Memang reset baik bebek nih. Tokopedia selalu di hati. Nah ini coba lagi guys. Nah ini nih, dikasih waktu deh. Coba, ini kalau yang udah ngetik harusnya berhasil sih. Mungkin salah. Anjir banyak 1000 orang. Kasih waktu ya, Coba cek gue, sabar. Raka nipu. Nita aja nggak ada cuy. Kenapa ya? Gue klik aja lah semua anjir. Harusnya yang harusnya di sini masuk semua sih kalau udah bener ngetik ya. Ada nih, Raka bener nih, Raka udah masuk nih. Suwe bisa nggak masuk gitu? Nipu nih Suwe. Gak usah pakai spasi, coba belakangnya. Doge bener. Coba. Oh, udah deh, udah. Udah ya, berarti ya. Sponsor, bang sponsor. Udah. Gua kasih waktu 3.20 ya. 3.20 langsung di roll ya. Invi, udah. Risilia udah, aman semuanya. 3.20. Oke, mantap. 3.20. Aman, harusnya udah aman semua, Bang. Cek gue Bang Kacau, udah aman, yakin aman. Lunatic. Cek salah satu deh, tuh aman tuh. Udah aman cuy. Coba scroll sampai bawah. Ini udah semua nih. Tuh. Sampai Z. Tuh. Tuh. Channel membernya kelihatan di sini. Wawancara PPX enggak. Sampai like-nya 2K baru tuh. Oke. 320 sama sampai like-nya 2K. Apa? Hansuna udah, Cok. Hah? Bodoh. Kok Marcel nipu nih anjing? Marcel bisa nipu ini, Cok. Ini sebenarnya diklik ini aja sih. Reset eligible udah tuh. Udah ya, gas ya. Diklik deh ini biar dapat semuanya tuh. Tuh, ada yang nggak kemasuk berarti. Udah ya. Aman. Ini tutupnya gimana, cuy? Langsung roll ya. Pemenang HyperX Cloud Earbud. Oke. Langsung kita roll. Gas. 1, 2, 3. Ada nggak nih orangnya nih? Aditya Nugraha, anjir. Gini loh, namanya Aditya loh. Tia. Ada nggak cuy? Kita kasih waktu 1 menit. Ada bang? Oh iya, dia langsung muncul. Oh iya, soalnya dia kalau ngetik langsung muncul di sini. Oh GG cuy. Ada cuy. Aditya Nugraha sekarang DM gua di IG. Pastikan sudah follow, kalau nggak hangus. Roll 3 kali. Janganlah. Tunggu biar cepat. Kasih tahu dulu IG-nya. Hah? Oh ya, IG-nya apa? Aditya Nugraha buat mastiin. Ini apaan? Ada giveaway. Kasih IG-nya biar disaran, jangan guys. Real cuy, nama dia sesuai. Nama dia sesuai dengan IG-nya. Jadi real, oke? Ada link YouTube-nya nih. Kita buka Aditya Nugraha, benar. Selamat. Selamat Bang Aditya. Kamu menang. Apa? Udah follow. Earbuds dari Tokopedia. Kirim nama. Apa yang disuruh ya? Enggak. Kirim nama dan nomor HP. Nanti yang ngechat dari agensi Tokped. Oke, Bang Aditya. Tolong dibalas secepatnya. Soalnya kalau misalnya besok gak dibalas, hangus ya. Soalnya diburu-buruin. Oke, guys. Terakhir guys. Ini udah HyperX Cloud Earbuds sudah ada pemenangnya. Ini yang terakhir nih. Alat streaming ya. HyperX Streamer Starter Pack. Ada headset sama mic-nya, oke? Kita roll, oke? Guys. Ready? Ready? Mana rollnya? Ini kah? Raka ini kah? Raka? Raka jawab, kocak. Wah, Raka. Ya itu, oke. 1, 2, 3. Julius IWO. Ada nggak di Julius nih? Nipu nih. Ada nggak Julius? Saya kasih waktu 1 menit. Sudah balas cuy. Coba. Nama IG, terus DM. Akun bodoh anjir. Udahlah, PPX kalah. Giveaway nggak dapet, sedih. Gua juga sedih, kocak nggak dapat hadiah. Udah aku DM bang, oke. Julius. Sama cuy, namanya sesuai. Julius IWO juga. Cek dulu anjing, udah. Oh iya benar. Orang ini anjir, orang studi mau belajar bahasa Inggris dari Pak dasar atau persiapan studi abroad. Gila loh. Gokil. Oke. Real lah, berarti giveaway kali ini selesai. GG semuanya GG. Impianku menjadi streamer hangus sudah di sini. Kembali nguli deh. Ya rezeki guys, itu namanya rezeki. Papar saja nggak rezeki dia. Juara 1 kan. Mau gimana guys? Persaingan kalian tuh 2 dari 500-an. Susah kocak. Raka nggak pernah menang giveaway Tokped, tapi giveaway dari sponsor menang terus. Kocak beliau ya. Kirim nama dan nomor HP. Oke guys, terima kasih semuanya yang sudah mengikuti, sudah nemenin nobar kita di hari terakhir Master. Nice try untuk PPX. Jangan bersedih. Selamat menjalankan hari-hari guys. Mudah-mudahan kalian sehat selalu. Oke? Mau nangis gini sama cuy. Jadi sampai berjumpa di next stream. Paling kita main-main manja aja ya. Main-main aja kita ya. Ya. Biasanya malam. Kalau bisa malam sih. LCK nobar mungkin ya. Kalau misalnya bisa nobar, oke? Oh iya, sama Subaton. Ntar kita Subaton. Tenang cuy. Lagi dipersiapkan. Udah siap sih sebenarnya. Tinggal tidur aja dah. Oke, semuanya. Subaton kapan? Lagi nyari waktu. Tenang dong. Bisa begitu kocak. Sabar cuy. Oke, semuanya thank you. Gue sembuh dulu baru Subaton, kocak. Ya, tunggu negatif dulu ya. Bisa aja. Best. Pokoknya step streaming kalian bebas. Mau ngapain aja, oke? Oke guys, thank you semuanya. Jangan berkecil hati. Tetap dukung tim-tim Indonesia, walaupun ada orang Indonesianya, tim-tim dari APAC, mudah-mudahan di champion nanti di LCQ bisa lolos, di champion bisa juara, oke? Thank you teman-teman semuanya, bye-bye. Gue pamit dulu. Istirahat guys. Aduh, lemes gini anjir mau tidur ya. Bye-bye semuanya, bye-bye.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.